is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Captivated by You by Sylvia Day, performed by Jill Redfield and Jeremy York. This one is for all the readers who waited patiently for this next chapter in Gideon and Ava's story. I hope you love it as much as I do.
1. Icy needles of water bombarded my overheated skin, the sting chasing away the clinging shadows of a nightmare I couldn't fully remember. Closing my eyes, I stepped deeper into the spray, willing the lingering fear and nausea to circle the drain at my feet. A shiver racked me, and my thoughts shifted to my wife, my angel who slept peacefully in the apartment next door. I wanted her urgently, wanted to lose myself in her, and hated that I couldn't. Couldn't hold her close, couldn't pull her lush body under mine and sink into it, letting her touch chase the memories away. Fuck! I placed my palms flat against the cool tile and absorbed the chill of the punishing deluge into my bones. I was a selfish asshole. If I'd been a better man, I would have walked away from Ava Cross the moment I saw her. Instead, I'd made her my wife, and I wanted the news of our marriage broadcast via every medium known to man, rather than hidden away as a secret between less than a handful of people. Worse, since I had no intention of letting her go, I would have to find a way to make up for the fact that I was such a fucking mess we couldn't even sleep in the same room together. I lathered, quickly washing away the sticky sweat I'd woken up in. Within minutes, I was heading out to the bedroom, where I pulled on a pair of sweats before heading to my home office. It was just barely 7 a.m. I'd left the apartment Ava shared with her best friend, Carrie Taylor, only a couple of hours earlier, wanting to give her time to catch a few hours of sleep before she headed into work. We had been at each other all night, both of us too needy and greedy. But there'd been something else, too, an urgency on Ava's part that gnawed at me and left me uneasy. Something was bothering my wife. My gaze drifted to the window and its view of Manhattan beyond it, then settled on the empty wall where photos of her and us hung in the same space in my penthouse office in our home on Fifth Avenue. I could imagine the collage clearly, having spent countless hours studying it over the last few months. Looking out at the city had once been the way I encapsulated my world. Now I accomplished that by looking at Ava. I sat at my desk and woke my computer with a shake of the mouse, taking a deep, slow breath as my wife's face filled my monitor. She wore no makeup in the photo that was my desktop wallpaper, and a smattering of light freckles on her nose made her appear younger than her 24 years. My gaze slid over her features, the curve of her brows, the brightness of her gray eyes, the fullness of her lips. In the moments when I let myself think of it, I could almost feel those lips against my skin. Her kisses were benedictions, promises from my angel that made my life worth living. With a determined exhalation, I picked up the phone and speed-dialed Raul Huerta. Despite the earliness of the hour, he answered swiftly and alertly. "Mrs. Cross and Carrie Taylor are heading to San Diego today," I said, my hand curling into a fist at the thought. I didn't have to say more. "Got it. I want a recent photo of Ann Lucas and a detailed rundown of where she was last night on my desk by noon." "At the latest," he affirmed. I hung up and stared at Ava's captivatingly beautiful face. I'd caught her in a happy, unguarded moment a state of being I was determined to keep her in for the rest of her life. But last night she'd been distressed by a possible run-in with a woman I'd once used. It had been a while since I'd crossed paths with Anne, but if she was responsible for aggravating my wife, she'd be seeing me again, soon. Opening my inbox, I started sifting through my emails, drafting quick answers when required, and working my way toward the subject line that had caught my eye the moment my email opened. I felt Ava before I saw her. I lifted my head and my keystrokes slowed. A sudden rush of desire soothed the agitation I felt whenever I wasn't with her. I leaned back to better appreciate the view. "You're up early, Angel." Ava stood in the doorway with her keys in hand, her blonde hair a sexy tangle around her shoulders, her cheeks and lips flushed from sleep, her curvy body clad in a tank top and shorts. She was braless, her lush tits swelling softly beneath the ribbed cotton. Petite and built to take a man to his knees, she often pointed out how different she was from the women I'd been photographed with before her. "I woke up missing you," she replied, with the throaty voice that never failed to make me hard. "How long have you been up?" "Not long." I pushed the keyboard drawer in to make room for her on my desk. She padded over on bare feet, effortlessly seducing me. The moment I first saw her, I'd known she would wreck me. The promise was there in her eyes, and the way she moved. Everywhere she went, men stared at her, coveted her, just like I did. I caught her by the waist when she came close enough, choosing to pull her onto my lap instead. Bending my head, I caught her nipple in my mouth, drawing on her with long, deep sucks. I heard her gasp, felt her body jolt at the sensation, and smiled inwardly. I could do whatever I wanted to her. She'd given me that right. It was the greatest gift I had ever been given. "Gideon." Her hands went to my hair, sifting through it. I felt infinitely better already. Lifting my head, I kissed her, tasting the cinnamon of her toothpaste and the underlying flavor that was uniquely her. She touched my face, her gaze searching. "Did you have another nightmare?" I exhaled in a rush. She'd always been able to see right through me. I wasn't sure I would ever get used to it. I stroked the pad of my thumb over the damp cotton clinging to her nipple. "I'd rather talk about the wet dreams you're inspiring right now." "What was it about?" My lips thinned at her persistence. "I don't remember." "Gideon." "Drop it, Angel." Ava stiffened. "I just want to help you." "You know how to do that." She snorted. "Sex fiend." I cuddled her closer. I couldn't find the words to tell her how she felt in my arms, so I nuzzled her neck, breathing in the well-loved scent of her skin. "Ace." Something in the tone of her voice set me on edge. I pulled back slowly, my gaze gliding over her face. "Talk to me." "About San Diego." Her eyes dropped, and she caught her lower lip between her teeth. I stilled, waiting to see where the conversation would go. 6/9 is going to be there," she said finally. She hadn't tried to hide what I'd already known, which was a relief, but a different kind of tension flooded me instead. "You're telling me that's a problem." My voice remained steady, but I was anything but calm. "No, it's not a problem," she said softly, but her fingers were tangling restlessly in my hair. "Don't lie to me." I'm not. She took a deep breath and then held my gaze. Something's not right. I'm confused. About what exactly? Don't be like that, she said quietly. Don't get all icy and freeze me out. You'll have to forgive me. Listening to my wife tell me she's confused over another man doesn't put me in a good mood. She squirmed out of my lap, and I let her, so I could watch her, gauge her, with some distance between us. I don't know how to explain it. I deliberately ignored the cold knot in my gut. Try. It's just... Looking down, she chewed on her lip. There's something not finished. My chest grew tight and hot. Does he turn you on, Ava? She stiffened. It's not like that. Is it the voice, the tattoos, his magic dick? Stop it. It's not easy talking about this. Don't make it harder. It's damned hard for me, too, I snapped, pushing to my feet. I raked her from head to toe, wanting to fuck her and punish her at the same time. I wanted to tie her up, lock her up, safe from anyone who could threaten my grip on her. He treated you like shit, Ava. Did seeing the Golden video make you forget that? Is there something you need that I'm not giving you? Don't be an ass. Her arms crossed, a defensive pose that angered me further. I needed her open and soft. I needed her completely, and there were times when I was maddened by how much she meant to me. She was the one thing I couldn't imagine losing, and she was saying the one thing I couldn't bear hearing. Please don't be ugly about this, she whispered. I'm being remarkably civilized, considering how violent I feel at the moment. Gideon. Guilt darkened her gray eyes, and then tears glistened. I looked away. Don't. But she saw into me the way she always did. I didn't mean to hurt you. The diamond on her ring finger, my claim to her, caught the light and shot sparks of multi-hued fire against the wall. I hate that you're upset and pissed off at me. It hurts me too, Gideon. I don't want him. I swear I don't. Restless, I went to the window, trying to find the calm I needed to deal with the danger Brett Klein presented. I'd done everything I could. I had said the vows, slid the ring on her finger, bound her to me in every way. Yet it still wasn't enough. The city spread out before me, the view obstructed by taller buildings. From the penthouse, I could see for miles. But from the Upper West Side apartment I'd taken next door to Ava's, the vista was limited. I couldn't see the endless ribbons of streets clogged with yellow taxis, or sunlight glinting off the many skyscraper windows. I could give Ava New York. I could give her the world. I couldn't love her more than I did. It consumed me. And still an asshole from her past was making strides on edging me out. I remembered her in Klein's arms, kissing him with a desperation she should feel only for me. The possibility that lust for him might still affect her made me want to tear something apart. My knuckles popped as my hands fisted. Do we need to take a break already? Take some time for Klein to clear up your confusion? Maybe I should do the same and help Corinne deal with hers. She sucked in a shaky breath at the mention of my former fiancé. Are you serious? There was a terrible stretch of silence. Then, congratulations, dickhead! You just hurt me worse than he ever did. I turned in time to see her stalking out of the room, her back rigid and tense. The keys she'd used to let herself in were left on my desk, and the sight of them abandoned triggered something desperate. Stop! I caught her, and she struggled, the dynamic between us so familiar, Ava running, me chasing. Let me go! My eyes closed, and I pressed my face against her. I won't let him have you. I'm so mad at you right now, I could hit you. I wanted her to, wanted the pain. Do it. She clawed at my forearms. Put me down, Gideon! I turned her around and pinned her to the hallway wall. What am I supposed to do when you tell me you're confused about Brett Klein? I feel like I'm hanging on the edge of a cliff and my grip is slipping. So you're going to tear at me to hold on? Why don't you get that I'm not going anywhere? I stared down at her, scrambling for something to say that would make things right between us. Her lower lip began to quiver, and I unraveled. Tell me how to handle this, I said hoarsely, circling her wrists and exerting gentle pressure. Tell me what to do. Handle me, you mean? Her shoulders went back. Because I'm what's wrong here. I knew Brett during a time in my life when I hated myself but wanted other people to love me. And now he's acting the way I wanted him to back then, and it's giving me a head trip. Christ, Ava. I pressed harder, flattening my body against her. How am I not supposed to feel threatened by that? You're supposed to trust me. I told you because I didn't want you to get weird vibes and jump to conclusions. I wanted to be honest about it so you wouldn't feel threatened. I know I've got some stuff to work out in my head. I'm going to see Dr. Travis this weekend, and shrinks aren't a cure-all. Don't yell at me. I fought the urge to slam my fist into the plaster behind her. My wife's blind faith in the healing properties of therapy frustrated the hell out of me. We're not running to a damned doctor every time we've got a problem. It's you and me in this marriage, not the goddamn psychiatric community. Her chin lifted, her jaw taking on the determined slant that drove me crazy. She never gave me an inch unless my cock was inside her. Then she gave me everything. You may think you don't need help, Ace, but I know I do. What I need is you. I cupped her head in my hands. I need my wife, and I need her thinking about me and not some other guy. You're making me wish I hadn't said anything. My lip curled in a sneer. I knew how you felt. I've seen it. God, you jealous, crazy, she moaned softly. Why don't you understand how much I love you? Brett's got nothing on you. Nothing. But honestly, I don't want to be around you right now. I felt her resistance, the pushback of her trying to get away. I clutched her like a lifeline. Can't you see what you're doing to me? Ava softened in my arms. I don't get you, Gideon. How can you just flip a switch and turn your feelings off? Knowing how I feel about Corinne, how could you throw her in my face like that? You're the reason I breathe. I can't turn it off. I slid my mouth across her cheek. I think of nothing but you. All day. Every day. Everything I do with you in mind. There's no room for anyone else. It kills me that you have room for him. You're not listening. Just stay the hell away from him. That's avoidance, not a solution. Her fingers dug into my waist. I'm broken, Gideon. You know that. I'm piecing myself back together. I loved her just the way she was. Why wasn't that enough? Thanks to you, I'm stronger than I've ever been, she went on. But there are still cracks, and when I find them, I have to figure out what made them and how to seal them up. Permanently. What the fuck does that mean? My hands pushed beneath her top, seeking her bare skin. She stiffened and pushed at me, rejecting me. Gideon, no. I sealed my mouth over hers. Lifting her off her feet, I took her to the floor. She struggled and I growled, "Don't fight me. You can't just screw our problems away." "I just want to screw you." My thumbs hooked into the waistband of her shorts and shoved them down. I was frantic to be in her, possessing her, feeling her surrender. Anything to drown out the voice in my head telling me I'd fucked up. Again. And this time, I wouldn't be forgiven. "Let me go!" She rolled onto her stomach. My arms banded around her hips when she tried to crawl away. She could throw me off as she'd been trained to do, and she could cut me off with a word. Her safe word. Crossfire. Ava froze at the sound of my voice, and the one word meant to convey the riot of emotions she shattered me with. It was in that eye of the storm that something snapped. A fierce and familiar quiet exploded within me, silencing the panic, shaking my confidence. I stilled, absorbing the sudden absence of turmoil. It had been a long time since I'd last felt the dizzying switch between chaos and control. Only Ava could rock me so deeply, sending me hurtling back to a time when I'd been at the mercy of everything and everyone. "You're going to stop fighting me," I told her calmly. "And I'm going to apologize." She went lax in my arms. Her submission was total and swift. I had the upper hand again. I pulled her up and back so that she was sitting on my thighs. Ava needed me in control. When I was reeling, she scattered, which only shook me more. It was a vicious cycle, and I had to get a better grip on it. "I'm sorry. Sorry for hurting her. Sorry for losing my command of the situation. I'd been edgy after the nightmare, something she'd intuited, and getting hit with Klein immediately after hadn't given me the time to get my shit together. I would deal with him. I'd keep a tight grasp on her. Period. There were no other options. I need your support, Gideon. I need you to tell him you're married." She leaned her temple against my cheek. "I'm going to." I shifted her to sit across my lap and leaned back against the wall, cradling her close. Her arms wrapped around my neck, and my world righted itself again. Her hand slid down my chest. "Ace." The coaxing note in her voice was one I knew well. I was hard in an instant, my blood hot and thick. Submitting to me turned Ava on, and that reaction from her fired me up like nothing else. I pushed my hand into her hair and fisted the soft gold strands, watching the way her eyes grew heavy-lidded at the feel of the gentle tug. She was restrained and at my mercy, and she loved it, needed it, just as much as I did. I took her mouth. Then I took her. While Angus drove Ava and me to work, I scrolled through my appointment calendar and thought of my wife's 8:30 flight. I glanced at her. "You'll take one of the jets to California." She had been looking out the window of the Bentley, city-scoping with her usual eager interest. She turned her gaze to me. I was born in New York. I'd grown up in and near the city and eventually began to make it my own. At some point, I'd stopped noticing it. But Ava's fascination and delight with my hometown had reintroduced it to me. I didn't study the city with the intensity she did, but I saw it with fresh eyes all the same. "Will I?" she challenged, her eyes betraying her countering attraction to me. Her fuck-me look kept me red-lined constantly. "Yes." I closed my tablet case. "It's faster, more comfortable, and safer." Her mouth curved. "All right." That hint of teasing amusement captivated me, made me want to do everything wicked and raw to her until only complete surrender remained. "You get to tell Carrie," she went on, switching the cross of her legs and revealing the lacy edge of her stockings and a peak of her garter. She was wearing a red sleeveless shirt and a white skirt with strappy heels. A perfectly acceptable businesslike outfit that was elevated by the body inside it to understated sexiness. Electricity arced between us, the instinctive recognition that we had been made to fit together perfectly. "Ask me to come with you," I said, hating the thought of her being away from me for an entire weekend. Her smile faded. "I can't. If I'm going to start telling people we're married, I have to start with Carrie, and I can't do that with you around. I don't want him to feel like he's on the outside of a life I'm creating with you." "I don't want to be on the outside either." She linked her fingers with mine. "Spending private time with friends doesn't make us any less of a couple." "I prefer to spend time with you. You're the most interesting person I know." Her eyes widened and she stared at me. Then she exploded into movement, hitching up her skirt and straddling me before I realized what she was doing. Cupping my face in her hands, she pressed her gloss-slick lips to mine and kissed me senseless. I moaned as she pulled away breathlessly. My fingers flexed into the generous curve of her gorgeous ass. "Do that again." "I'm so hot for you right now," she breathed, rubbing my lips clean with her thumb. "I'm good with that." Her husky laugh slid all around me. "I feel so awesome right now." "Better than you did in the hallway?" Her joy was infectious. If I could have stopped time, I would have at that moment. "That's a different kind of awesome." Her fingertips tap-danced on my shoulders. She was radiant when she was happy, and her pleasure brightened everything around her, even me. That was the best compliment, Ace, especially coming from the Gideon Cross. You meet fascinating people every day. And wish they'd go away so I can get back to you. Her eyes glistened. "God, I love you so much it hurts." My hands shook, and I dug them into the backs of her thighs to hide it from her. My gaze wandered, trying to latch on to something that would anchor me. If she only knew what she did to me with those 3 little words. She hugged me. "I want you to do something for me," she murmured. "Anything. Everything." "Let's have a party." Seizing the opportunity to move on to other topics. "Great. I'll set up the swing." Pulling back, Ava shoved at my shoulder. "Not that kind of party, fiend." I sighed. "Bummer." She gave me a wicked smile. "How about I promise the swing in return for the party?" "Ah, now we're talking." I settled back, enjoying her immensely. "Tell me what you have in mind." "Booze and friends, yours and mine." "All right." I considered the possibilities. "I'll see you your booze and friends, and raise you a quickie in a dark corner somewhere Deering." Her throat worked on a quick swallow, and I smiled inwardly. I knew my angel well. Indulging her closet exhibitionism was a complete 360 turnaround for me, and though it still amazed me when I thought about it, I didn't mind it in the least. There was nothing I wouldn't do for those moments when the only thing that mattered to her was being filled with my cock. "You drive a hard bargain," she said. "Exactly my intention." "Okay, then. She licked her lips. I'll see your quickie and raise you a hand job under the table. My brows rose. Clothed, I countered. Something that sounded like a purr rumbled in the air between us. I think you need to revisit and revise, Mr. Cross. I think you'll need to work harder to convince me, Mrs. Cross. She was, as always, the most invigorating negotiation of my day. We separated on the 20th floor, where she exited the elevator into the Waters, Field, and Lehman foyer. I was determined to get her on my team and working for me. It was an objective I strategized every day. When I reached my office, my assistant was already at his desk. Good morning, Scott greeted me, standing as I approached. PR called a few minutes ago. They're fielding an unusual amount of inquiries about a rumored engagement between you and Miss Trammell. They'd like to know how to respond. They should confirm. I passed him and went to the coat rack in the corner behind my desk. He followed. Congratulations. Thank you. I shrugged out of my jacket and slung it on a hook. When I glanced at him again, he was grinning. Scott Reed handled myriad tasks for me with quiet care, which led others to often underestimate him and allow him to go unnoticed. On more than one occasion, his detailed observations of individuals had proven extremely insightful, and so I overpaid him for his position to keep him from going anywhere else. Miss Trammell and I will marry before the end of the year, I told him. All interview and photo requests for either of us should be routed through Cross Industries. And tell security downstairs the same. No one should get to her without going through me first. I'll let them know. Also, Mr. Madani wanted to be notified when you got in. He'd like a few minutes with you before the meeting this morning. I'm ready when he is. Great, Arash Madani said, walking in. There used to be days when you were here before 7. You're slacking off, Cross. I shot the lawyer a warning look that carried no heat. Arash lived to work and was damned good at it, which is why I hired him away from his former employer. He'd been the toughest counsel I had ever run across, and in the years since, that hadn't changed. Gesturing at one of the 2 chairs in front of my desk, I took my seat and watched him take his. His dark blue suit was simple but bespoke, his wavy black hair tamed by a precision cut. Sharp intelligence marked his dark brown eyes, extending to a smile that was more warning than greeting. He was a friend as well as an employee, and I valued his lack of bullshit. We've received a respectable bid on the property on 36th, he said. Oh? A tangle of emotions held my reply for a moment. The hotel Ava hated remained a problem as long as I owned it. That's good. That's curious, he shot back, setting one ankle on the opposite knee. Considering how slowly the market's recovering, I had to dig through several layers, but the bidder is a subsidiary of Landcor. Interesting. Cocky. Landon knows the next highest bid is a ways off, about 10 million ways. I recommend we pull the property off the market and revisit in a year or 2. No. Sitting back, I waved away the suggestion. Let him have it. Arash blinked. Are you shitting me? Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of that hotel? Because I can't keep it in my holdings without hurting my wife. I have my reasons. That's what you said when I advised you to sell it a few years ago, and you chose to sink millions in renovations into it instead. An expense that you're just finally breaking even on, and now you want to offload it in a still shaky market to a guy who wants your head? It's never a bad time to sell real estate in Manhattan. And certainly never a bad time to dump something Ava called my fuckpad. There are better times, and you know it. Landon knows it. You sell to him, you'll only be encouraging him. Good. Maybe he'll up his game. Ryan Landon had an axe to grind. I didn't hold it against him. My father had decimated the Landon fortune, and Ryan wanted a cross to pay for that. He wasn't the first or last businessman to come after me because of my father, but he was the most tenacious, and he was young enough to have plenty of time to dedicate to the task. I looked at the photo of Ava on my desk. All other considerations were secondary. "Hey," Arash said, lifting his hands in mock surrender. "It's your business. I just need to know if the rules have changed." "Nothing's changed." "If you believe that, Cross, you're further out of the game than I thought. While Landon's plotting your ruin, you're off at the beach." "Stop kicking my ass for taking a weekend off, Arash." I'd do it again in an instant. Those days I'd spent with Ava in the Outer Banks had been every fucking dream I'd never allowed myself to have. I stood and walked to the window. Landcor's offices were in the high-rise 2 blocks over, and Ryan Landon's office had a prime view of the Crossfire building. I suspected he spent more than a few moments every day staring at my office and planning his next move. Occasionally, I stared back and dared him to bring it harder. My father was a criminal who destroyed countless lives. He was also the man who taught me how to ride a bike and to sign my name with pride. I couldn't save Jeffrey Cross's reputation, but I could damn sure protect what I'd built out of his ashes. Arash joined me at the window. "I'm not going to say I wouldn't hole up with a babe like Ava Trammell if I could, but I'd have my goddamn cell phone with me, especially in the middle of a high-stakes negotiation." Remembering how melted chocolate tasted on Ava's skin, I thought a hurricane could have been ripping the shingles off the roof, and I wouldn't have given it a second's attention. "You're making me pity you." "Landcor's acquisition of that software set you back years in research and development, and it's made him cocky." That was what really got Arash's blood up, Landon's pleasure in his own success. "That software's next to worthless without POSIT's hardware." He glanced at me. "So?" "Agenda item number 3. He faced me. "It said to be determined on my copy." "Well, it says POSIT on mine. That game enough for you?" "Damn." My desk phone beeped, followed by Scott's voice projecting from the speaker. "A couple things, Mr. Cross. Miss Trammell is on line 1. "Thank you, Scott." I headed for the receiver with the thrill of the hunt coursing through my blood. If we acquired POSIT, Landon would be back to square one. "When I'm clear, I need Victor Reyes on the line." "Will do. Also, Mrs. Vidal is at reception," he went on, stopping me in my tracks. "Would you like me to postpone the morning meeting?" I looked out the glass partition that divided my office from the rest of the floor, even though I couldn't see my mother from that distance. My hands clenched at my sides. According to the clock on my phone, I had 10 minutes to spare and my wife on the line. The urge was there to make my mother wait until I could fit her in my schedule, not hers, but I shoved it down. "Buy me 20 minutes, I told him. "I'll take the calls with Miss Trammell and Reyes, then you can bring Mrs. Vidal back." "Got it." I waited a beat. Then I picked up the phone and hit the rapidly blinking button.
2.
Angel.
The impact of Gideon's voice on my senses was as hard-hitting as it had been the first time I'd heard it. Cultured yet smoky with sensuality, it knocked me for a loop both in the darkness of my bedroom and over the phone, where I couldn't be distracted by that incomparably gorgeous face of his. "Hi." I slid my swivel chair a little closer to my desk. "Is it a bad time?"
If you need me, I'm here.
Something in his voice didn't hit me right. I can call back later.
Ava?
The authoritative bite when he said my name had my toes flexing in my nude slingback Louboutins.
Say what you need.
You? I almost said, which was more than a little insane considering he'd just fucked my brains out only a couple hours before, after he'd fucked my brains out damn near all night long. Instead, I told him, I need a favor.
I'll enjoy the payback.
Some of the tension left my shoulders. He'd hurt me by mentioning Corinne the way he had, and the argument that followed was still fresh in my mind. But I had to push it aside, let it go. Does security have the home addresses of everyone who works in the Crossfire?
They have copies of IDs. Tell me why you're asking.
The receptionist here at work is a friend of mine, and she's been out sick all week. I'm worried about her.
If you're hoping to head over to her place and check up on her, you should get the address from her.
I would, if she'd return my calls. I ran my fingertip around the lip of my coffee mug and stared at the collage of pictures of Gideon and me that decorated my desk.
Are you not on speaking terms at the moment?
No, we're not fighting or anything. It's just not like her to not get in touch with me, especially when she's calling in sick to work every day. She's a chatty girl, you know?
No,
he drawled.
I have no idea.
If it had been any other guy who'd said that, I would think he was being sarcastic. But not Gideon. I didn't think he'd ever really talked with women in any meaningful way. He was too often clueless when interacting with me, as if his social development hadn't quite been well-rounded when it came to dealing with the opposite sex. Then you'll have to take my word for it, Ace. I want to make sure she's all right.
My lawyer's standing right here, but I don't have to ask him about the legality of giving you the information you're asking for via the means you've suggested. Call Raoul. He'll find her.
Really? An image of the dark-haired, dark-eyed security specialist ran through my mind. Is he going to be okay with that?
Angel, he's paid to be okay with everything.
Oh. I fiddled with my pen. I knew I shouldn't feel uncomfortable using Gideon's resources, but it made me feel as if our relationship were unbalanced in his favor. While I didn't believe he would ever hold that over me, I didn't think he'd see me as equal to him either, and that was really important to me. He had already taken care of issues on his own that I should have been a part of, like Sam Yamara's horrid sex tape of Brett and me, and Nathan. Still, I asked, how do I reach him?
I'll text you his number.
Okay. Thanks.
I want either myself, Angus, or Raoul with you when you go see her.
And that wouldn't be awkward at all. I glanced at Mark's office to make sure my boss didn't need me for anything. I tried not to make personal calls at work, but Megumi had been out for 4 days straight without a single returned call or text the whole time.
Don't throw me that chicks before dicks line, Ava. You need to give me something here.
I got the subtext. He was worried about me going to San Diego and was letting that issue slide. I had to bend a little somewhere else in return. Okay. If she's not back in the office on Monday, we'll figure out how to handle it.
Good. Anything else?
No, that's it. My gaze returned to a photo of him and my heart hurt, just a little, the way it always did when I looked at him. Thank you. I hope you have an amazing day. I love you madly, you know. And no, I don't expect you to say it back while your lawyer's hanging around.
Ava.
There was an aching note in his voice that moved me more than words ever could.
Come see me when you get off work.
Sure. Don't forget to call Carrie about taking your jet.
Consider it done.
I hung up and sat back in my chair. Good morning, Ava. I swiveled to face Christine Field, the executive chairman. Good morning. I wanted to congratulate you again on your engagement. Her gaze went past my shoulder to the framed photos behind me. I'm sorry I hadn't realized you and Gideon Cross were dating. That's okay. I try not to talk about my personal life at work. I made the statement casually because I didn't want to antagonize one of the partners. Still, I hoped she'd got the hint. Gideon was the center of my life, but I needed some parts of it to belong only to me. She laughed. That's good, but just goes to show that I'm not keeping my ear close enough to the ground. I doubt you're missing anything important. Are you the reason Cross approached us with the Kingsman campaign? I winced inwardly. Of course she'd think I would recommend my employer to my boyfriend, because she'd assume Gideon and I had been dating at least long enough to make an engagement plausible. Telling her I had been with Waters, Field, and Lehman longer than I'd been with Gideon, when I had been employed there only a couple of months, would open up speculation I didn't want floating around. Worse, I was pretty certain Gideon had used the vodka campaign as an excuse to draw me into his world on his terms. That didn't mean Mark hadn't done a phenomenal job on the request for proposal. I didn't want my relationship with Gideon to shift any of the focus away from my boss and his accomplishments. Mr. Cross approached the agency on his own, I replied, sticking to the truth, which was a great decision. Mark rocked that RFP. Christine nodded. He did. All right, I'll let you get back to work. Mark's been singing your praises too, by the way. We're glad to have you on our team. I managed to smile, but my day was off to a rocky start. First, Gideon knocked me sideways with his Corinne bullshit. Then, finding Megumi still out sick. Now, I'd rolled into being treated differently at work because my name was connected to Gideon's in a significant way. Opening my inbox, I started going through the morning's email. I understood that Gideon wanted to make me feel what he was feeling, so he'd leveraged Corinne against me. I'd known talking about Brett was going to be a problem, which was why I'd put it off, but I hadn't had an ulterior motive in bringing it up, or when I'd kissed Brett either. I had hurt Gideon, yes, but could sincerely say I hadn't consciously intended to do so. On the flip side, Gideon had deliberately set out to hurt me. I hadn't realized he was capable of that or willing to do it. Something important had shifted between us that morning. I felt as if a core column of trust had been shaken. Did he know that? Did he understand how big a problem that was? My desk phone rang and I answered with my usual greeting. How long were you going to wait to tell me about your engagement? A sigh escaped me before I could hold it back. My Friday really was shaping up to be a trial. Hi, Mom. I was going to call you during my lunch. You knew last night, she accused. Did he ask you on the way to dinner? Because you didn't say anything about a proposal when we talked about him asking your father and Richard for permission. I saw the ring at Cipriani's and was pretty sure. But when you didn't say anything, I didn't push because you've been so touchy lately, and you've been violating the law lately, I shot back. Gideon was wearing a ring too, so I thought maybe it was some kind of promise thing or something. It is. And then I read about your engagement online. I mean, really, Ava, no mother should find out on the internet that her daughter is getting married. I stared at my monitor blankly, my heart rate kicking up. What? Where on the internet? Take your pick. Page 6, HuffPost. And let me tell you again, there is no way I can pull together a proper wedding before the end of the year. My daily Google alert hadn't hit my inbox yet, so I did a quick search, typing so quickly I spelled my own name wrong. It didn't matter. Socialite Ava Trammell has nabbed the brass ring. Not literally, of course. Multi-billionaire entrepreneur Gideon Cross, whose name is synonymous with excess and luxury, wouldn't slide anything less than platinum onto the finger of the woman who will bear his name. See photo at left. A source at Cross Industries confirmed the significance of the giant rock on Trammell's left hand. No comment was made regarding the ring Cross has been seen wearing. See photo at right. A wedding is planned before year's end. We have to wonder what the rush is. Operation Godiva Baby Bump Watch has commenced. Oh my God, I breathed, horrified. I have to go. I have to call Dad. Ava! You need to come over after work. We have to talk about the wedding. Thankfully, my dad was on the West Coast, which bought me at least 3 hours, depending on his work schedule. I can't. I'm going to San Diego this weekend with Carrie. I think you need to put off any travel for a while. You need to start without me, Mom, I said desperately, glancing at the clock. I don't have anything specific in mind. You can't be serious. Gotta go. Have to work. I hung up, then pulled open the desk drawer that held my smartphone.
Hey.
Mark Garrity leaned over the top of my cubicle and offered me one of his charming crooked smiles.
Ready to roll?
My finger hovered over the home button on my phone. I was torn between doing what I was paid to do, work, and making sure my dad heard about the engagement from me. Usually it wouldn't be a dilemma at all to choose. I loved my job too much to risk it by slacking off. But my dad had been in a funk since he'd messed around with my mom, and I was worried about him. He wasn't the kind of guy to take sleeping with a married woman lightly, even one he was in love with. I put the phone back in the drawer. Absolutely, I replied, pushing back from my desk and grabbing my tablet. When I settled into my usual seat in front of Mark's desk, I sent my dad a quick text from my tablet saying I had something important to share with him and that I'd call him at noon. It was the best I could do. I could only hope it was enough.
3. Man, you are smooth. I looked up at Arash after setting the receiver back in its cradle. Are you still here? The attorney laughed and settled back in his seat on my office sofa. The view wasn't nearly as pleasant as the one my wife had given me not too long ago. Schmoozing the father-in-law, he said. I'm impressed. I expect Ava will be impressed too. Bet you're counting on that heading into the weekend. Damn right. I would need all the points I could earn when I met up with Ava in San Diego. She's about to go out of town, and you have to head into the conference room before they get too restless in there. I'll join you as soon as I can. He stood. Yes, I heard. Your mother's here. Let the wedding insanity begin. Since you're free this weekend, how about we round up some of the usual suspects at my place tonight? It's been a while, and your bachelor days are numbered. Well, technically they're over, but no one else knows that. And he was bound by attorney-client privilege. It took me a beat to decide. All right. What time? 8-ish. I nodded, then caught Scott's eye. He got the message and rounded his desk to head up to reception. Great. Arash grinned. See you at the meeting. During the 2 minutes I had alone, I texted Angus about getting to California. I still had unfinished business there, and taking care of it while Ava was visiting her dad gave me a legitimate excuse to be where she was. Not that I absolutely needed one. Gideon! As my mother entered, my fingers curled into my palms. Scott followed and asked, Are you sure I can't get you something, Mrs. Vidal? Coffee, maybe? Or water? She shook her head. No, thank you. I'm fine. All right. He smiled and left, pulling the door closed behind him. I hit the remote on my desk that controlled the opacity of the glass wall, blocking the view from everyone on the main floor. My mother approached, looking slim and elegant in dark blue slacks and white blouse. She'd pulled her hair back into a sleek ebony bun, showing off the flawless face that my father had adored. Once I'd adored it too. Now I had trouble looking at her. And since we looked so much alike, I sometimes had trouble looking at myself. "Hello, Mother. What brings you into the city?" She set her purse on the edge of my desk. "Why is Ava wearing my ring?" The small pleasure I'd felt at seeing her dissipated instantly. It's my ring. And the answer to your question is obvious. She's wearing the ring because I gave it to her when I proposed. "Gideon," she pulled her shoulders back. "You don't know what you're getting into with her." I forced myself to remain facing her. I hated when she looked at me with hurt in her eyes, blue eyes that were so like mine. "I don't have time for this. I've put an important meeting on hold to see you." "I wouldn't have come to your office if you'd answer my calls or come home once in a while." Her pretty pink mouth tightened with disapproval. "That is not my home." "She's using you, Gideon." I retrieved my coat. "We've had this discussion." She folded her arms across her chest like a shield. I knew my mother. She was just getting started. "She's involved with that singer, Brett Klein. Did you know that? And she's got an ugly side you've never seen. She was downright vicious to me last night." "I'll speak with her." Straightening my coat with a brisk tug on the lapels, I headed toward the door. She shouldn't be wasting her time. My mother's breath caught. "I'm trying to help you." "It's a little late for that, don't you think?" She took a shaky step back from the look I gave her. "I know Jeffrey's death was hard on you. It was a difficult time for all of us. I tried to give you—" "I'm not doing this here," I snapped, furious that she would bring up something as personal as my father's suicide while I was working, that she would bring it up at all. "You've hijacked my morning and pissed me off. Let me make it clear to you. There is no scenario pitting you against Ava where you come out on top." "You're not listening to me." "There's nothing you could say that would affect anything. If she wanted my money, I'd give her every cent. If she wanted another man, I'd make her forget him." She lifted an unsteady hand to her hair, smoothing it, although not a single glossy strand was out of place. "I only want the best for you, and she's stirring up crap that has been put away a long time. It can't be a healthy relationship for you. She's creating a rift with your family that—" "We've been estranged, Mother. Ava has nothing to do with that." "I don't want it to be like this." Stepping closer, she held out her hand. A strand of black pearls peeked out from between the lapels of her blouse, and a sapphire-faced Patek Philippe adorned her wrist. She hadn't rebooted her life after my father's death. She'd done a complete wipe and restart, and never looked back. "I miss you. I love you." "Not enough." "That's not fair, Gideon. You won't give me a chance." "If you need a ride, Angus is at your service." I caught the handle of the door and paused. "Don't come here again, Mother. I don't like arguing with you. It would be best for both of us if you just stay away." I left the door open behind me and headed toward the conference room. "You took this shot today?" I looked up at Raoul, who stood in front of my desk. Dressed in a plain black suit, he had the steady, watchful gaze of a man who made his living by seeing and hearing everything. "Yes," he answered. "Not more than an hour ago." I returned my attention to the photo in front of me. It was difficult looking at Anne Lucas. The sight of her fox-like face, with its sharp chin and sharper eyes, brought back memories I wished I could erase from my mind. Not just of her, but of her brother, who'd been similar in ways that made my skin crawl. Ava said the woman had long hair, I murmured, noting that Anne still had cropped hair. I remembered the plastic feel of it, the sharp gelled spikes scratching my thighs as she deep-throated my cock, working desperately to get me hard enough to fuck her. I handed the tablet back to Raoul. Find out who it was. Will do. Did Ava call you? He frowned. No. But he pulled out his smartphone and checked it. No, he said again. She may wait until you fly out to San Diego. She wants you to find a friend of hers. No problem. I'll take care of it. Take care of her, I said, holding his gaze. Doesn't need to be said. I know. Thank you. As he left my office, I sat back in my chair. There were a number of women in my past who might cause problems for me with my wife. The women I'd slept with were aggressive by nature, ones who put me in the position of needing to take the upper hand. Ava was the only woman who'd ever grabbed the lead, and made me want more. It was getting harder to let her be away from me, not easier. The team from Envoy is here, Scott said through the speaker. Send them in. I powered through my day, wrapping up the week's agenda and laying the groundwork for more to come. There was a lot I needed to get off my plate before I could take time off with Ava. Our day-long honeymoon had been perfect, but far too short. I wanted at least 2 weeks away with her, preferably a month. Someplace far away from work and other commitments, where I could have her all to myself with no interruptions. My smartphone vibrated on my desktop, and I looked at it, surprised to see my sister's face on the screen. I'd texted Ireland earlier to let her know about the engagement. Her reply had been a short and simple, "Yay, stoked. Congrats, bro." I'd barely answered the call with a quick hello when she cut me off. "I'm so fucking excited!" she yelled, forcing me to pull the phone away from my ear. Watch the mouth. "Are you kidding? I'm 17, not 7. This is so awesome. I've wanted a sister forever, but figured I'd be old and gray before you and Christopher stopped bouncing around and settled down." I sat back in my chair. I live to serve. Ha! Yeah, right. You done good, you know. Ava's a keeper. Yes, I know. Thanks to her, I get to harass you now. Always a highlight of my day. My chest tightened, forcing me to take a minute before I could reply in an easy tone of voice. Oddly enough, it's a highlight of mine as well. Well, yeah, it should be. Her voice lowered. I heard Mom losing her shit over it earlier. She told Dad she went to your work and you guys got in a fight or something. I think she's kinda jealous. She'll get over it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. I know. It just sucks that she couldn't keep it together today of all days. Anyway, I'm thrilled and wanted you to know that. Thank you. But I'm not going to be the flower girl. I'm too old for that. I'm up for being a bridesmaid, though. Even a groomswoman or whatever. Just saying. All right. My mouth curved. I'll pass that along to Ava. I'd just hung up when Scott buzzed through my office line. Miss Trammell is here, he announced, making me realize how late in the day it was. And as a reminder, your video conference with the development team in California is in 5 minutes. Pushing back from the desk, I saw Ava round the corner and come into view. I could watch her walk for hours. She had a sway to her hips that made me ache to fuck her, and a determined tilt to her chin that challenged every dominant instinct I had. I wanted to fist her ponytail in my hand, take her mouth and grind against her, just the way I'd wanted to the first time I saw her, and every time since. Send along the proposal deck to the team, I told Scott. Tell them to review and I'll join in shortly. Yes, sir. Ava swept through the door. Ava, I stood. How was your day? She rounded the desk, then grabbed me by the tie. I was instantly hard and totally focused on her. I fucking love you, she said, before yanking my mouth down to meet hers. I hooked one arm around her waist and felt around for the opacity controls with my other hand, all the while letting her kiss me as if she owned me. Which she did. Absolutely. The feel of her lips against mine and the unmistakable possessiveness of her actions were exactly what I needed after the day I'd had. Holding her close, I turned and half sat on the edge of the desk, pulling her in between my thighs. I could say it was a more secure way to hold her, but honestly, my knees were weak. Her kisses did that to me. Did what 3 hours of sparring with my trainer couldn't do. Inhaling through the rising lust, I breathed her in, allowing the delicate fragrance of her perfume and the provocative scent that was hers alone to intoxicate me. Her lips were soft and damp against mine, demanding in the subtlest of ways. Her tongue licked delicately, savoring, teasing and arousing me effortlessly. Ava kissed me as if I were the most delicious thing she'd ever tasted, a flavor she craved and was helplessly addicted to. The feeling was heady and had become necessary. I'd lived for her kisses. When she kissed me, I knew I belonged right where I was. Tilting her head, she moaned into my mouth, a soft sound of pleasure and surrender. Her fingers were in my hair, sliding through it, tugging it. That sensation of being caught, claimed, challenged me on the deepest level. I drew her closer, until the firmness of her belly pressed against the hardness of my erection. My dick was throbbing, aching. You'll make me come, I murmured. All the effort I'd once had to expend to become aroused enough to orgasm was unnecessary with my wife. The fact that she existed stirred my blood. The strength of her desire was enough to set me off. She leaned back slightly, breathless like me. I don't mind. I wouldn't either if I didn't have a meeting waiting. I don't want to hold you up. I just want to thank you for what you said to my dad. Smiling, I gave her ass a two-handed squeeze. My lawyer said I'd score major points for that. Work was so busy, and I didn't have a chance to call him until lunch. I was so worried he'd hear about our engagement before I could tell him. She shoved at my shoulder. You could have given me a heads up that you were announcing it to the world. I shrugged. It wasn't planned, but I wasn't going to deny it when asked. Her lips twisted wryly. Of course not. Did you see that ridiculous post about a baby bump? A frightening thought at this point, I said, trying to keep my tone light despite the sudden rush of alarm I felt. I'm planning on keeping you all to myself for a while. I know, right? She shook her head. I was freaked out that my dad would think I was engaged and pregnant, and just couldn't be bothered to let him know. It was such a relief to call him and find out you'd explained everything and smoothed the way. My pleasure. I would set the world on fire to clear a path for her, if that's what it took. Her hands went to work unbuttoning my vest. My brows arched in silent query, but I wasn't going to stop her. I haven't even left yet, and I'm missing you already, she said quietly, straightening my tie. Don't go. If I were just going to hole up with Carrie for a bit, I'd do it here at home and not in San Diego. She lifted her gaze to my face. But he's a head case over Tatiana being pregnant. Plus, I need to spend time with my dad, especially now. Is there something you should be telling me? No. He sounded good when I talked to him, but I think he was hoping we'd have more time together before I got married. To him, it seems like you and I just met. I knew I should keep my mouth shut, but I couldn't. And we can't forget Klein. Her jaw hardened. She dropped her attention back to where her fingers were buttoning my vest. I'm leaving soon. I don't want to fight again. I caught her hands. Ava, look at me. Staring into her stormy eyes, I felt the tug in my chest, a slow wrenching that could turn me upside down. She hadn't stopped being angry with me, and I couldn't stand it. You still don't understand what you do to me, how crazy you make me. Don't give me that. You shouldn't have brought up Corinne the way you did. Maybe not, but be honest. You brought up Klein this morning because you're worried about seeing him. I'm not worried. Angel. I gave her a patient look. You're worried. I don't think you'd sleep with him, but I do think you're anxious about crossing a line you shouldn't. You needed a strong reaction from me, so you were blunt and you got it. You needed to see what it would do to me, how just the thought of you with him makes me insane. Gideon. She gripped my biceps. Nothing is going to happen. I'm not making excuses. I brushed my fingertips across her cheek. I hurt you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I wanted to avoid causing any problems, and they happened anyway. I knew she regretted our fight. I could see it in her eyes. We're learning as we go. We'll fuck up now and again. You just have to trust me, Angel. I have, Gideon. It's why we've gotten so far. But the fact that you'd hurt me at all, on purpose. She shook her head, and I could see how what I'd said was eating at her. You were always supposed to be the one I could count on to never hurt me deliberately. Hearing her doubt her trust in me was a hard blow. I took the hit, then explained myself the way I'd only ever done with her. I would explain anything, talk for hours, write the promise in blood, if that was what it took to make her believe in me. There's a difference between deliberation and malicious intent, wouldn't you agree? I cupped her face in my hands. I promise I'll never cause you pain just to hurt you. Don't you see that I'm just as vulnerable? You have the same power to hurt me. Her face softened, became even more stunning. I wouldn't. But I did. You'll have to forgive me. She stepped back. I hate when you use that tone of voice. Inclined towards self-preservation, I didn't allow the smile I felt to show. But it makes you wet. Tossing a glare at me over her shoulder, Ava moved to the window and stood in the same spot I'd occupied that morning. Her ponytail showed off her beauty, and left her no way to conceal her emotions. Hot color rose in her cheeks. Did she know how often I thought about tying her up when she was riled like this? Not to cage her or leash her, but to hold that vibrant energy of hers, that lust for life I'd never learned to have. She gave that to me, surrendered it fully. Don't try to control me with sex, Gideon, she said with her back to me. I don't want to control you at all. You manipulate me. You do things, say things, just to get a particular response out of me. My arms crossed as I remembered her kissing Klein. As do you, which we just discussed. She faced me. I'm allowed to, I'm a woman. Ah, I smiled then. I knew that. You're such an enigma to me. She sighed, and I could see her letting the lingering resentment go. But you've got me pegged. You know all my buttons and just how to push them. If you think I don't spend a good percentage of every day trying to figure you out, you're not paying attention. Think about that while I handle this meeting, and then we'll say goodbye properly. As I sat in my chair, her gaze followed me. I adjusted the fit of my headset and paused when I realized she was staring. She liked looking at me, and hers was the only avid hunger that had ever made me feel good about myself. I'd never had the knee-jerk defensive reaction to her sexual interest that others provoked. She made me feel loved and wanted in a way that wasn't the least threatening. "Watching you get into business mode makes me hot," she explained, her voice just husky enough to prevent me from fully focusing on work. "Sexy as hell." My lips twisted wryly. "Angel, behave for 15 minutes. "What would be the fun in that? Besides, you like me bad." "Damn straight." 15 minutes, I reiterated. Considering I'd planned for the meeting to take close to an hour, that was a major concession. "Do what you have to do." Ava stopped by my chair and bent over like a pin-up girl to breathe in my ear. "I'll find something to occupy myself with while you're on the phone playing with your millions." My cock was abruptly, painfully hard. She had said something similar to me when we'd first started dating, and I had dreamed of it in the weeks since. I would have told her to wait, but I knew she wouldn't. She had a determined look in her eye and a taunting swing to her hips as she circled my desk. I'd fucked up, and she wanted to get a piece of her own back. Some couples punished each other with pain or deprivation. Ava and we punished each other with pleasure. The moment she stepped out of view, I logged into the meeting without activating my camera, and I muted my microphone. All half-dozen participants were actively discussing the materials Scott had provided. I gave them a moment to register that I'd logged in, and used the time to stand and open my fly. Ava kicked off her heels. "Good. It'll go easier on you if you cooperate." "You don't actually believe having your mouth wrapped around my dick while I'm on a video conference is going to be easy at any level." Even then, the team in California was chiming in with greetings through my headset. I ignored them for the moment, thinking only of what was about to happen right there in my office. Only weeks ago, the possibility that I'd play while working would have been non-existent. If Ava had been wired any differently, I would have made her wait until I had the time and attention to devote fully to her. But my angel was a dangerous lover, one who got off on the thrill of being this close to discovery. I would never have known I enjoyed that edge if not for her. There were times I wanted to fuck her for the entire world to see, so it would be known definitively how completely I possessed her. Her grin was pure wickedness. "If you liked things easy, you wouldn't have married me." And I was going to marry her again, as soon as possible. It wouldn't be the last time. We'd be renewing our vows often, reminding each other that we made a promise to be together forever, no matter what life threw at us. Lowering gracefully to her knees on the far side of my desk, Ava set her hands on the floor and prowled toward me like a lioness on the hunt. Through the smoked glass surface of my desktop, I watched her move into place, her tongue darting out to wet her lips. Anticipation coursed through me, the rush of the challenge and erotic expectation. Everything about my wife gave me pleasure, but her mouth was in a class by itself. She sucked me off as if she were starved for my cum, as if the taste were something she was hooked on. Ava gave me head because she loved it. Watching me unravel while she did it was just a bonus. I adjusted the spread of my fly and pushed down the waistband of my boxer briefs, studying her face as I revealed how she'd affected me. Her lips parted as her breath quickened, her body shifting back until she was sitting on her heels like a supplicant. Settling into my chair, I absorbed the unaccustomed feeling of restraint around my thighs and the pull of elastic beneath my balls. My reaction was swift and unpleasant, the sensation of being bound, dredging up memories I kept ruthlessly buried. Reconsidering, I started to roll back in my desk chair, my heart rate rising. Ava swallowed me. "Fuck," I hissed, my fingers digging into the armrests as her fingers dug into my hips. The rush of wet heat over the sensitive crown of my cock was shockingly intense. Hard suction tightened around me, and a satin-soft tongue massaged the perfect spot. Through the pounding of my heart, I heard the team questioning whether my webcam and headset were working properly. Straightening my spine, I slid forward and activated my feeds. "Excuse the delay," I said briskly, as Ava took more of me. "Now that you've had the chance to review the deck, let's discuss the steps you'll be taking to implement the recommended adjustments." Ava hummed her approval, and the vibration reverberated through me. I was hard enough to drive nails, and her slender fingers were teasing me, stroking with just enough pressure to make me want more. Tim Henderson, the project manager and team leader, spoke first. I could barely focus, seeing him more from memory than the monitor in front of me. A tall, painfully thin man with pale skin and a wild mane of dark curls, he liked to talk, which was a blessing considering how dry my mouth had become. "I'd like more time to review this," he began. "But off the cuff, I'm thinking this is a seriously accelerated schedule. Some of this is great, and I'm excited about seeing what we can do with it, but phasing into consumer beta testing is at least a year away, not 6 months. "That's what you told me 6 months ago," I reminded him, my fist clenching as Ava took my cock to the back of her throat. Sweat bloomed on the back of my neck when she pulled off, her mouth a hot velvet suction. "We lost our top designer to Landcore, and I offered a replacement, which you declined." Henderson's jaw tightened. He was a coding genius with a brilliant creative mind, but he didn't play well with others and was resistant to outside intervention. That would be his prerogative if he weren't eating my time and money. "A creative team is a delicate balance," he argued. "You can't just plug a random person into the void. We've got the right man on the job now." "Thank you," Jeff Simmons interjected, his angular face breaking into a grin at the praise. "And we're making progress," Tim went on. "We keep blowing through your self-imposed deadlines." My tone was gruffer than I intended, due to my wife's wickedly agile tongue. Soft, playful licks from root to tip were driving me half out of my mind. My thighs ached with strain, the muscles hardened by the force it took to keep me in my chair. She was following the line of every sensitive vein, stroking over the throbbing ridges with the flat of her tongue. "While creating an exceptional and groundbreaking user experience," he shot back. "We're getting the job done, and we're doing it right." I wanted to bend Ava over my desk and fuck her. Hard. To do that, I needed to get through the damn meeting. "Excellent. Now you just need to do it faster. I'm sending out a team to help you achieve the objectives on time. They'll—" "Now, wait a minute, Cross," Henderson snapped, leaning closer to the webcam. "You send some corporate bean counters over to breathe down our necks, and you're only going to slow us down. You need to leave the development to us. If we need your help, we'll ask for it. If you thought I'd give you my money and be a silent partner, you didn't do your homework. Uh-oh, Ava murmured, her eyes bright with laughter beneath the glass. I reached beneath the desk and cupped her nape, squeezing. The app space is highly competitive. That's why you approached me. You presented me with a unique and intriguing gaming concept, and a 1-year development to rollout timeline, which was judged by my team to be reasonable and achievable. I paused on a breath, tormented by the feel of warm lips gliding up and down my raging dick. Ava was working with purpose now, driving me on with hard pumps of her fist. There was no more build-up, no teasing. She wanted me to come. Now. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective, Mr. Cross, Ken Harada said, running his hand over a blue goatee. Technical timelines don't make allowances for an organic, creative process. You don't understand how... Don't make me the villain here. The urge to thrust, to fuck, was clawing. Aggression built in me like a tidal wave, forcing me to fight for any semblance of civility. You guaranteed on-time delivery of all elements on a schedule you created, and you're not holding up your end. I'm now forced to help you keep the promises you made. The artist slumped back in his seat, muttering under his breath. Tightening my grip on Ava's neck, I tried to slow her down. Then I gave up and started moving her, urging her roughly to suck faster, harder, to drain me. This is how this is going to play out. You'll work with the team I'm sending. If you miss another deadline, I'm pulling Tim off oversight. Bullshit, he shouted. This is my fucking app. You can't take it from me. I needed finesse, but had none, my brain hazed with the animal need to mate. You should have read the contract more carefully. Do that tonight, and we'll revisit tomorrow after the team arrives. After I come. Tingles raced along my spine. My balls drew up. I was a minute away, and Ava knew it. Her cheeks were hollowing with the force of her suction, her tongue fluttering over the sensitive underside of my cockhead. My heart was pounding, my palms damp with perspiration. Staring into a half-dozen angry faces with a riot of protests exploding from my earpiece, I felt the orgasm hit me like a freight train. I fumbled for the mute button and let the groan tear from my throat as I spurted powerfully into Ava's greedily working mouth. She moaned and milked my dick with both hands, pulling and squeezing as I kept coming in a flood I couldn't stop. I felt the heat race up into my face. Staring stonily into my monitor, I fought the urge to close my eyes and throw my head back, to free myself to absorb the singular pleasure of coming for my wife. Coming because of her. As the pressure eased, I released her hair and touched her cheek with my fingertips. I unmuted my microphone. My admin will call you in a few minutes. I cut in, my voice hoarse, to arrange tomorrow's meeting. I hope we can come to an amicable agreement. Until then. I shut down my browser and yanked off my headset. Come here, Angel. My chair was shoved back, and I'd hauled her out before she had the chance to come out on her own. You're a machine, she gasped, her voice as rough as mine, her lips red and swollen. I can't believe you didn't even twitch. How can you... Oh... The tiny scrap of lace she wore as underwear dropped to the floor in pieces. I liked those panties, she said breathlessly. Lifting her, I set her bare ass on the cool glass, aligning her perfectly to take my cock. You'll like this more. Angel. Like a sleepy kitten, Ava blinked at me as I stepped out of my office washroom. Hmm? I grinned at finding her still slumped in my desk chair. I assume you're okay. Never better. She reached up and ran a hand over her hair. Missing the brain you just fucked out of me, but otherwise I'm feeling excellent. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I headed toward her with a warm, damp washcloth. Are you trying to set a new record for most orgasms in a single day? An intriguing proposition. I'm willing to give it a shot. She held out her hand as if to ward me off. No more, maniac. You screw me again and I'll be a drooling, babbling idiot. Let me know if you change your mind. I kneeled in front of her and urged her legs open. Waxed smooth and pretty pink, her cunt was lovely. Perfect. She watched me as I cleaned her, her fingers reaching out to comb through my hair. Don't work too hard this weekend, okay? As if there's something else worth doing without you around, I murmured. Sleep in, read a book, plan a party. My mouth quirked. I haven't forgotten. I'm asking the guys tonight. Oh? The laziness left her eyes. I pulled back before her legs closed. What guys? The ones you want to meet. You're calling them? I stood. We're getting together. To do what? Drink? Hang out? Returning to the bathroom, I tossed the washcloth in the hamper and washed my hands. Ava followed me. At a club? Maybe. Probably not. She lounged against the door jamb and crossed her arms. Are any of them married? Yes. I slung the hand towel back on the rack. Me. That's it? Is Arnaldo going to be there? Maybe. Likely. What's up with the short answers? What's up with the interrogation? I asked the question, but I knew. My wife was a jealous, possessive woman. Lucky for both of us, I liked it. A lot. She shrugged, but it was a defensive gesture. I just want to know what you're doing, that's all. I'll stay home if you will. I'm not asking you to do that. There was a smudge of dark makeup beneath her eyes. I loved mussing her up and giving her that just fucked look. No woman wore it better. Get to the point, then. She made a frustrated noise. Why won't you tell me what you guys have planned? I don't know, Ava. Usually we meet at one of our places and drink, play cards. Sometimes we go out. Trolling. A group of hot guys who've got a buzz and want a good time. That's not a crime. And who said they're attractive? She shot me a look. They're trolling with you. That means they're either hot enough not to completely pale in your shadow or too confident to worry about it. I held up my left hand. The blood-red rubies in my wedding band caught the light. I never took the ring off, and never would. Remember this. I'm not worried about you, she muttered, her arms dropping to her sides. If I'm not fucking you enough, you need help, says the wife who couldn't wait 15 minutes. She stuck her tongue out at me. That's what got you fucked right there. Arnaldo doesn't trust me, Gideon. He doesn't really want you with me. It's not his decision to make. And some of your friends aren't going to like me either. I know Carrie's on the fence. What if Arnaldo tells the others how he feels about me? Angel. I went to her and caught her by the hips. Talking about feelings is predominantly female territory. Don't be sexist. You know I'm right. Besides, Arnaldo knows how it is. He's been in love before. She looked up at me with those uniquely beautiful eyes. "Are you in love, Mr. Cross?" "Irrevocably." Manuel Alcoa slapped me on the back as he rounded me. "You just cost me $1,000, Cross." I leaned against the kitchen island and shoved my hand into the pocket of my jeans, wrapping it around my smartphone. Ava was mid-flight, and I was alert for any word from her or Raoul. I'd never feared flying, never worried over someone's safety while traveling. Until now. "How so?" I asked, before taking a swig of my beer. "You are the last man I figured would tie the knot, and you turn out to be the first." Manuel shook his head. "Kills me." I lowered the bottle. "You bet against me?" "Yeah. Although I suspect someone had the inside scoop." The portfolio manager narrowed his eyes across the island at Arnaldo Ricci, who lifted one shoulder in a shrug. "If it's any consolation," I said, "I'd have bet against me too." Manuel grinned. "Latinas rule, my friend. Sexy, curvy, more than a handful in bed and out. Hot-tempered, passionate." He hummed. "Good choice." "Manuel!" Arash yelled from the living room. "Bring those limes over here." I watched Manuel leave the kitchen with a bowl of lime slices. Arash's condo was modern and spacious, with a panoramic view of the East River. There was a notable lack of walls, except for those hiding the bathrooms. Circling the granite-topped island, I approached Arnaldo. "How are you?" "Good." His gaze dropped to the amber liquid he swirled in a tumbler. "I'd ask you the same, but you look well." "I'm glad." I didn't waste time with small talk. "Ava worries that you've got a problem with her." He glanced at me. "I've never been disrespectful to your woman." "She never said you were." Arnaldo drank, taking a moment to savor the fine liquor before swallowing it. "I understand that you are, what's the word, held captive by this woman." "Captivated," I provided, wondering why he didn't just speak in Italian. "Ah, yes." He gave me a slight smile. "I have been there, my friend, as you know. I don't judge you." I knew Arnaldo understood. I'd found him in Florence, recovering from the loss of a woman by drowning in liquor and cooking like a madman, producing so much five-star cuisine he was giving it away. I had been fascinated by the totality of his despair, and unable to relate. I'd been so certain I would never know anything like it. Like the opacity and soundproofing of the glass wall in my office, my view of life had been dulled. I knew I'd never be able to explain to Ava how she appeared to me the first time I saw her, so vibrant and warm, a colorful explosion in a black and white landscape. "Voglio che sia felice." It was a simple statement, but the crux of the issue. I want her to be happy. "If her happiness depends on what I think," he answered in Italian, "you ask too much. I will never say anything against her. I'll always treat her with the respect I feel for you as long as you are together. But what I believe is my choice and my right, Gideon." I looked over at Arash, who was lining up shot glasses on the bar in the living room. As my lead attorney, he knew about both my marriage and Ava's sex tape, and he didn't have a problem with either one. "Our relationship is complex," I explained quietly. "I've hurt her as much as she's ever hurt me, likely more." "I'm not surprised to hear that, but I am sorry." Arnaldo studied me. "You couldn't choose one of the other women who've loved you and would give you no trouble? A comfortable ornament who would settle into your life without a ripple. As Ava says, what would be the fun in that? My smile faded. She challenges me, Arnaldo. Makes me see things, think about things, in ways I didn't before. And she loves me, not like the others. I reached for my phone again. You didn't allow the others to love you. I couldn't. I was waiting for her. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, and I said, I can't imagine your Bianca was hassle-free. He laughed. No, but my life is simple. I can use complications. My life was ordered. Now it's an adventure. Arnaldo sobered, his dark eyes growing serious. But that wildness in her that you love is what worries me most. Stop worrying. I will mention this only once, then never again. You may be angry with me for what I say, but understand that my heart is in the right place. My jaw tightened. Get it off your chest. I sat with Ava and Brett Klein at dinner. I observed them together. There is chemistry there, not unlike what I saw between Bianca and the man she left me for. I wish I believed Ava would ignore it, but she's already proven that she can't. I held his gaze. She had her reasons. Reasons I gave her. Arnaldo took another drink. Then I'll pray that you don't give her more reasons. Hey! Arash shouted. Cut it out with the Italian and get your asses in here. Arnaldo touched his glass to my bottle before passing me. I finished my beer alone, taking a moment to consider what Arnaldo had said. Then I joined the party.
4.
What's got you frowning, baby girl?
Carrie asked, his voice low and sleepy from the Dramamine he'd downed at takeoff. Staring at the choices in the drop-down menu my cursor hovered over, I debated which to pick. Engaged or it's complicated. Since married also applied, I thought all of the above should have been an option. Wouldn't that be fun to explain? Glancing across the luxurious cabin of Gideon's private jet, I found my best friend sprawled along the white leather sofa with his hands tucked behind his head. Long and lean, he was a pretty picture with his shirt riding high and his cargo pants riding low, exposing the amazing abs that were helping Grey Isles to sell jeans, underwear, and other men's clothing. Carrie had no problem whatsoever accustoming himself to the luxurious conveniences of Gideon's immense wealth. He'd settled immediately and comfortably into the elegant appointments of the ultra-modern cabin, and somehow, even casually dressed, he looked perfectly at home amid the brushed steel and gray oak. I'm trying to set up some social media accounts, I answered.
Whoa.
He sat up with effortless grace, his posture surprisingly and instantly alert.
Big step.
Yeah. Nathan had kept me hiding, afraid to put myself out there and risk making it easy for him to find me. But it's time. I feel like... Never mind. It's just time.
All right.
He set his elbows on his knees and tapped his fingertips together.
And why is your face all scrunched up like that?
Well, there's a lot to consider. I mean, how much do I share out there? I don't have to worry about Nathan anymore, but Gideon is under constant scrutiny. With my thoughts on Gideon, I ran a search for his profile. It popped up with the little blue checkmark that told me it was verified as belonging to him. The sight of his picture, a shot of him in a black three-piece suit and the blue tie I loved, sent a pang of longing through me. He'd been photographed on a rooftop with the skyline of Manhattan fuzzily out of focus behind him, while he was sharply and vividly captured by the camera's lens. He was even sharper and more vibrant in reality. I stared into Gideon's eyes, getting lost in that impossible blue. His black hair framed that perfect fallen angel face in strands of glossy, inky silk. Poetic? Yes. But then his looks could inspire sonnets, to say nothing of spur-of-the-moment marriage. When had the photo been taken? Before we'd met? He had the implacable, remote look that made him seem like such an impossible dream. "I'm married," I blurted out, tearing my gaze away from the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen. To Gideon, of course. Who else would I be married to? Carrie froze while I rambled.
Come again?
I rubbed my palms on my yoga pants. It was a cop-out telling him the news while motion sickness drugs lulled his brain, but I'd take any advantage I could get. When we went away last weekend, we eloped. He was quiet for a long, waited minute. Then he exploded to his feet.
Are you shitting me?
Raoul's head turned in our direction. The movement was casual and unhurried, but his gaze was vigilant and watchful. He sat in the far corner, being eerily unobtrusive for such a hard-to-miss guy.
"What's the damned rush?"
Carrie snapped. It just happened. I couldn't explain it. I thought it was too soon, still did, but Gideon was the only man I would ever love so completely. When I considered that, I knew Gideon had been right. We'd only be postponing the inevitable. And Gideon needed my promise that I was his forever. My amazing husband who found it so hard to believe he could be loved. I'm not sorry.
Not yet.
Carrie shoved both hands into his hair.
Jesus, Ava! You don't up and marry the first guy you have a serious relationship with.
It's not like that, I protested, awkwardly avoiding looking at Raoul. You know how we feel about each other.
Sure. You two are whack jobs separately. Together, you're a goddamn nut house.
I flipped him the bird. We'll work on it. Wearing a ring doesn't mean we stop figuring things out. He dropped into the chair across from me.
What incentive has he got to fix anything? He's bagged and tagged the prize. You're stuck with his psychotic dreams and Grand Canyon-sized mood swings.
Wait a minute, I said tightly, feeling the sting of truth in his words. You didn't get upset when I told you we were engaged.
Because I figured it'd be a year at the very least before Monica got the wedding worked out. Maybe a year and a half. At least some time for you two to try living together.
I let him rant. Better that he did it at 30,000 feet than in some public venue where the whole world could hear. He leaned closer, his green eyes fierce.
I'm having a baby, and I'm not getting married. You know why? Because I'm too fucked up and I know it. I've got no business hitching a passenger on this wild ride. If he loved you, he'd be thinking about you and what's best for you.
I'm so glad you're happy for me, Carrie. That means a lot. The words dripped with sarcasm, but they were honest in their own way. There were girlfriends I could call who would tell me what an amazingly lucky bitch I was. Carrie was my closest friend because he always gave it to me straight, even when I desperately wanted sugarcoating. But Carrie was thinking only about the darkness. He didn't understand the light Gideon brought into my life, the acceptance and the love, the safety. Gideon had given me my freedom back, a life without terror. Giving him vows in return was too simple a repayment for that. I turned my attention back to Gideon's profile, scrolling down to see that the most recent post was a link to an article about our engagement. I doubted he'd posted it himself. He was too busy to bother with something like that. But I figured he had approved it. If not, he had somehow already made it clear that I was important enough to become the one bit of personal news that was okay to be shared on an otherwise business-focused profile. Gideon was proud of me, proud to be marrying me, A hot mess with a history of bad choices. Whatever anyone else thought, I knew I was the one who'd bagged and tagged the prize.
Fuck!
Carrie slouched into the chair.
Make me feel like an ass.
If the shoe fits, I muttered, clicking on the link to view other photos of Gideon. It was a mistake. All the pictures posted by his social media admin were business-related, but the unofficial pictures he'd been tagged in weren't. There, in living color, were images of him with beautiful women. And they hit me hard. Jealousy clawed and twisted my stomach. God, he looked amazing in a tuxedo, dark and dangerous. His face savagely beautiful, his cheekbones and mouth chiseled perfection, his posture confident and more than a little arrogant, an alpha male in his prime. I knew the photos weren't recent. I knew the women in them didn't have first-hand knowledge of his insanely mad skills in bed. He had a rule about that. Neither of which stopped the images from making me twitchy.
Am I the last to know?
Carrie asked. You're the only one. I glanced at Raoul. At least on my side. Gideon wants to tell the world, but we're going to keep it under wraps. He studied me.
For how long?
Forever. The next wedding we have will be our first as far as anyone else is concerned.
You having second thoughts?
It killed me that Carrie didn't care that we had an audience. I was hyper-aware that every move I made, every word I said, was being witnessed. Not that Raoul's presence had any effect on my answer. No, I'm glad we're married. I love him, Carrie. I was glad Gideon was mine, and I missed him. Worse after seeing those pictures.
I know you do,
Carrie said with a sigh. Unable to help myself, I opened the messaging app on my laptop and sent Gideon a text. I miss you. He texted back almost instantly. Turn the plane around. That made me smile. It was so like him, and so unlike me. Wasting the pilot's time, the fuel. It seemed so frivolous to me. More than that, though, would be the proof of how dependent on Gideon I'd become. That would be the kiss of death in our relationship. He could have anything, any woman at any time. If I ever became too easy for him, we'd both lose respect for me. Losing his love wouldn't be far behind. I returned to my new profile and uploaded a selfie I'd taken with Gideon that I synced from my smartphone. I made it the masthead image. Then I tagged him and gave it a description. The love of my life. After all, if his photos were going to include him with women, I wanted at least one of them to be me. And the one I'd chosen was undeniably intimate. We lay on our backs, our temples touching, my face bare of makeup and his relaxed with a smile in his eyes. I dared anyone to look at it and not see that I had a private bond with him the world would never know. I suddenly wanted to call him, so badly that I could almost hear that amazingly sexy voice, as intoxicating as top-shelf liquor, smooth with just a hint of bite. I wanted to be with him, my hand in his, my lips against his throat where the smell of his skin called to something hungry and primitive inside me. It scared me sometimes, how much I needed him, to the exclusion of everything else. There was no one I wanted to be with more, including my best friend, who was at that moment needing me almost as fiercely. It's all good, Carrie, I assured him. Don't worry.
I'd be more worried if I thought you actually believed that.
He shoved the bangs off his forehead with an impatient hand.
It's too soon, Ava.
I nodded. But it'll work out. It had to. I couldn't imagine my life without Gideon in it. Carrie's head dropped back and his eyes closed. I might have thought he was succumbing to the motion sickness pills, except his knuckles were white from gripping the armrests too tightly. He was taking the news hard. I didn't know what I could say to reassure him.
"You're still heading in the wrong direction," Gideon texted.
I almost asked him how he knew that, but caught myself.
"Are you having a good time with the guys?" "I'd have more fun with you."
I grinned.
"I would hope so."
My fingers paused, then.
"I told Carrie."
The answer wasn't instantaneous.
"Still friends?" "He hasn't disowned me yet."
He didn't say anything to that, and I told myself not to read too much into his silence. He was out with his guys. It had been asking a lot to even hear from him at all. Still, I was super happy to get a text from him 10 minutes later.
"Don't stop missing me."
I looked over at Carrie and found him watching me. Was Gideon facing similar disapproval from his friends?
"Don't stop loving me," I texted back.
His answer was simple and very much Gideon.
"Deal."
SoCal, baby. I missed you. Carrie descended the steps from the plane to the tarmac, tilting his head back to look up at the night sky. God, it's good to leave that East Coast humidity behind. I scrambled down after him, eager to get to the tall, dark figure waiting by a shiny black Suburban. Victor Reyes was the kind of male who commanded attention. Part of that was due to his being a cop. The rest was all him. Dad! I ran full bore toward him, and he unfolded from where he'd been leaning against the SUV and opened his arms to me. He absorbed the crash of my body into his and lifted me off my feet, squeezing me so tightly I couldn't breathe. "It's good to see you, baby," he said gruffly. Carrie sauntered up to us. My dad put me down. "Carrie?" My dad clasped Carrie's hand, then pulled him in for a quick hug and a hearty slap on the back. "Looking good, kid." "I try." "Got everything?" my dad asked. He eyed Raoul, who'd exited the plane first and now stood silently near a black Benz that had been parked and waiting close by. Gideon had told me to forget that Raoul was there. That wasn't easy for me to do. "Yep," Carrie answered, adjusting the weight of his duffel strap on his shoulder. He carried my bag, which was lighter than his, in his hand. Even with all my makeup and 3 pairs of shoes, Carrie had packed more than me. I loved that about him. "You too hungry?" My dad opened the passenger door for me. It was just past 9 in California, but after midnight in New York. Too late for me to eat usually, but we hadn't grabbed dinner. Carrie answered before climbing into the back seat. "Starved." I laughed. "You're always hungry." "So are you, sweet cheeks," he shot back, sliding into the center seat so he could lean forward and be in the mix. "I've just got no guilt about it." We pulled away from the jet, and I watched it grow smaller as we cruised down the tarmac toward the exit. I glanced at my dad's profile, looking for any hint of his thoughts about the lifestyle I'd be living as Gideon's wife. The private jets, the full-time bodyguards. I knew how he felt about Stanton's wealth, but that was my stepdad. I was hoping a husband would be cut some slack. Still, I knew the change in routine was glaring. Previously, we would have flown into San Diego's harbor. We would have headed to the gas lamp and grabbed a table at Dick's Last Resort, spending an hour or more laughing at the silliness and enjoying a beer with dinner. There was tension now that hadn't been there before. Nathan, Gideon, my mom, they were all hovering between us. It sucked. Massively. "What about that place in Oceanside with the slushy beer and peanut shells on the floor?" Carrie suggested. "Yeah." I twisted in my seat to give him a grateful smile. "That'd be fun." Laid back and familiar. Perfect. I could tell my dad thought so too when I looked at him and his mouth quirked. "You got it." We left the airport behind. I dug out my phone and turned it on, wanting to sync it to the suburban sound system so we could listen to music that would take us back to less complicated times. Texts popped up so fast, they filled my screen, then scrolled off. The most recent one was from Brett. "Call me when you get into town." And right on cue, Golden started playing on the radio. I was climbing the steps of my dad's tiny porch the next day when my phone started vibrating. I pulled it out of my shorts pocket and felt a tingle of happiness at the sight of Gideon's picture on the screen. "Good morning," I answered, settling into one of the two cushioned wrought iron chairs near the front door. "Did he sleep well?"
Well enough.
The beloved, soft rasp of his voice slid sweetly through me.
Raoul says Victor's coffee could wake a hibernating bear.
I glanced at the Benz parked across the narrow street. The tinted windows were so dark I couldn't see the man inside. It was a bit freaky that Raoul had somehow managed to talk to Gideon about the coffee I'd just barely taken over to him before I even made it back to the house. "Are you trying to intimidate me with how closely you're watching me?"
If intimidation were my goal, I wouldn't be subtle about it.
I picked up the mug I dropped off on the small patio table prior to making my Java delivery to Raoul. "You do know that tone of voice makes me want to irritate you back, don't you?"
Because you like the way I rise to the challenge,
he purred, sending little goosebumps across my skin despite the warmth of the summer day. My mouth curved. "So, what exactly did you guys end up doing last night?"
The usual. Drink. Give each other a hard time.
"Did you go out?"
For a couple of hours.
My grip tightened on the phone as I pictured a pack of hot guys out on the prowl. "I hope you had fun."
It wasn't bad. Tell me your plans for the day.
I picked up the same note of tightness in his words that I'd just had. Unfortunately, marriage wasn't a cure for jealousy. "When Carrie wakes up and rolls his ass off the couch, we'll grab a quick lunch with my dad. Then we're going down to San Diego to see Dr. Travis."
And tonight?
I took a sip of my coffee, steeling myself for an argument. I knew he was thinking about Brett. The band's manager sent me an email about where to claim VIP tickets. But I've decided not to see the show. I figure Carrie can take a friend if he wants. What I have to say won't take very long, so either I'll see Brett tomorrow before I leave, or we can chat on the phone. He exhaled softly.
I expect you have an idea of what you're going to tell him.
I'm gonna keep it simple. With Golden and my engagement, I don't think it's appropriate for us to see each other socially. I hope we'll be friends and keep in touch, but email and texts are better, unless you're with me. He was silent long enough that I thought maybe the call had dropped. "Gideon?"
I need to know if you're afraid to see him.
Uneasy, I took another drink. The coffee had cooled, but I barely tasted it anyway. "I don't want to fight about Brett."
So your solution is to avoid him.
"You and I have enough shit to fight about without throwing him into the mix. He's not worth it." Gideon was quiet again. This time, I waited him out. When his voice came again, it was confident and decisive.
I can live with that, Ava.
My shoulders relaxed, and something inside me eased. And then, paradoxically, my chest tightened. I remembered what he'd said to me once, that he'd live with me loving another man just so long as he had me. He loved me so much more than he loved himself. It broke my heart that he'd sell himself short like that. It made it impossible to hold myself back. "You're everything to me," I breathed. "I think about you all the time."
It's no different for me.
"Really?" I lowered my voice further, trying to keep it down. "Because I have it so bad for you. I get, well, hot. Like I'm overcome with this desperate need to be touching you. My brain scatters, and I have to take a minute to write it out. but it's so hard to deal. So many times I've almost dropped whatever I'm doing to get to you.
Ava.
I have fantasies about barging into one of your meetings and just running right into you. Have I told you that? When the craving is really bad, I can almost feel you pulling at me. I rushed on when I heard him growl softly. I lose my breath every time I see you. If I close my eyes, I can hear your voice. I woke up this morning and I panicked a little because you're so far away. I would have given anything to be able to get to you. I wanted to cry because I couldn't.
Christ. Ava, please.
If you're going to worry about anything, Gideon, it should be me. Because I can't be rational when it comes to you. I'm crazy about you. Literally. I can't think about a future without you. It freaks me out.
God damn it. You'll never be without me. We're going to grow old together, die together. I'm not going to live a single day without you.
A tear slid from the corner of my eye. I scrubbed it away. I need you to understand that you'll never have to settle for pieces of me. You shouldn't be settling at all. You deserve so much better. You could have anyone.
That's enough.
I jumped at the lash of his voice.
You will not ever say anything like that to me again,
he snapped.
Or I swear to God, Angel, I will punish you.
Shocked silence filled the space between us. The words I'd spoken circled restlessly in my mind, taunting me with how pathetic I could be. I never wanted to be dependent on him, but I already was. I have to go, I said hoarsely.
Don't hang up. For God's sake, Ava, we're married. We're in love. There's no shame in that. So what if it's crazy? It's us. It's who we are. You need to come to grips with that.
The screen door squeaked as my dad stepped onto the porch. I looked at him and said, My dad's here, Gideon. I'll have to talk to you later.
You make me happy,
he said, in the deep, firm tone he used when making an unswayable decision.
I'd forgotten what that feels like. Don't devalue what you mean to me.
God. I love you too. I ended the call and set the phone down on the table with a shaky hand. My dad settled into the other chair with his coffee. He wore long shorts and a dark olive t-shirt, but his feet were bare. He'd shaved and his hair was still damp, the ends curling slightly as they dried. He was my father, but that didn't stop me from appreciating the fact that he was ridiculously attractive. He kept himself in great shape and had a naturally confident bearing. I could see why my mother hadn't been able to resist him when they'd met. And apparently still couldn't.
I heard you talking, he said without looking at me.
Oh. My stomach dropped. It was bad enough spilling my guts to Gideon. Knowing that my dad had heard me do it only made it worse.
I was going to talk to you about whether you knew what you were doing. Getting engaged so soon and so young.
I pulled my legs up and crossed them under me. I figured you would.
But now I think I understand what you're feeling.
He looked at me, his gray eyes soft and searching.
You express it far better than I ever could back in the day. The most I could ever get out was, I love you. And it's just not enough.
I could see he was thinking about my mom. I knew it must be hard not to when I looked so much like her. Gideon doesn't think those words are enough either. I looked down at my rings, the one Gideon had given me to express his need to hold on to me, and the other both a symbol of his commitment and a tribute to a time in his past when he'd last felt loved. He shows me, though, all the time.
I've talked to him a few times now.
My dad paused.
I have to remind myself that he's in his 20s.
That made me smile. He's very self-possessed.
He's also very hard to read.
My smile widened. He's a poker player, but he means what he says. I believed Gideon implicitly. He always told me the truth. The problem was, there was a lot he didn't tell me.
And he wants to marry my daughter.
I shot him a look. You gave him your blessing.
He said he would always take care of you. He promised to keep you safe and make you happy.
He stared across the street at the Bens.
I still don't know why I believe him, even with him staking out my place for you. Doesn't help that he lied about waiting to ask you.
He couldn't wait, Dad. Don't hold it against him. He loves me too much. He looked at me again.
You didn't sound happy when you were just talking to him.
No. I sounded desperate and insecure. I sighed. I love him like mad, but I hate when I get needy with it. We should be balanced in our relationship. Equals.
Good goal. Don't lose sight of it. Does he want that too?
He wants us to be together, in everything. But he's built a reputation and an empire, and I want to build my own. Not necessarily the empire, but the reputation for sure.
Have you talked to him about this?
Oh, yeah. My mouth quirked. But he believes Mrs. Cross should naturally play on Team Cross, and I can see his point.
It's good to hear that you've been thinking this through.
I heard the pause. But
that could be a serious issue, couldn't it?
I loved the way my dad urged me to explore without trying to sway me or judge. He'd always been that way. Yes, I don't think it would become a deal breaker for us, but it could cause problems. He isn't used to not getting what he wants.
Then you're good for him.
He thinks so. I shrugged. Gideon isn't the problem. It's me. He's been through a lot in his life, and he's had to deal with it on his own. I don't want him to feel like he's got to handle everything himself anymore. I want him to feel like we're a unit and that I'm here to support him. That's a hard message to send when I want my own independence, too.
You're a lot like me,
he said with a soft smile, looking so handsome that my heart swelled with pride. I know you'll get along with him. He's a good man, with a beautiful heart. He'd do anything for me, Dad. Even kill for me. The thought made me queasy. The possibility that Gideon would have to answer for Nathan's death in some way was all too real. I couldn't let anything happen to him.
Would he let me pay for the wedding?
My dad snorted out a laugh.
I guess I should ask how much of a fight you think your mother would give me.
Dad. My chest tightened again. After the discussions we'd had about paying for my college tuition, I knew better than to say he didn't have to stretch his finances to the breaking point for me. It was a point of pride, and my father was a very proud man. I don't know what to say except thank you. He gave me a relieved smile, and I realized that he'd been expecting me to be resistant, too.
I've got about 50 large. I know it's not much.
I reached for his hand. It's perfect. I could already hear my mom's freak out in my head. I'd cope with that when the time came. It would be worth it for the look on my father's face at that moment.
It hasn't changed.
Carrie paused on the sidewalk outside the former recreation center and pulled the sunglasses off his face. His gaze slid over the gym's entrance.
I've missed this place.
I reached for his hand and linked our fingers. Me too. We headed up the walk and nodded at the couple standing by the door smoking. Then we went inside and were greeted by the sights and sounds of a hoops match in progress. 2 teams of 3 played a half-court game, taunting each other and laughing. I knew from experience that sometimes Dr. Travis's unusual offices were the only place one felt free and safe enough to laugh. We waved at the players, who paused just long enough to register us, and then we made a beeline for the door that still had Coach emblazoned on the glass inset. It was ajar, and a beloved figure lounged in a worn desk chair with his feet propped on the desk. He tossed a tennis ball against the wall and caught it deftly, over and over, while a fellow patient I knew from before vaped on an electronic cigarette and talked. "Oh, my God!" Kyle stood in a rush, her pretty red mouth falling open and a cloud of vapor billowing out. "I didn't know you two were back!" She launched herself at Carrie, barely giving me time to let his hand go. Dr. Travis folded his legs and then stood, his kind face splitting with a welcoming grin. He was dressed in his usual khakis and dress shirt, with the leather sandals on his feet and the earrings in his ears giving him away as a tad unconventional. His sandy brown hair was shaggy and messy, and his wire-rimmed glasses were slightly skewed on the bridge of his nose.
"I wasn't expecting you to until sometime after 3, he said. "It's after 3 in New York," Carrie rejoined, disentangling himself from Kyle. I had my suspicions that Carrie had slept with the pretty blonde at some point, and that she hadn't brushed it off as easily as he had. Dr. Travis caught me up in a quick hug, then did the same to Carrie. I watched my best friend's eyes close, and his cheek rest for a moment on Dr. Travis's shoulder. My eyes stung as they always did whenever I saw Carrie happy. Dr. Travis was the closest thing to a father that he had, and I knew how much Carrie loved him. "You two still watching each other's backs in the Big Apple?" "Of course," I replied. Carrie jerked his thumb at me. "She's getting married. I'm having a baby." Kyle gasped. I elbowed Carrie in the ribs. "Ow!" he complained, rubbing his side. Dr. Travis blinked. "Congratulations. Quick work, both of you."
"I'll say," Kyle muttered. "What's it been? A month?"
"Kyle."
Dr. Travis tucked his chair into his desk.
"Would you give us a minute?"
She snorted and sauntered toward the door. "You're good, Doc, but I think you're going to need more time than that." "Engaged, huh?" Kyle took another drag off her e-cigarette. Her eyes on Carrie as he leaped above Dr. Travis's head and made a slam dunk. We sat on the worn bleachers about 3 rows from the top, enough distance away that we couldn't overhear the therapy session taking place on the court. Carrie got restless when he opened up. Dr. Travis had quickly learned to keep Carrie physically active if he wanted to keep him talking. Kyle looked at me. "I always kind of figured you and Carrie would end up together." I laughed and shook my head. "It's not like that with us. Never has been." She shrugged. Her eyes were the color of the San Diego sky and heavily rimmed with electric blue liner. "You known this guy you're marrying long?" "Long enough." Dr. Travis nailed a bank shot and then ruffled Carrie's hair affectionately. I saw him glance at me and knew it was my turn. I stood and stretched. "Catch you later," I said to Kyle. "Good luck." My mouth twisted wryly, and I made my way down the stairs until I reached Dr. Travis. He was about Gideon's height, so I stopped before I hit the bottom stair so that we were briefly at eye level. "You ever consider moving to New York, Doc?" He smiled his crooked smile.
"As if California taxes aren't bad enough."
I sighed dramatically. "I had to try." His arm slung around my shoulders when I joined him courtside.
"So did Carrie. I'm flattered."
We went to his office. I shut the door while he nabbed a dinged metal chair and spun it around to sit facing backward, with his arms draped along the backrest. It was one of his quirks. He sat in the desk chair when he was just hanging out. He straddled the relic when he got down to business.
"Tell me about your fiancé,"
he said, when I took my usual spot on the green vinyl sofa that was held together with duct tape and decorated with signatures of former and existing patients. "Come on," I chided. "We both know Carrie filled you in." Carrie always started his sessions with talk about my life and me. That eventually dovetailed into talk about him.
And I know who Gideon Cross is.
Dr. Travis tapped his feet in that way he had that somehow never seemed restless or impatient.
But I want to hear about the man you're going to marry.
I thought for a minute, and he sat quietly while I did, not waiting, just observing. Gideon is... God, he's so many things. He's complicated. We have some issues to work out, but we'll get there. My more immediate problem is the feelings I'm having for this singer I used to... see.
Brett Klein?
You remember his name?
Carrie reminded me, but I remember our discussions about him.
Yeah, well... I looked at my stunning wedding ring, twisting it around my finger. I'm so in love with Gideon. He's changed my life in so many ways. He makes me feel beautiful and precious. I know it seems too fast, but he's the one for me. Dr. Travis smiled.
It was love at first sight for me and my wife. We were in high school when we met, but I knew she was the girl I was going to marry.
My gaze drifted to the pictures of his wife on his desk. There was one when she was younger and another more recent. The office itself was a mess of papers, sports equipment, books, and ancient posters of bygone sports personalities. But the frames and glass protecting the photos were spotless. I don't understand why Brett has any effect on me at all. It's not that I want him. I can't imagine being with anyone else but Gideon, sexually or otherwise. But I'm not indifferent to Brett.
Why should you be? He asked simply. He was a part of your life at a pivotal time, and the end of your relationship caused a bit of an epiphany for you.
My interest. That's not the right word. Doesn't feel like nostalgia.
No, I'm sure it doesn't. I would guess you're feeling some regret, thinking about what-ifs. It was a highly sexual relationship for you, so there may be some lingering attraction, even if you know you'd never go there again.
I was almost sure he was right about that. His fingertips drummed on the back of the chair.
You said your fiancé is a complicated man, and you're working on some issues. Brett was very simple. You knew what you were getting with him. In the last few months, you've had a big move. You're closer to your mother, and you're engaged. You may occasionally wish things were simpler.
I stared at him as that sank in. How do you make sense like that?
Practice.
Fear made me say, I don't want to screw things up with Gideon.
Do you have someone you're talking with in New York?
We're in couples therapy. He nodded.
Practical. That's good. He wants it to work too. Does he know?
About Nathan? Yes.
I'm proud of you, kiddo.
I'm going to avoid Brett, but I wonder if that means I'm not dealing with the root of the problem. Like an alcoholic who doesn't drink is still an alcoholic. The problem is still there. They're just staying away from it.
Not quite true, but interesting that you'd use an addiction analogy. You're prone to self-destructive behavior with men. A lot of individuals with your history are, so it's not unexpected, and we've addressed that before.
I know. That was why I was so afraid of getting lost in Gideon.
There are a few things you have to consider, he continued. You're engaged to a man who, on the surface, is very much the sort of man your mother would want for you. Considering how you feel about your mother's dependence on men, there might be some resistance you're feeling.
My nose wrinkled. He wagged his finger at me.
Ah, a possibility? The other is that you might not feel you deserve what you've found with him.
A rock settled in my gut. And I deserve Brett?
Ava.
He gave me a kind smile.
The fact you're even asking that question, that's your problem right there.
5. I didn't even recognize you without the suit and tie, Sam Yamara said, as I settled into the seat across from him. He was a compact man, well shy of 6 feet in height, but muscled. His head was shaved and tattooed, his earlobes pierced, so that I could see right through them. Pete's 69th Street bar wasn't located on 69th Street, so I had no idea where the name originated. I did understand that 6/9 had derived their name from it after playing on its stage for a number of years. I also understood that the restrooms in the back had provided a place for Brett Klein to screw my wife. I wanted to lay my fists into him for that. She deserved palaces and private islands, not seedy bar bathroom stalls. Pete's wasn't quite a dive, but it was classless. A beach bar that looked best under cover of darkness, and known mostly as a place for SDSU students to hook up and drink till they couldn't remember what they did or whom they fucked. After I tore the place to the ground, they wouldn't remember the bar either. The choice in venue was deliberate and quite brilliant on Yamara's part. It put me on edge and drove home what was at stake. If my decision to show up alone and dressed in jeans and t-shirt threw him off in return, I'd consider the challenge well met. I leaned back in my seat, watching him carefully. The bar had a few patrons, most of whom were seated on the patio. Only a handful of us occupied the beach-themed interior. Have you decided to accept my offer? I've considered it. He crossed his legs and angled so that he could lay his arm along his seat back. Overconfident and not smart enough to exercise caution. But hey, considering what you're valued at, I'm surprised Ava's privacy isn't worth more than $1 million to you. I smiled inwardly. Ava's peace of mind is priceless to me. But if you think I'll up my offer, you aren't thinking clearly. The injunction against you will go through. And then there's the pesky little detail regarding the legality of filming Ava without her consent, a very different scenario from a mutually agreed-upon private sex tape gone public. His jaw tightened. I thought you wanted to keep this quiet, not make it part of public record. Ava would be on her own with any lawsuit, you know. I've already talked to Brett, and we've worked things out. Tension tightened my shoulders. He's seen the footage? He has it. Sam reached into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive. Here's a copy for Ava. I figured you should see what you're paying for. The thought of Klein viewing sexual images of Ava sent rage surging through me. His memories were bad enough. A recording was unacceptable. My hand fisted around the flash drive. It's going to come out that the footage exists. I can't stop it. You contacted too many reporters with your offer to sell it. What I can do is destroy you. Personally, that would be my preference. I want to watch you burn, you piece of shit. Sam shifted in his seat. I leaned forward. You got more than Ava and Klein with your cameras. There are dozens of other victims who didn't sign releases. I own this bar. Hell, I own the band. It didn't take much effort to find the regulars and 6/9 followers who were here when you were illegally filming in the bathrooms. The last bit of avarice in his gaze dimmed, then blinked out completely. If you were smarter, I went on, you would have leveraged for long-term gain instead of an immediate payout. Instead, you're going to sign the contract I'm about to put in front of you and walk away with a check for $250,000. He straightened. Fuck that! You said $1 million. That was the deal. Which you didn't accept. I stood. It's no longer on the table. And if you take any longer to decide, the new offer won't be either. I'll just run you into the ground and straight into a jail cell. It's enough that I can tell Ava I tried. As I walked away, I shoved the flash drive into my pocket, where it promptly burned a hole I couldn't ignore. My gaze met Arash's as I passed where he sat at the bar, waiting for his cue to step in. He hopped off his bar stool. "Always a pleasure watching you scare the hell out of someone," he said, before heading toward the seat I'd just vacated, the necessary contract and check in hand. I stepped outside the dim bar into the bright San Diego sunshine. Ava didn't want me to view the footage. She'd made me promise I wouldn't. But she was feeling something for Klein. He remained a very real threat. Seeing them together, intimately, might give me the information I needed to fight him off. Had she been as sexually raw with him as she was with me? Had she been as desperate and greedy for him? Could he make her come like I could? I squeezed my eyes shut against the images in my head, but they wouldn't go away. Remembering my promise, I crossed the parking lot to my rental car. Is it silly that I'm nearly as excited to be your friend as I am to be your wife? I laughed inwardly as I read Ava's text and replied, I'm as excited to be your lover as I am to be your husband. OMG, fiend. That had me laughing aloud. What was that sound? Arash looked at me over the edge of his tablet, having made himself at home on the couch in my hotel suite. Was that a laugh, Cross? Were you seriously just laughing, or were you having a stroke? I flipped him off. Seriously? He shot back. The finger? Ava says it's a classic. Ava's hot enough to get away with it. You're not. I opened a new window on my laptop and logged into my social media profile, linking it to Ava's with the engaged to designation now that we were friends. As I waited for her to accept the relationship link, I clicked on her profile and smiled again at the cover image she'd selected. She was exposing herself to the world for the first time, and she was doing so as the woman who was mine. I texted her back when she approved our joined status. Now you're both. Smiley face. I'm keeping my half of our deal. My gaze moved from the message window to the photo of us on her profile. I brushed over her face with my fingertips, resisting the urge to go to her. It was too soon. She needed what space I could bear to give her. So am I, angel mine. The theater in the casino wasn't a huge venue, but it wasn't small either, and it was easier to fill. It was better for 6/9 to boast sold-out concerts than to risk embarrassingly empty seats, even in their hometown. Christopher would have thought of that. My brother was good at what he did. I'd learned not to tell him so, though. It only made him more of an asshole. As the rows of seats slowly emptied, I made my way toward backstage. Not my turf, despite the all-access pass I carried as primary shareholder of Vidal Records. Klein definitely had the advantage. But I hadn't been able to stay away until morning, even though I knew it was the wiser move. Then he'd be exhausted, possibly hungover. I would have the upper hand then. I couldn't wait that long. He had the footage. He would have watched it at least once. Maybe more than that. I couldn't stomach the thought of him watching it again. Getting it away from him was the most important thing on my agenda. And I wanted him to know I was close by before he met with Ava. I was marking my territory, so to speak, and I chose to do so in the jeans and t-shirt I'd worn when I met Yamara. Anything to do with Ava was a personal matter, not business, and I wanted that to be clear the moment Klein saw me. I entered stage left and walked straight into chaos. Scantily clad women fucked up on their drug or booze of choice lined the scuffed, narrow corridor. Dozens of tattooed and pierced men broke down and packed up equipment with efficient, practiced skill and speed. Hard grinding music piped out of hidden speakers, clashing with the tunes spilling out of individual rooms. I weaved through the pandemonium, searching for a distinctive head of frosted spikes. An achingly familiar blonde stumbled out of an open doorway several feet away, her hair falling around her shoulders and drawing attention to the lush curves of a great ass. My footsteps slowed. My heartbeat quickened. Klein followed her out, a beer in one hand and the other reaching for her. She caught it and pulled him out into the wing. I knew how that delicate hand felt, how smooth the skin was, how firm the grip. I knew how those nails felt digging into my back, how those fingers tugged at my hair as she came against my mouth. The electric sizzle of her touch, the primal awareness. I stood frozen, my gut knotting. She stood close, too close to Klein. Her shoulder leaned against the wall. Her hip was cocked provocatively, her fingertips brushing suggestively over Klein's stomach. He gave her a cocky, flirtatious smile, his hand rubbing her upper arm in a far too intimate way. No one who saw them together could mistake that they were lovers. Rage fired my blood. A sick darkness radiated through me. Pain, searing and soul-deep. It took my breath and every ounce of control. A woman's arm draped over my shoulder. Her hand slid beneath the neck of my t-shirt to touch my chest, while her other wrapped around my hip to stroke my dick. Cloying perfume assaulted my nose, spurring me to shrug her off violently, even as a model-thin brunette with heavily made-up blue eyes tried to sandwich me from the front. "Back off," I growled, glaring at both in a way that had them stumbling back and calling me an asshole. In another time, I would have fucked them both, turning the feel of being hunted into one of complete control. I'd learned how to handle sexual predators after Hugh, how to put them in their place. I surged forward, pushing through the crowd, remembering the feel of Klein's jaw against my fist, the unforgiving hardness of his torso, the grunt of air leaving his body when I hit him with everything I had. I wanted him laid out and battered, bloody, broken. Klein bent over her, speaking close to her ear. My hands clenched. She threw her head back and laughed, and I stumbled to a halt, startled and confused. Despite the volume of noise, the sound struck me as wrong. It wasn't Ava's laugh. It was too high. My wife's laugh was low and throaty, sexy, as unique as the woman it belonged to. The blonde turned her head, and I saw her in profile. She wasn't Ava. The body and hair were similar, not the face. What the fuck? My mind caught up with reality. The girl was the one from the Golden music video, the Ava stand-in. Roadies and groupies filtered around me, but I remained fixed in place as Klein caressed and seduced a pale imitation of my incomparable wife. My phone vibrated in my pocket, startling me. I cursed and pulled it out, reading the text from Raoul. She just arrived at the casino. So, she'd changed her mind about seeing Klein. Working the situation to my benefit, I typed back, "Get her to the left wing now." Got it. I backed up against the wall, sidestepping into an alcove half hidden by steel equipment cases stacked on hand trucks. The minutes ticked by slowly. I sensed her before I saw her, felt the frisson of recognition. Turning my head, I found her easily, Unlike her imitator, who wore a small, tight dress, Ava was dressed in jeans that hugged every curve and a simple gray tank top. She wore heeled sandals and hoop earrings, casual and relaxed. Hunger hit me with brutal force. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and easily the sexiest woman alive. Other women turned their heads to follow her when she walked by, envying her effortless beauty and sexuality. Men eyed her with heated interest, but she didn't seem to notice, her attention on Klein. Her gaze narrowed as she took in the same scene I had moments earlier. I watched her assess the situation and knew when she reached the same conclusion I had. A myriad of emotions crossed her face. It had to be odd for her, seeing a former lover so desperate to recapture what he'd once had with her. It was inconceivable to me. If I couldn't have Ava, I would have no one. Her shoulders went back, her chin lifted. Then a smile curved her mouth. I could see the acceptance settle over her, a new kind of peace. Whatever she'd needed, she had found it. Ava passed by without spotting me, but Raoul joined me. "Awkward," he said, his attention on Klein as the singer looked up and spotted my wife, his body visibly stiffening. "Perfect," I replied, as my wife greeted Klein by extending her left hand to him. My ring on her finger sparkled brilliantly, impossible to miss. "Keep me posted." I left. As my muscles burned through my 80th push-up, my gaze was on the flash drive lying on the carpet in front of me. The way I'd dealt with Yamara and Klein had been effective, but unsatisfying. I was still tense and aggravated, spoiling for a fight. My eyes stung as rivulets of sweat ran down my forehead. My chest heaved with exertion. Knowing Ava was out clubbing with Carrie and some of their SoCal friends only sharpened the edge I hovered on. I knew how primed she got when out drinking and dancing. I loved nailing her when her body was damp and steamy with perspiration, her cunt slick and greedy. Jesus. My dick throbbed and hardened further. My arms trembled as I neared the point of muscle fatigue. Veins stood out in harsh relief along my forearms and hands. I needed a cold shower, but I wouldn't get myself off. I always saved it for Ava. Every thick, creamy drop. The message app on my laptop pinged, and I slowed the vicious pace, hitting 100 before I pushed to my feet. I grabbed the flash drive and dropped it on the desk, then retrieved the towel I'd hung over the back of the chair. Wiping my face before opening the window on my laptop, I expected to read the latest update on Ava's evening. What I saw was a text from her. "What room are you in?" I stared at the screen for a moment, processing the question. Another ping announced a text from Raoul. "She's heading toward your hotel." Anticipation shifted my focus from working out to my delectable, clever wife. I typed a reply to her. 4269. I reached for the phone on the desk and called room service. "A bottle of Cristal," I ordered. 2 flutes, strawberries, and whipped cream. Have it here in 10. Thanks. Returning the receiver to its base, I slung the towel around the back of my neck. A quick glance at the clock told me it was 2:30 in the morning. By the time the doorbell chimed, I'd turned on all the lights in both the living room and bedroom and opened the curtains that had been blocking the view of the moonlit ocean. I went to the door and opened it, finding both Ava and room service waiting. Dressed as I'd seen her earlier, Ava looked like a bad girl, renewing my hard-on in an instant. Her hair was limp and her face shiny, her mascara running slightly. She smelled like clean sweat and alcohol. If the server hadn't been standing behind her, I would have had her on her back on the foyer tile before she knew what hit her. "Holy fuck," she breathed, eyeing me from head to toe. I glanced down. I was still overheated, my skin shiny with sweat. The waistband of my sweats was wet with it, drawing attention to the erection I didn't even try to will away. "Sorry, you caught me mid-workout." "What are you doing in San Diego?" she demanded from the hallway. Stepping back, I gestured for her to come in. She didn't move. "I'm not getting sucked into your sex god vortex until you answer me." "I'm here on business." "Bullshit." Her arms crossed. Reaching out, I caught her by the elbow and tugged her in. "I can prove it." Room service rolled the card in after her. "You're way too optimistic," she muttered, looking at the order as I signed the receipt. I handed the bill and stylus back, waited for the server to leave, then walked over to the phone by the sofa. I dialed Arash's room. "Are you serious?" he answered, sounding groggy. "Some of us sleep, Cross." "My wife wants to talk to you." "What?" Sheets rustled. "Where are you?" "In my room." I held the receiver out to Ava. "My attorney." "Are you nuts?" she asked. "It's 5 in the morning in New York, on a Sunday." "He's in the room next door. Take it. Ask him if I've been working today." She marched over and snatched the phone out of my hand. "You should get a new job," she told him. "Your boss is insane." He replied, and she sighed. "Before." She glanced at me. "Thank God he's hot. Still, I might have to get my head checked. Sorry he woke you up. Go back to sleep." Ava held the phone out to me. I took it and put it to my ear. "As she said, go back to sleep." "I like her. She gives you shit." My gaze slid over her. "I like her too. Good night." I hung up and reached for her. She backed up, avoiding my grasp. "Why didn't you tell me you were here?" "Didn't want to cramp your style." "Don't you trust me?" My brows rose. Asks the wife who tracked my phone to my hotel. "I was just curious if you were staying in the penthouse or not." She pouted when I only continued to eye her. "And I missed you." "I'm right here, Angel." I opened my arms to her. "Come and get me." Her nose wrinkled. "I have to shower. I stink." We're both sweaty. I went to her. This time she didn't pull away. "And I love the way you smell. You know that." I put my hands on her waist, sliding them up until I hugged her delicate rib cage just beneath the full swell of her tits. I cupped them through her top, gently hefting their weight, squeezing softly. I'd never had a fetish for particular parts of the female body, until Ava. I worshipped every inch of her, cherished all of her generous curves. The pads of my thumbs circled her nipples, feeling them harden. "I love the way you feel." Lowering my head, I found the crook of her neck and nuzzled her, rubbing my damp hair against her. She moaned. "No fair. You're all ripped and shiny and mostly naked, and I have no willpower." "You don't need any." I pushed my hands beneath her tank and freed the clasp of her bra. "Let me have you, Ava." I sucked in a slow, deep breath as she reached under the elastic of my waistband and gripped my cock. "Yum," she whispered. "Look what I found." "Angel." I cupped her ass. Tell me you want it exactly the way I want to give it to you." She looked up at me with heavy-lidded eyes. "And how would that be?" "Here, on the floor, your jeans caught around one ankle, your shirt pushed up, your underwear shoved to the side. I want my cock inside you, my cum filling you." I slid my tongue along the racing pulse in her neck. "I'll take care of you once I get you to bed, but right now, I just want to use you." She trembled. "Gideon." Banding one arm behind her thighs, I pulled her feet out from under her and lowered her carefully to the carpet. My mouth found hers soft and hot and wet, her tongue licking mine. Her arms wrapped around my neck, trying to hold me. I let her, my knees straddling her hips, my fingers opening her jeans. Her belly was flat and silky smooth, concaving with a giggle when my knuckles brushed her sides. Her ticklishness made me smile into our kiss, joy filling my chest until it felt too small to contain it. "You'll stay with me," I told her. "Wake up with me." "Yes." Her hips lifted to help me yank her pants down. I freed one leg and left the other trapped, my hands pushing her thighs open so I could see her. Her panties were skewed from pulling off her jeans, giving her just the look I wanted. She was my wife, my most valuable possession. I treasured her. But I loved her slutty and dirty, too, a sexual object for my pleasure, the one woman who could silence the memories in my head and set me free. "Angel." I slid down, lying prone, my mouth watering for the taste of her. "No," she protested, her hands covering herself. I pinned her wrists at her sides and glared. "I want you like this." "Gideon." I licked her through the silk, and she arched with a whimper, her heels digging into the carpet and lifting her cunt to my mouth. I pulled her panties aside with my teeth and uncovered the impossibly soft skin. A rough sound left me, my dick hardening to the point of pain. Wrapping my lips around her clit, I sucked her, licked her, felt her tense up. I released her hands, knowing she was mine now, helpless to fight me. "Oh, God," she breathed, writhing. "Your mouth." Spreading her wide with my shoulders, I tongued her, driving her to come. Her fingers pulled at my hair, tugging painfully at the roots, spurring me on until she climaxed with a startled cry. I licked inside her, fucking her, feeling her quiver around my tongue. She grew slicker, hotter. I rubbed against her clit and slid 2 fingers inside her, grinding my hips into the floor at the feel of her tight plushness. My cock ached to sink into that snug heat, knowing how amazing it felt, craving the constriction. "Please," Ava begged, grinding into the thrust of my fingers, needing the slide of my dick to fill her. I wanted to fuck, to come, not because I needed sex, but because I needed her. Her body twisted and tensed with another orgasm, her neck arching as she cried out. Wiping my wet mouth on her inner thigh, I rose to my knees and shoved my sweats down. I placed one hand on the floor and used the other to aim my cock, levering over her and notching the throbbing head against her. I thrust hard, putting the weight of my body behind it, surging through the tight clasp with a groan. "Gideon!" Christ. I rubbed my sweat-slick forehead against her cheek, wanting her to smell like me. Her nails were in my back, digging in. I wanted them to mark me, scar me. Cupping her ass, I lifted her, angled her, digging my feet into the carpet for the leverage I needed to push all the way in. Ava gasped and churned her hips, working to fit me. "Take me," I hissed through clenched teeth, fighting the need to come before she took all of my cock. "Let me in." Her cunt rippled, sucking at me. I pinned her shoulder to hold her still and thrust harder. She gave, letting me have her. The feel of her clutching the entire length of my dick was all I needed. Wrapping myself around her, I held her against me, kissing her roughly, coming with a violence that left me trembling in her arms. Steam curled around us as I cradled Ava in the suite's massive sunken tub. Her wet hair clung to my chest, her arms draped over mine where they hugged her waist. "Ace." I pressed my lips to her temple. "If we couldn't be together, not that it would ever happen, just hypothetically, would you sleep with someone who looked like me? I mean, I know I'm not your usual type, but would you want to pretend with someone who reminded you of me? I'm not going to speculate on situations that will never occur." "Gideon." She leaned to the side, tilting her head back to look at me. "I get it. I tried to think if I would find any comfort in being with someone similar to you, like maybe if it was dark and his hair was your length." My hold tightened. "Ava, don't tell me about fantasies of other men." "God, as usual, you're not listening. What the fuck is this about?" I knew, of course, but there were no avenues in the topic I wanted to explore. "Brett's sleeping with that girl from the Golden video, the one who looks like me." "No one looks like you." She rolled her eyes. "She may have your curves," I conceded, "but she doesn't sound like you. She doesn't have your sense of humor, your wit. She doesn't have your heart." "Oh, Gideon." I brushed wet fingertips over her brow. Turning off the lights wouldn't help me at all. A random stacked blonde wouldn't smell like you. She wouldn't move the way you do. She wouldn't touch me the same way. Need me the same way. Her face softened, and she pressed her cheek against my shoulder. "That's what I thought too. I couldn't do it. And the moment I saw Brett with that girl, I knew that you wouldn't do it either." "Not with anyone. Ever." I kissed the tip of her nose. "You've changed what sex means to me, Ava. I couldn't go back. I wouldn't even try." She shifted around to straddle me, sending water sloshing up and over the rim of the tub. I looked at her, taking in the slicked-back hair the color of wheat, the smudges left by her makeup, the sheen of water on her golden skin. Her fingers massaged the nape of my neck. "My dad wants to pay for the wedding." "Does he now?" She nodded. "I need you to be okay with that." I was okay with anything when I had my naked, wet, and frisky wife wrapped around me. "I've had the wedding I wanted. You can do whatever you like this time around." Her brilliant smile and enthusiastic kiss were all the reward I needed. "I love you." I pulled her closer. She bit her lower lip, then said, "My mom is going to have a fit. She can blow through $50,000 in just flowers and invitations." "So tell your parents your dad is paying for the wedding, and your mom can pitch in for the reception. Problem solved." "Ooh, I like that. You're handy to have around, Mr. Cross." I lifted her and licked across her nipple. "Let me prove it." The bedroom was lightening with the coming dawn when Ava's breathing settled into the deep, even rhythm of sleep. I extricated myself from both her arms and the sheets as carefully as possible, standing beside the bed to watch her. Her hair was tumbled around her shoulders, her lips and cheeks flushed from sex. I rubbed my chest, pained by how tight it had become. Leaving her like this was always hard, and became more difficult by the day. My skin hurt from being parted from hers. I closed the curtains in the bedroom, then moved into the living room and did the same there, plunging the room into darkness. Then I settled on the sofa and fell asleep. A sudden flash of light woke me. Blinking, I scrubbed at my gritty eyes and saw that the curtains had been parted to send sunlight shafting across my face. Ava walked toward me, the light haloing around her naked body. "Hey," she whispered, sinking to her knees beside me. "You said I'd wake up with you." "What time is it?" I looked at my watch, saw I'd only been asleep an hour and a half. "You were supposed to sleep longer." She pressed her lips to my abs. "I don't sleep well without you." Regret pierced me. My wife needed things I couldn't give her. She woke me with light instead of a touch because she feared my reaction. She was right to be cautious. In the grip of a nightmare, the stroke of a hand might have me waking up with fists flying. I brushed her hair back from her face. "I'm sorry. For everything. For all you're giving up to be with me." Shh. She lifted the elastic waistband of my sweats and pushed it down past my cock. I was hard for her. How could I help it when she came to me naked and sleepy-eyed? Her mouth wrapped around the head of my dick. I squeezed my eyes shut and groaned, surrendering. Knocking at the door woke me the next time. Ava stirred in my arms, cuddled against me on the narrow stretch of the sofa. "God damn it," I muttered, pulling her tighter against me. "Ignore it." The knocking continued. I leaned my head back and yelled, "Go away!" "I come bearing coffee and croissants," Arash shouted back. "Open up, Cross. It's afternoon and I want to meet your lady." Christ. Ava blinked up at me. "Your lawyer?" He was. I sat up and shoved my hands through my hair. "We're going away, you and me. Soon. Far away." She kissed the small of my back. "Sounds good." I shoved my feet into the legs of my sweats, then stood to pull them up. Ava took the opportunity to smack me on the bare ass. "I heard that," Arash yelled. "Cut it out and open up." "You're fired," I told him, striding toward the door. I glanced back to tell Ava to cover herself, but she was already running into the bedroom. I found Arash waiting outside my suite with a room service cart. "What the fuck is the matter with you?" I had to back out of the way before he rolled right through me. "Quit your bitching." He grinned, pushing the cart off to the side and raking me with a glance. "Save the marathon sex for your honeymoon." "Don't listen to him," Ava shouted through the bedroom door. "I won't." I turned away from him. "He doesn't work for me anymore." "You can't hold it against me," Arash said, following me into the living room. "Wow. Your back looks like you got into a brawl with a mountain lion. No wonder you're tired." "Shut up." I snatched my shirt off the floor. "You didn't tell me Ava was in San Diego, too." "It was none of your business." He held up both hands in surrender. "Truce." "Don't say a word about Yamara," I told him quietly. "I won't have her worrying about that." Arash sobered. It's done. I won't mention it again. Good. I went to the cart and poured 2 cups of coffee, preparing Ava's the way she liked it. I'll take a cup, he said. Serve yourself. His lips curved wryly as he joined me. Is she coming out? I shrugged. She's not mad, is she? I doubt it. I took both mugs to the coffee table, then went to the wall where the controls for the drapes were. It takes some work to piss her off. You're good at it. He smiled and settled into one of the armchairs. I recall that viral video of you two scrapping in Bryant Park. I shot him a look as sunlight began pouring into the room. You must really hate your job. Tell me you wouldn't be curious if I eloped with a chick I knew only a couple of months. I'd send her my condolences. He laughed. The bedroom door opened, and Ava stepped out dressed in her clothes from the night before. Her face was freshly washed, but the dark circles under her eyes and her swollen mouth made her look both well-fucked and extremely fuckable. With her bare feet and barely tamed hair, she was stunning. Pride swelled in my chest. Uncovered by the lack of makeup, the dusting of freckles on her nose made her adorable. Her body told you she was a dream to fuck. The confidence in her posture told you she'd take no shit from anyone, and the mischievous amusement in her eyes told you there would never be a dull moment. She was every promise, every hope, every fantasy a man could have. And she was mine. I stared. Arash stared too. Ava shifted her stance and smiled shyly. Hi. The sound of her voice snapped him out of it. He pushed to his feet so quickly he spilled his coffee. Shit, sorry. Hi. He set his mug down and brushed the stray droplets off his pants. He went to her and held out his hand. I'm Arash. She shook it. Nice to meet you, Arash. I'm Ava. I joined them, pushing Arash back with my forearm. Stop drooling. He glanced at me. Funny, Cross, you ass. Ava laughed and leaned into me when I slid my arm around her shoulders. It's good to see he works with people who aren't afraid of him, she said. Arash winked, blatantly flirting. I know how he operates. Really? I'd love to hear all about it. I think not, I drawled. Don't be a spoil-sport, Ace. Yeah, Ace, Arash taunted. What have you got to hide? I smiled. Your corpse. He looked at my wife and sighed. See what I have to deal with?
6. A late afternoon outdoor lunch in beautiful San Diego with the 3 most important men in my life definitely ranked at the top of my best moments ever list. I sat between Gideon and my dad, while Carrie lounged in the seat directly across the table from me. If you had asked me a few months ago, I would have said I was apathetic about palm trees. I had a new appreciation for them now that I hadn't seen one in a while. I watched them sway gently in the warm ocean breeze and felt the kind of peace I chased but rarely caught. Seagulls competed with pigeons for the scraps under tables, while the not-too-distant crash of waves against the beach underpinned the bustle of the packed restaurant. My best friend's mirrored shades hid his eyes, but his smile came often and easy. My dad wore shorts and a t-shirt, and had started out the meal unusually quiet. He'd loosened up after a beer, and now looked as comfortable as Carrie. My husband wore tan cargo pants and a white t-shirt, the first time I'd ever seen him in light-colored clothing. He looked cool and relaxed in aviators, his fingers linked with mine on the arm of my chair. An early evening wedding, I thought aloud. around sunset. Just family and close friends." I looked at Carrie. "You'll be the man of honor, of course." His mouth curled up on one side in a lazy smile.
"I better be."
I glanced at Gideon. "Do you know who you'll ask to stand with you?" The tightening of his lips was nearly imperceptible, but I caught it.
"I haven't decided yet."
My happy mood dimmed a little. Was he debating whether Arnaldo would be suitable, considering the chef's feelings toward me? It made me sad to think I might strain that relationship. Gideon was such a private person. Although I didn't know for sure, I suspected he was tight with his friends, but that there weren't many of them. I squeezed his hand. "I'm going to ask Ireland to be a bridesmaid."
"She'll like that."
"What do we do about Christopher?"
"Nothing. With luck, he won't come."
My dad frowned.
"Who are we talking about?"
"Gideon's brother and sister," I answered.
"You don't get along with your brother, Gideon?"
I explained, not wanting my dad to hold anything against my husband. "Christopher's not a nice guy." Gideon's head turned toward me. He didn't say it aloud, but I got the message. He didn't want me speaking for him.
"He's a total douche, you mean?" Carrie interjected. "No offense, Gideon." "None taken."
He shrugged, and then elaborated for my father.
"Christopher views me as a competitor. I'd have it differently, but it's not my choice."
My dad nodded slowly.
"That's too bad." "While we're discussing the wedding,"
Gideon segued smoothly,
"it would be my pleasure to provide transportation. It would give me a chance to contribute, which I'd appreciate."
I took a deep breath, understanding, as I knew my father would, that my husband's directness and tact made him hard to refuse.
"That's very generous of you, Gideon." "It's a standing offer. With an hour's notice, we can have you in the air and on your way. It'll make it easier for you and Ava to work around your schedules and maximize your time together."
My dad didn't answer right away.
"Thank you. It might take me a while to get used to the idea. It's a bit extravagant, and I don't want to be a burden."
Gideon pulled his shades off, baring his eyes.
"That's what money's for. All I want is to make your daughter happy. Make that easy on me, Mr. Reyes. We all want to see Ava smiling as much as possible."
It sank in then why my dad was so opposed to Stanton paying for anything. My stepdad didn't do it for me. He did it for my mom. Gideon would only ever consider me when making decisions. I knew my dad could live with that. I caught Gideon's gaze and mouthed, "I love you." His grip on my hand tightened until it hurt. I didn't mind. My dad smiled.
"Making Ava happy. How can I argue with that?"
The smell of freshly brewed coffee brought my well-trained senses to life the following morning. I blinked up at the bedroom ceiling of my Upper West Side apartment and gave a sleepy smile when I discovered Gideon standing beside my bed, stripping out of his shirt. The sight of his leanly muscular torso and washboard abs almost made up for the fact that I'd obviously spent the night alone after falling asleep in his arms. "Good morning," I murmured, rolling onto my side as he pushed his pajama bottoms down and kicked them off. Whoever said Mondays sucked had obviously never woken up to a naked Gideon Cross.
"It will be,"
he said, lifting the covers and sliding between the sheets with me. I shivered as his cool skin touched mine. Yikes! His arms slipped around me, and his lips touched my neck.
"Warm me up, Angel."
By the time I was done with him, he was sweating, and the coffee he'd brought me was cold. I didn't mind in the least. I was in an excellent mood when I got to work. Morning sex contributed to that, of course. Also the sight of Gideon getting dressed for the day, watching him transform from the private man I knew and loved into the dark and dangerous global magnate. The day only got better when I exited on the 20th floor and saw Megumi sitting at her desk. I waved at her through the glass security doors, but my smile faded the moment I got a good look at her. She was pale and had dark circles under her eyes. Her usually sassy, asymmetrical haircut looked limp and overlong, and she was wearing a long-sleeved blouse and dark slacks that were out of place with the August mugginess. "Hey," I greeted her when she buzzed me through. "How are you? I've been worried about you." She gave me a weak smile. "I'm sorry I didn't call you back." "Don't worry about it. I'm totally antisocial when I get sick. I just want to curl up in bed and be left alone." Her lower lip quivered, and her eyes grew shiny with tears. "Are you okay?" I glanced around, worried about her privacy as other employees passed through the reception area. "Did you see a doctor?" She started crying. Horrified, I stood frozen for a minute. "Megumi, what's wrong?" She pulled off her headset and stood, tears spilling down her face. She shook her head violently. "I can't talk about it now." "When is your break?" But she was already hurrying to the bathroom, leaving me staring after her. I headed to my cubicle and dropped off my bag, then went down the hall to Will Granger's desk. He wasn't there, but I found him in the break room when I stopped to grab some coffee.
Hey, you.
His eyes, behind his square-framed glasses, looked as worried as I felt.
Did you see Megumi?
Yeah, she looks wiped out, and she started crying when I asked how she's doing. He slid the carton of half and half over to me.
Not good, whatever it is.
I'm bad with not knowing. My imagination runs wild. I'm bouncing between cancer, pregnancy, and everything in between. Will shrugged helplessly. With his neatly trimmed sideburns and subtly quirky patterned shirts, he was the sort of affable and easy-natured guy who was hard to dislike.
Ava.
Mark stuck his head in the door.
I've got news.
My boss's bright eyes told me he was excited about something. I'm all ears. Coffee?
Sure, thanks. See you in my office.
He ducked back out again. Will grabbed his mug off the counter.
Have a good one.
He left. I hurried to get the coffee ready, then went to Mark's office. He'd taken his jacket off and was studying something on his monitor. He looked up, smiling when he saw me.
We've got a new RFP request.
His smile widened.
And they asked for me specifically.
I tensed. Setting his coffee down, I asked warily, "Is it another Cross Industries product?" As much as I loved Gideon and admired all that he'd accomplished, I didn't want to be totally overshadowed by his world. Part of who we were as a couple was two people who had separate working lives. I enjoyed riding to work with my husband, but I needed to say goodbye to him too. I needed those few hours when he didn't consume me.
No, it's bigger.
My brows rose. I couldn't think of anything or anyone bigger than Cross Industries. Mark slid a picture of a silver and red box across the desk to me.
It's the new Phase 1 gaming system from Landcore.
I settled into the seat in front of his desk with an inner sigh of relief. Sweet. Sounds fun. It was a little after 11 when Megumi called to see if I was free for lunch. Of course, I told her. Someplace quiet. I considered our options. I've got an idea. Leave it to me. Great. Thanks. I sat at my desk. How's your morning been? Busy. I have to get caught up. Let me know if I can help with anything. Thank you, Ava. She took a deep, shaky breath, her composure slipping. I appreciate you. We hung up. I called Gideon's office and his secretary answered. Hey, Scott, it's Ava. How are you?
I'm good.
I could hear the smile in his voice.
What can I do for you?
My feet tapped restlessly. I couldn't help but be worried about my friend. Could you ask Gideon to give me a call when he has a free minute?
I'll put you through now.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks.
Hang on.
A moment later, I heard the voice I loved.
What do you need, Ava?
I was startled for a minute by his brusqueness. Are you busy?
I'm in a meeting.
Fuck. My bad. Bye.
Ava?
I hung up, and then called Scott again to discuss how we should handle calls in the future, so I didn't come out looking like an ass. Before he answered, the secondary line flashed with an incoming call. I switched over. Mark Garrity's office.
Don't ever hang up on me,
Gideon snapped. I bristled at his tone. Are you in a meeting or not?
I was. Now I'm dealing with you.
Hell if anyone was going to deal with me. I could be as pissy as him any day of the week. You know, I asked Scott to give you a message when you had time for it, and he patched me through. He shouldn't have done that. If you were busy with—
He has standing orders to always connect your calls. If you want to leave me a message, send a text or an email.
Well, excuse me for not knowing the etiquette for getting in touch with you.
Never mind that now. Say what you need.
Nothing. Forget it. He exhaled roughly.
Don't play games with me, Angel.
I was reminded of the last time I'd called him at work and how off he'd sounded then, too. If something was bugging him, he sure wasn't sharing it. I hunched over my desk and lowered my voice. Gideon, your attitude pisses me off. I don't want to deal with you when you're aggravated. If you're too busy to talk to me, you shouldn't have standing orders that interrupt you.
I'm never going to be unreachable.
Really? 'Cause you seem that way right now.
For fuck's sake.
Hearing his exasperation gave me a surge of satisfaction. I didn't text you because I didn't want to bother you in a meeting. I didn't send an email because it's a time-sensitive favor and I don't know how often you get to your inbox. I figured a message with Scott would get the job done best.
And now you have my complete attention. Tell me what you want.
I want to get off the phone, and I want you to get back to your meeting.
What you're going to get,
he said, with dangerous evenness,
is me at your desk if you don't cut the shit and explain why you called.
I glared at his photo. You make me want to find a job in New Jersey.
You make me crazy,
he growled softly.
I can't function when we're fighting, you know that. Just say what you need, Ava, and forgive me for now. We can argue and have make-up sex later.
The tension left me. How could I stay mad at him after he admitted how vulnerable I could make him? Damn you, I muttered. I hate when you get reasonable after irritating me. He made a low sound of reluctant amusement. I instantly felt better.
Angel mine.
His voice took on the sexy, raspy warmth I needed to hear.
Definitely not a quiet, comfortable ornament.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it. You're perfect. Tell me why you called.
I knew that tone. I'd turned him on somehow. You're a maniac. Seriously. Lucky me. Anyway, Ace, I wanted to see if I could borrow one of your conference rooms for lunch with Megumi. She's back, but she's a mess, and I think she wants to talk about it, but there's really not a good place to go nearby that's private and quiet.
Use my office. I'll have something ordered in, and you'll have the space to yourself while I'm out.
For real?
Of course. However, I have to remind you that when you work for Cross Industries, you'll have your own office to lunch in.
My head fell back. Shut up. The research involved in prepping for the Phase 1 RFP kept me hopping, but I was antsy for information from Megumi. So the hour seemed to drag anyway. I met up with her at the reception desk at noon. "If it's not too weird," I said, as she pulled her purse out of a drawer, "we're going to use Gideon's office for lunch. He's out, and it's private." "Oh, man." She shot me an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Ava. I should have congratulated you. Will told me about your engagement, but I spaced." "It's totally okay. Don't worry about it." She reached out and squeezed my hand. "I'm really happy for you." "Thank you." My concern deepened. Megumi always followed the latest gossip. The friend I knew would have heard about the engagement almost before I did. We took an elevator to the top floor. The Cross Industries vestibule was as striking as Gideon himself. It was much bigger than others in the building, and decorated with lilies and ferns and hanging baskets. Cross Industries was etched into the smoked glass security doors in a masculine but elegant font. "Impressive," Megumi murmured, as we waited for the receptionist to buzz us through. The redhead I was used to seeing at the reception desk must have been out to lunch, because a guy with dark hair let us in. He stood when we approached. "Good afternoon, Miss Trammell. Scott said you should just go right in." "Has Mr. Cross left?" "I'm not sure. I just took over here." "All right. Thank you." I led Megumi back. We rounded the corner to reach Gideon's office just in time to see him stepping out. Fierce pride and possession moved me. Pleasure, too, when his stride faltered just a bit when he saw me. We met each other halfway. "Hi," I greeted him. He gave me a nod in return and held his hand out to Megumi.
"I don't think we've been officially introduced. Gideon Cross."
"Megumi Kaba." She gave him a firm shake. "Congratulations to you and Ava." A ghost of a smile touched his sexy mouth.
"I'm a lucky man. Make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, just call up to reception and Ron will see to it."
"We'll be fine," I told him. "You won't even know we had a raging party in there while you're gone." He smiled outright.
"Good. I have a meeting later. Shot glasses and streamers would be interesting to explain."
I expected him to head out. Instead, he cupped my face, tilted my head to the angle he wanted, and pressed his lips to mine in an unhurried, chaste kiss that left me with little stars in my eyes. Then he whispered in my ear,
"Looking forward to making up later."
My toes curled. Pulling back, he slid easily into the reserved persona he showed the rest of the world.
"Enjoy your lunch, ladies."
He walked away with a confident, innately sexual stride that turned heads. "And you're still standing up, right?" Megumi murmured, shaking her head. "Kills me." I couldn't explain how weak Gideon made me, how shaken and needy I could so easily become. "Come on," I said breathlessly. "Let's eat." She followed me into Gideon's office. "I don't think I can." While she took in the sprawling space with its panoramic views and monochromatic color scheme, I went to the bar where lunch awaited us. I remembered how I'd felt the first time I walked into the room. Despite the multiple seating areas that might have invited guests to sit and stay a while, the progressively contemporary, cutting-edge design kept visitors from getting too comfortable. There were so many sides to the man I'd married. His office reflected only one. The classically European style of his penthouse reflected another. "Have you ever experimented with BDSM?" Megumi asked, seizing my attention. Surprise made me drop the napkin-rolled utensils I'd been holding. I spun to face her and found her staring out the window at the city. "That acronym covers a lot of ground." She rubbed her wrist. "Being tied up and gagged. Helpless." "I've been helpless, yes." Her head turned. Her eyes were twin shadows in her pale face. Did you like it? Did it turn you on? No. I walked over to the nearest couch and sat. But I wasn't with the right person. Were you scared? Terrified. Did he know that? The formerly appetizing smell of lunch started to turn my stomach. Why are you asking me these questions, Megumi? She answered by rolling up her sleeve, exposing a wrist so bruised it was nearly black.
7. It was after 8 when I let myself into Ava's apartment and found her sitting with Carrie on the living room's white sectional sofa, holding a glass of red wine in both hands. My wife gravitated toward modern traditional furnishings, but I could see touches of her mother and roommate in the decor. I didn't resent those pieces of Monica and Carrie, but I looked forward to the day when I shared a home with Ava that reflected us, undiluted. Still, the apartment would always be a special place to me. I would never forget the way Ava had looked the first time I'd come over. Naked beneath a thigh-length silk robe, her face made up for the night ahead, a diamond anklet winking at me, teasing me. I had lost all rational thought. I put my mouth on her, my hands all over her, and my fingers and tongue inside her. I hadn't even thought about getting her to the fuck pad. I wouldn't have been able to wait, even if I had. She wasn't like any woman who'd come before her, not just because of who she was, but also because of who I was when I was with her. It was unlikely I would ever allow the property management to lease the space out again. It held too many memories, both good and bad. I tipped my chin at Carrie in greeting and sat beside Ava. My wife's best friend was dressed to go out, while Ava wore a Cross Industries t-shirt and had her hair twisted up in a clip. They both glanced at me, and I knew something was wrong. There were things to discuss, but whatever was troubling Ava was the pressing priority. Carrie stood. "I'm heading out. Call me if you need me." She nodded. "Have fun." "My middle name, baby girl." The front door shut behind him as Ava's head fell gently against my shoulder. Sliding my arm around her, I settled deeper into the sofa and tucked her closer. "Talk to me, Angel." "It's Megumi," she sighed. "There's this guy she was into and things weren't working out. He was hot and cold and couldn't commit, so she broke it off. But afterward he stepped it up and she let him come over. They started messing around with a little bondage, but things got out of hand in a bad way." The mention of bondage put me on alert. I ran my hand down her back and tucked her tighter against me. I was nothing if not patient in aligning my desires with her fears. Setbacks were expected and accommodated, but I didn't want someone else's misadventures to create new hurdles for Ava and me to face. "Sounds like bad judgment all around," I said. "One of them should have known what they were doing." "That's the thing." She pulled away and faced me. "I went over it with Megumi. She said no, a lot, until he gagged her. He got off on her pain, Gideon. And now he's terrorizing her with texts and photos he took of her that night. She's asked him to stop, but he won't. He's sick. Something's wrong with him." I weighed how best to respond. I went with blunt. "Ava, she broke it off and then took him back. He might not realize she's serious this time." She recoiled, then slid off the couch in a rush of curvy golden legs. "Don't make excuses for him. She's bruised everywhere. It's been a week, and the bruises are still dark. She couldn't sit down for days." "I'm not excusing him." I stood with her. "I would never justify an abuser, you know that. I don't have the whole story, but I know your story. Her situation isn't like yours. Nathan was an aberration." I'm not projecting here, Gideon. I saw the pictures. I saw her wrists, her neck. I saw his texts. He's crossed a line. He's dangerous. Even more reason for you to stay out of it. Her hands went to her hips. Oh my God! You did not just say that. She's my friend. And you're my wife. I know that look on your face. There are some battles that aren't yours to fight. You will not confront this man the way you did my mother and Corinne. You will not put yourself in the middle of this. Did I say I was going to do that? No, I didn't. I'm not an idiot. I asked Clancy to find him and talk to him. I went still inside. Benjamin Clancy was her stepfather's man, not mine. Totally outside my control. You shouldn't have done that. What was I supposed to do instead? Nothing? Preferably. At most, you should have asked Raoul. She threw up her hands. Why would I do that? I don't know Raoul enough to ask him for a personal favor. I checked my exasperation. We discussed this. He works for you. You don't have to ask him for favors. You just need to tell him what you need done. Raoul works for you. Besides, I'm not some godfather sending out hired thugs to teach people lessons. I asked someone I trust, as a friend, to help another friend of mine. However you rationalize it, the result is the same. You forget, Ben Clancy is employed to protect your stepfather's interests. He looks after you only because it gives him more control in securing Stanton's safety and reputation. She bristled. How would you know what his motives are? Angel, let's simplify. Focus on the fact that your mother and Stanton have been invading your privacy for some time. You're keeping that door open by using their resources. Oh. Ava caught her lower lip in her teeth. I hadn't thought of it that way. You sent a trained professional to talk to this guy, but you didn't fully assess the possibility of blowback. If you'd tapped Raoul to help you, he would have known to be extra vigilant. My jaw clenched. Damn it, Ava, don't make it hard for me to keep you safe. Hey, she reached for me. Don't worry, okay? I told you what was happening as soon as you walked in the door, and Clancy was with me until an hour ago, when he dropped me off after my Krav Maga class. Nothing's happened yet that would put me in danger. I pulled her into me and held on, wishing I could be certain she was right. I want Raoul to escort you wherever you go, I said gruffly. To your classes, the gym, shopping, whatever. You need to let me look after you. You do, baby, she said soothingly, her temper cooled. But you can be obsessive about it. I would always be obsessive when it came to her. I'd come to accept that. Eventually, she would too. There are things I can't give you. Don't fight me on the things I can. Gideon, her face softened. You give me everything I need. I brushed my fingers across her jaw. She was so soft, delicate. I had never anticipated my sanity hinging on something so fragile. You come home to another guy. You make your living by working for someone else. I'm not as necessary to you as I'd like to be. Her eyes brightened with humor. While I'm about as dependent on you as I can stand to be. It's mutual. Running my hands down her arms, I caught her by the wrists and squeezed with just enough pressure to capture her focus. I watched her pupils dilate and her lips part, her body instinctively responding to the restraint. Promise you'll come to me first from now on. Okay, she breathed. The undercurrents of arousal and surrender in her voice sent my blood humming. She swayed into me, her body softening. I'd like to come now, actually. I am, as always, at your service. Gideon! The shock of hearing panic in Ava's voice reverberated through me. My body jolted, jerking me out of the deepest sleep. Rolling to my side with a low moan, I struggled awake, shoving my hair out of my face to find her kneeling on the edge of the bed. A heavy, inescapable sense of dread had my heart racing and cold sweat coating my skin. I pushed up onto one elbow. "What's wrong?" Moonlight slanted through the room and haloed her. She'd come to me in our bedroom in the apartment next door to hers. Something had woken her, and I was afraid. Fear chilled me to the bone. "Gideon!" She slid into me in a rush of silken skin and shining hair. Curled against me, she reached up and touched my face. "What were you dreaming about?" The stroke of her fingertips left a trail of wet across my skin. Startled, horrified, I scrubbed at my eyes and smeared more tears across my cheek. In a corner of my mind, I sensed the lingering shadow of a dream. The brush of memory had me shivering, spiraling further downward. I rolled into her and pulled her tight against me, hearing her gasp as I squeezed too hard. Her skin was cool to the touch, but her flesh was warm beneath, and I absorbed her heat, breathed in her scent, felt the terrible lingering grief inside me ease with her nearness. I couldn't grasp the dream I'd had, but it refused to let go of me. "Shh," she crooned, her fingers pushing through the sweat-damp roots of my hair, her hand stroking up and down my back. "It's okay. I'm here." I couldn't breathe. I fought for air, and a horrible sound ripped from my burning lungs. A sob. Christ! Then another. I couldn't stop the violent contractions. "Baby." She hugged me harder, her legs tangling with mine. She rocked us gently, whispering words I couldn't hear over the pounding of my heartbeat and the outcry of my phantom pain. I wrapped myself around her, holding on to the love that could save me. "Gideon!" Ava's back arched as I thrust hard, my knees spreading her thighs wide, my cock tunneling deep. Her wrists were pinned by my hands, her head thrashing as I fucked her hard. Some days I woke her with tenderness. Today wasn't one of those mornings. I'd woken to a throbbing erection, the head of my dick wet with pre-cum against the curve of Ava's ass. I aroused her hungrily, impatiently, sucking her nipples to hard points, slickening her cunt with the demanding drive of my fingers. She'd ignited to my touch, gave herself over to me, gave herself to me. God, I loved her so much. The need to come was like a vice around my balls, the pressure exquisite. She was tight, so amazingly snug, and so wet. I couldn't get enough, couldn't get deep enough, even when I felt the end of her clasping at the head of my cock. She thrashed beneath my pounding drives, her heels sliding across the sheets, her tits rocking with the force of my thrusts. She was so small, so soft, and I was fucking her lush body with everything I had in me. Take me. Take all of me. The good and the bad. Everything. Take it all. The headboard banged into the shared wall between our two apartments in a hard-driving rhythm that screamed crazed sex to anyone listening, as did the growls spilling from my throat, the animalistic sounds of my pleasure I didn't try to hold back. I loved fucking my wife, craved it, needed it, and I didn't care who knew what she did to me. Ava arched up, sinking her teeth into my biceps, her bite sliding over my sweat-slick skin. The mark of possession drove me wild, had me thrusting so hard I shoved her up the bed. She cried out. I hissed as she tightened around me like a greedy fist. "Come," I bit out, my jaw clenched against the urge to do the same, to let go and pump every drop I had into her. Rolling my hips, I ground against her clit, pleasure sizzling up my spine when she moaned my name and climaxed around me in pulsing ripples. I kissed her roughly, drinking in her taste, spilling into her with a shuddering groan. Ava stumbled a little as I helped her out of the back of the Bentley in front of the Crossfire. A hot flush spread across her face, and she shot me a look. "You suck." My brows rose questioningly. "I'm shaky and you're not, sex machine." I smiled innocently. "I'm sorry." "No, you're not." Her wry smile faded as she glanced down the street. "Paparazzi," she said grimly. I followed her gaze and spotted the photographer aiming a camera out of the open passenger window of his car. Gripping her by the elbow, I led her into the building. "If I have to start actually styling my hair every day," she muttered, "you're dealing with morning wood on your own." "Angel." I tugged her into my side and whispered, "I'd hire a full-time hairdresser for you before I gave up your cunt every morning." She elbowed me in the ribs. "God, you're crude, you know that? Some women take offense to that word." She went ahead of me through the security turnstiles and joined the mass of bodies waiting for the next elevator car. I stood close behind her. "You're not one of them. However, I might be willing to revise. I recall Orifice being a favorite of yours." "Oh God, shut up," she said, laughing. We separated when she exited on the 20th floor, and I went up to Cross Industries without her. I wouldn't be doing so for long. Someday Ava would be working with me, helping to build our future as a team. I was debating the myriad avenues to achieving that goal when I rounded the corner on approach to my office. My stride slowed when I saw the willowy brunette waiting by Scott's desk. I steeled myself to deal with my mother again. Then her head turned, and I saw it was Corinne. "Gideon." She rose gracefully to her feet, her eyes brightening with a look I'd come to recognize, having seen it on Ava's face. It gave me no pleasure to see that warmth in Corinne's eyes. Unease slid down my spine, stiffening my back. The last time I had seen her had been shortly after she'd tried to kill herself. "Good morning, Corinne. How are you feeling?" "Better?" She came toward me, and I took a step back, causing her to slow and her smile to waver. "Do you have a moment?" I gestured to my office. With a deep breath, she turned and preceded me. I glanced at Scott. "Give us 10. He nodded, his gaze sympathetic. Corinne walked to my desk and I joined her, hitting the button that closed the door behind us. I kept the glass clear and didn't remove my jacket, sending her every signal that she shouldn't settle in for long. "I'm sorry for your loss, Corinne." Saying the words wasn't enough, but they were all I could give her. The memories of that night in the hospital would be with me for a while. Her lips whitened. "I still can't believe it. All these years of trying, I thought I couldn't get pregnant." She picked up the photo of Ava on my desk. "Jean-Francois told me you called a couple times asking about me. I wish you'd called me, or returned my calls." "I don't think that's appropriate under the circumstances." She looked at me. Her eyes weren't the same shade of blue as my mother's, but they were close, and their sense of style was similar. Corinne's elegant blouse and trousers were notably like something I'd once seen my mother wear. "You're getting married," Corinne said. It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. Yes. Her eyes closed. I'd hoped Ava was lying. I'm very protective when it comes to her. Tread lightly. Opening her eyes, she set the picture down hard. Do you love her? That's none of your business. That's not an answer. I don't owe you one, but if you need to hear it, she's everything to me. The tightness of her mouth softened with a quiver. Would it make a difference if I told you I'm getting divorced? No, I exhaled roughly. You and I will never be together again, Corinne. I don't know how many times or in how many ways I can say it. I could never be what you want me to be. You dodged a bullet when you broke our engagement. She flinched, her hair sliding over her shoulder to flow down to her waist. Is that what's keeping us apart? You can't forgive me for that? Forgive you? I'm thankful. My voice softened when tears filled her eyes. I don't mean to be cruel. I can guess how painful this might be. But I didn't want you to have hope when there isn't any. What would you do if Ava said these things to you? She challenged. Would you just give up and walk away? It's not the same. I raked a hand through my hair, struggling to find the words. You don't understand what I have with Ava. She needs me as much as I need her. For both our sakes, I wouldn't ever give up trying. I need you, Gideon. Frustration made me curt. You don't know me. I played a role for you. I let you see only what I wanted you to see, what I thought you could accept. And in return, I saw only what I wanted to see in her, the girl she'd once been. I had stopped paying real attention long ago, and so I had failed to see how she had changed. She'd been a blind spot for me, but no longer. She stared at me in shocked silence for a moment. Elizabeth warned me that Ava was rewriting your past. I didn't believe her. I've never known you to be swayed by anyone, but I guess there's a first time for everything. My mother believes what she wants, and you're welcome to join her. They were similar in that way, too, good at believing what they wanted and ignoring any proof to the contrary. It was a revelation to realize I had been comfortable with Corinne because I'd known she wouldn't pry. I'd been able to fake normalcy with her, and she never dug deeper. Ava had changed that for me. I wasn't normal, and I didn't need to be. Ava accepted me the way I was. I wasn't going to reveal my past to everyone, but my days of playing along with the lies were over. Corinne reached a hand out to me. I love you, Gideon. You used to love me too. I was grateful to you, I corrected. And I will always be. I was attracted to you, had fun with you. For a time I even needed you, but it would never have worked out between us. She dropped her hand back to her side. I would have found Ava eventually, and I would have wanted her, given up everything to have her. I would have left you to be with her. The end was inevitable. Corinne turned away. Well, at least we'll always be friends. It was an effort to strip any apology out of my tone. I wouldn't encourage her. That won't be possible. This is the last time you and I will speak to each other. Her shoulders shook with a ragged, indrawn breath, and I turned my head, fighting with discomfort and regret. She'd been important to me once. I would miss her, but not in the way she wanted me to. What do I have to live for if I don't have you? I turned at her question and barely caught her when she ran into me, holding her at bay with a grip on her upper arms. The devastation on her beautiful face got to me before I could process what she'd said. Then it registered. Horrified, I shoved her away. She stumbled back as her heels caught in the carpet. "Don't put that on me," I warned, my voice low and hard. "I'm not responsible for your happiness. I'm not responsible for you at all." "What's wrong with you?" she cried. "This isn't you." "You wouldn't know." I went to the door and yanked it open. "Go home to your husband, Corinne. Take care of yourself." "Fuck you," she hissed. "You're going to regret this, and I might be too hurt to forgive you." "Goodbye, Corinne." She stared at me for a long minute and then stormed out of my office. Damn it! I pivoted, not knowing where to go or what to do, but I had to do something. Anything. I paced. I'd pulled out my smartphone and called Ava before I consciously made the decision to do so. "Mark Garrity's office," she began. "Angel." The one word betrayed my relief at hearing her voice. She was what I needed. Something in me had known that. "Gideon." She read me immediately, as she so often did. "Is everything all right?" I glanced out at my staff in the distant cubicles, getting into the groove of the day. I hit the controls to frost the glass, carving out a moment alone with my wife. I lightened my tone, not wanting to cause her stress. "I miss you already." She waited a beat before replying, adjusting to my mood. "Liar," she shot back. "You're too busy." "Never. Now tell me how much you're missing me." She laughed. "You're terrible. What am I going to do with you?" "Everything." "Damn straight. So what's up? It's going to be a busy day and I have to get going." I went to my desk and studied her photo. My shoulders relaxed. "Just wanted you to know I'm thinking about you." "Good. Don't stop. And FYI, it's nice to hear you not grumpy at work." It was nice to hear her, period. I'd given up trying to figure out why she affected me the way she did. I just appreciated that she could reset my day. "Tell me you love me." "Madly. You rock my world, Mr. Cross." I stared into her laughing eyes, my fingertip brushing lightly over the glass. "You're the center of mine." The rest of the morning passed swiftly and uneventfully. I was wrapping up a meeting regarding a possible investment in a proposed resort chain when yet another personal interruption showed up. So much for workflow. "You've got to fuck everything up, don't you?" my brother accused, barging into my office with Scott on his heels. With a look, I gave Scott the okay to back out. He shut the door behind him. "Good afternoon to you too, Christopher." We shared blood, but could not have been less alike. Like his father's, his hair was wavy and fell somewhere between brown and red. His eyes were a gray mixed with green, while I was most definitely our mother's son. "Did you forget that Vidal Records is Ireland's legacy too?" he snapped, his eyes hard. "I never forget that." "Then you just don't give a shit. Your vendetta against Brett Klein is costing us money, damn you. You're hurting all of us, not just him." Moving to my desk, I leaned against it and crossed my arms. I should have seen it coming, considering how irate Christopher had become at the Times Square launch of the Golden video. He wanted Klein and Ava together. More than that, he wanted Ava and me apart. It was the sad truth that I brought out the worst in my brother. The only times he ever acted cruelly or rashly was when he was trying to hurt me. I'd seen him give brilliant speeches, charm people with his natural charisma, and impress board members with his industry savvy, but he never displayed those traits toward me. Frustrated by his unprovoked animosity, I baited him. "I'm assuming you're going to get to the point soon." "Don't play innocent, Gideon. You knew exactly what you were doing when you systematically destroyed every media opportunity Vidal secured for 6 nights. If those opportunities were centered on Ava, they had no business being pursued to begin with. That's not your decision to make." His mouth twisted in a scornful smile. "Do you even comprehend the damage you've done? Behind the Music has delayed their special because Sam Yamara no longer owns the rights to the footage he compiled of the band's early years. Diners, drive-ins, and dives can't include Pete's 69th Street Bar in their San Diego episode because it's being demolished before they can film their segment. And Rolling Stone isn't interested in pursuing their proposed piece on Golden since your engagement was announced. The song loses its interest without the happy ending." "I can get you the footage VH1 wants. Put them in touch with Arash, and he'll take care of it." "After you remove all traces of Ava? What's the point?" My brows lifted. "The point is supposed to be 6/9, not my wife." "She's not your wife yet," he shot back, "and that's your problem. You're afraid she's going to go back to Brett. You're not really her type, and we all know it. You can eat her pussy at parties, but what she really likes is blowing rock stars in public." I was on him before he blinked. My fist hit his jaw, his head jerked back. I caught him with a follow-up left, and he stumbled, crashing into the glass wall. Through it, I glimpsed Scott shoving to his feet, and then I braced for the impact of Christopher's body hurtling into mine. We went down. I rolled, punching his ribs until he groaned. He slammed his head into my temple. The room spun. Dazed, I rolled away and clambered to my feet. Christopher pulled himself up by the coffee table, blood running from the side of his lips and onto the carpet. His jaw was swelling, and he gasped for air, dragging in harsh breaths. My fists ached, and I flexed my hands, tensing with the need to hit him again. If he'd been anyone else, I would have. "Do it," he taunted, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "You've wanted me dead since the day I was born. Why stop now?" "You're insane." 2 security guards rounded the corner at a run, but I held up a hand to stop them. "I'm fucking on to you, asshole," my brother growled, pushing heavily to his feet. "I've talked to members of the board, explained what you're doing. You want to take me down? I'm fighting you all the way." "You've lost it, you fucking idiot. Take your crazy somewhere else. And leave Ava alone. You want to make an enemy out of me? Screwing around with her is the way to do it." He stared at me for a long minute, then laughed harshly. "Does she know what you're doing to Brett?" I winced through a deep breath, a dull ache in my side from a forming bruise. "I'm not doing anything to Klein. I'm protecting Ava. And the band is just collateral damage. Better him than her." "Fuck that," he snarled. "Fuck you." Christopher stalked toward the door. I should have let him go, but found myself speaking instead. "For Christ's sake, Christopher, they're talented. They don't need a gimmick to be successful. If you weren't so damn eager to make me pay for something you've imagined I've done, you'd be concentrating on better angles than making them into a one-hit wonder." He rounded on me with clenched fists. "Don't tell me how to do my job, and don't get in my way, or I'll shove you out." I watched him leave, escorted by security. Then I went to my desk and checked my message log. Scott had noted that 2 of Vidal Records' board members had called over the course of the day. I opened the line between Scott and me. "Get me Arash Madani." If Christopher wanted a war, I'd give him one. I arrived at Dr. Lyle Peterson's office on time at 6 o'clock. The psychologist greeted me with a welcoming smile, his dark blue eyes warm and friendly. After the day I'd had, spending an hour with a shrink was the last thing I wanted to do. Spending an hour alone with Ava was what I needed more. Our session began as they always did, with Dr. Peterson asking how my week had been, and me answering as succinctly as possible. Then he said, "Let's talk about the nightmares." I leaned back, laying my arm on the sofa's armrest. I'd been up front about my sleep problems from the beginning in order to get the prescription medication that made me marginally safer for Ava to be near at night. But dissecting the dreams had never been one of the topics on discussion. That meant someone else had brought them up. "You talked to Ava." It wasn't a question, since the answer was evident. "She sent me an email earlier," he confirmed, folding his hands atop his tablet screen. My fingers drummed silently. His gaze followed the movement. "Does it bother you that she contacted me?" I weighed my response before giving it. "She worries. If talking to you alleviates that, I won't complain. You're also her therapist, so she has a right to discuss it with you." "But you don't like it. You'd prefer to choose which issues you share with me." "I'd prefer Ava to feel safe." Dr. Peterson nodded. "That's why you're here. For her." "Of course." "What does she hope the outcome of our sessions will be?" "Don't you know?" He smiled. "I'd like to hear your answer to that question." After a moment, I gave it to him. Ava previously made bad decisions. She learned to rely on the advice of therapists. It worked well for her, and it's what she knows. "How do you feel about that?" "Do I have to feel anything?" I countered. "She asked me to try it out and I agreed. Relationships are about compromise, aren't they?" "Yes." Picking up his stylus, he tapped at the screen of his tablet. "Tell me about your previous experience with therapy." I took a breath, let it out. "I was a child. I don't remember." He glanced at me over the rim of his glasses. "How did you feel about seeing someone? Angry, frightened, sad?" Glancing down at my wedding ring, I replied, "A little of all that. I imagine you felt similarly about your father's suicide." I stilled. Studying him, my gaze narrowed. "Your point?" "We're just talking, Gideon." He leaned back. "I often feel like you're wondering what the angle is. I don't have an angle. I just want to help you." I forced my posture to relax. I wanted the nightmares to stop. I wanted to share the same bed as my wife. I needed Dr. Peterson to help me do that. However, I didn't want to talk about things that couldn't be changed to get there.
8. Hey, girl. What are your thoughts on karaoke? Shauna Ellison asked the second I answered the phone. I dropped my pencil onto the notepad I'd been scribbling in, then sat back on the couch and curled my legs onto the cushion. It was rolling past 9 o'clock, and I hadn't heard from Gideon yet. I didn't know if that was a good or a bad sign, considering he'd had an appointment with Dr. Peterson earlier. The sun had set nearly an hour before, and I'd been trying not to think of my husband every 5 seconds since. Chatting with Shauna was a welcome distraction. Well, I hedged. Since I'm tone-deaf, my thoughts on singing in public are pretty much non-existent. Why? In my head, I pictured the vibrant redhead who was quickly becoming a friend. In a lot of ways, she was like her brother Stephen, who happened to be engaged to my boss. They were both fun and easygoing, quick to tease and yet rock solid, too. I liked the Ellison siblings a lot. Because I was thinking we could go to this new karaoke bar I heard about today at work, she explained. Instead of those cheesy background tracks, this place has a live band. You don't have to sing if you don't want to. A lot of people go just to watch. I reached for the tablet lying on the coffee table. What's the name of this place? The Starlight Lounge. I thought it might be fun for Friday. My brows went up. Friday was our bringing the crew together night. I tried to imagine Arnaldo or Arash singing karaoke, and just the thought made me smile. Why the hell not? At the very least, it'd break the ice. I'll mention it to Gideon. I ran a search for the bar and pulled up its website. Looks nice. The name had conjured thoughts of old-school crooner hangouts, but the images on the site were of a contemporary club decorated in shades of blue with chrome accents. It looked upscale and swank. Right? I thought so too, and it'll be entertaining. Yeah. Wait till you see Carrie with a mic. He's shameless. She laughed, and I grinned at the sound, which was as bubbly as champagne. So is Stephen. Let me know what you decide. Can't wait to see you. We hung up, and I tossed my phone onto the cushion beside me. I was leaning forward to get back to my project when I heard the ping of a text message. It was from Brett. We need to talk. Call me. I stared at his picture on the screen for a long minute. He'd been calling all day but hanging up when he got my voicemail. I would be lying if I said I wasn't conflicted about him still reaching out, but it was a dead end. Maybe we'd be friends someday, but not now. I wasn't up for it, or the stress it caused Gideon. I used to think facing issues that made me uncomfortable showed strength and responsibility. Now I realized that sometimes resolution wasn't the purpose. Sometimes you just had to take the opportunity to examine yourself better. I'll give you a ring when I can, I typed back. Then I set the phone aside again. I'd call him when Gideon was with me. No secrets, and nothing to hide. Hey. Carrie strolled into the living room from the hallway, dressed in pajama bottoms and a threadbare t-shirt. His dark brown hair was still damp from the shower he must have taken after Tatiana left an hour earlier. I was glad she hadn't spent the night. I wanted to like the woman who said she was carrying my best friend's baby, but the leggy model didn't make it easy for me. I felt like she deliberately baited me whenever she could. I got the strong impression that she would like nothing more than to keep Carrie all to herself, and I was viewed as a big roadblock to that end. My best friend sprawled face down on the other section of the sofa, his head near my thigh, and his long legs stretched out. What you working on? Making lists. I want to get started on something for abuse survivors. Yeah? What are you thinking? One of my shoulders lifted in a helpless shrug. I don't really know. I keep thinking about Megumi and how she didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell anyone either. Neither did you, until way later. Because who's going to give a shit? He said gruffly, propping his chin on his hands. And it's scary to talk about it. There are a lot of hotlines and shelters for victims. I want to find something else that makes a difference, but I don't have any groundbreaking ideas. So, talk to idea people. My mouth curved. You make it sound so easy. Hell, why reinvent the wheel? Find someone who's doing it right and help him out. He rolled onto his back and scrubbed at his face with both hands. I knew that gesture and what it signified. Something was eating at him. Tell me about your day, I said. I'd ended up spending more one-on-one time with Gideon in San Diego than I had with Carrie, and I felt bad about that. Carrie said he'd had a good time hanging with his old crowd, but that hadn't been the purpose of our trip. I felt like I'd let him down, even though he didn't accuse me of doing so. He dropped his hands to his sides.
I had a shoot this morning, and then I saw Trey for a late lunch.
Did you say anything to him about the baby? He shook his head.
I thought about it, but I couldn't do it. I'm such a dick.
Don't be hard on yourself. It's a rough spot you're in. Carrie's eyes closed, shuddering the vivid green of his irises.
I was thinking the other day how much easier it'd be if Trey swung both ways. Then we could both be banging Tat and each other, and I could have it all. Then I realized I didn't want to share Trey with Tat. Don't mind sharing her. But not him. Tell me that doesn't make me a total douche.
Reaching out, I ruffled my fingers through his dark hair. It makes you human. I'd been in a similar situation with Gideon, thinking I could work out a way to be friends with Brett, even while I was aggravated that Gideon was friends with Corinne. In a perfect world, none of us would be selfish, but that's not the way it goes. We just do our best.
You're always making excuses for me, he muttered.
I thought about that for a second. No, I corrected gently, bending over to press a kiss to his forehead. I just forgive you. Someone has to, since you won't forgive yourself. Wednesday morning came and went in a flurry. Lunch was on me before I knew it.
We were celebrating our engagement 2 weeks ago, Steve Ellison said, as I settled into the chair he held out for me. Now we get to celebrate yours.
I smiled. I couldn't help it. There was something infectiously joyful about my boss's fiancé, which you couldn't help but pick up on. Must be something in the water.
Must be.
He glanced at his partner, then back at me.
Mark's not losing you, is he?
Steven, Mark admonished, shaking his head.
Don't.
I'm not going anywhere, I answered, which earned me a surprised and pleased grin from my boss. His goatee-framed smile was as contagious as Steven's gregariousness. Really, our scheduled lunches were worth the price of admission.
Well, I'm happy to hear that,
Mark said.
Me too.
Steven opened his menu with a decisive snap, as if something important had been decided.
We want you to stick around, kid.
I'm sticking, I assured them. The server set a basket of olive oil-drizzled garlic bread on the table between us, then rattled off the day's specials. The restaurant the guys had selected had 2 menus, Italian and Greek. Like most Manhattan eateries, the location was small and the tables packed tightly together, close enough that one party flowed into the next and you had to watch your elbows. The scents flowing out of the kitchen and wafting from the trays of passing servers had my stomach growling audibly. Thankfully, the noise from the lunch crowd frenzy was loud enough to cover me. Steven ran a hand through the bright red hair many women would kill for.
I'm having the moussaka.
Me too. I closed my menu.
Pepperoni pizza for me,
Mark said. Steven and I teased him about being adventurous.
Hell, he shot back. Marrying Steven is adventure enough.
Grinning, Steven set his elbow on the table and his chin on his fist.
So, Ava, how did Cross propose? I'm guessing he didn't blurt it out in the middle of the street.
Mark, who was sitting on the bench seat next to his partner, gave him an exasperated look. No, I agreed. He broke the news to me on a private beach. I can't say he asked, because he pretty much just told me that we're getting married. Mark's mouth twisted in thought, but Steven was blunt, as always.
Romance, Gideon Cross style.
I laughed. Absolutely. He'll be the first to tell you he's not romantic, but he's wrong about that.
Let me see the ring.
I held my hand out to Steven, and the Asher-cut diamond shot sparks of multi-hued fire. It was a beautiful ring, which held beautiful memories for Gideon. Elizabeth Vidal's thoughts on the subject couldn't touch that.
Whoa, Mark, darling, you have got to get me one of those.
The picture in my head of the flame-haired, burly contractor wearing a ring like mine was comical. Mark shot him a look.
So you can shatter it on a job site? Let me get right on that. Diamonds are tough little beauties, but I'll take good care of it. You'll have to wait until I run an agency of my own,
my boss retorted with a snort.
I can do that.
Stephen winked at me.
You register anywhere yet?
I shook my head. You?
Hell yeah!
He twisted to open the messenger bag next to him and pulled out his wedding binder.
Tell me what you think about these patterns.
Mark raised his gaze heavenward with a long, suffering sigh. I grabbed a piece of garlic bread and leaned forward with a happy hum. I worked on the Land Corps RFP the remainder of the afternoon. When my day ended, I headed to my Krav Maga class with Raoul. On the way, I reread Clancy's reply to my text, saying I wouldn't need a ride from him. He had typed back that it was no problem, but I felt the need to explain further. Gideon wants to have his people with me moving forward, so you're free from now on. Smiley face. Thank you for all your help. It didn't take him long to answer. Anytime. Holler when you need me. By the way, your friend shouldn't have any more trouble. The thank you I sent back didn't seem like enough. I made a note to send him something that would better express my gratitude. Raoul parked outside the brick-faced converted warehouse that was Parker Smith's Krav Maga studio, and then escorted me inside, taking a seat on the bleachers. His presence threw me off a little bit. Clancy had always waited outside. Having Raoul watching me made me a little self-conscious. The massive open space still managed to look crowded, thanks to all the clients on the mats and in one-on-ones with instructors. The noise was nearly deafening, a cacophony of bodies hitting padding, flesh colliding with flesh, and the various shouts as participants psyched themselves up while psyching each other out. Giant metal delivery bay doors added to both the industrial feel of the studio and the heat, which even the air conditioning and multiple standing fans couldn't quite alleviate. I was stretching in preparation for the grueling drills ahead when a pair of lanky legs came into my line of sight. I straightened and faced NYPD detective Shelley Graves. She wore her curly brown hair in a bun as severe as her face, and her blue eyes assessed me with sharp impassiveness. I was afraid of her and what she could do to Gideon, but I admired her a lot too. She was fierce and confident in a way I could only aspire to. "Ava," she greeted me. "Detective Graves." She was dressed for work in dark slacks and a red jersey top. She wore a black blazer that didn't hide either her badge or her firearm. Her boots were scuffed and no nonsense, much like her attitude. "Spotted you on my way out. Heard about your engagement. Congratulations." My stomach flipped a little. Part of Gideon's alibi, if one could call it that, was that we'd been broken up when Nathan was killed. Why would a powerful, upstanding public figure kill a guy over an ex he'd left behind without looking back? Getting engaged so quickly had to look suspicious. Graves had told me she and her partner had moved on to other cases, but I understood what kind of cop she was. Shelley Graves believed in justice. She believed Nathan had gotten his, but I knew something inside her questioned whether Gideon had something to pay for, too. "Thank you," I replied, pulling my shoulders back. In this, Gideon and I were a team. I'm a lucky girl. She glanced at the bleachers. At Raoul. "Where's Ben Clancy?" I frowned. "I don't know. Why?" "Just curious. You know, one of the feds I talked to about Yademsky also has the last name Clancy." Her gaze bored into me. You think they're any relation? The blood drained out of my head at the mention of the Russian mobster whose corpse had been sporting Nathan's bracelet. I swayed a little with a sudden rush of dizziness. What? She nodded, as if she'd expected as much. Probably not. Anyway, I'll see you later. I watched her walk away, her attention on Raoul. Then she paused and faced me again. You inviting me to the wedding? I fought through the buzzing in my head to say, the reception. We're keeping the wedding small, just family. Really? Didn't expect that. Something like a smile transformed her thin face. He's full of surprises, isn't he? I couldn't even begin to decipher what that meant. I was too busy trying to process everything else she'd said. I didn't even realize I'd chased after her until I had her elbow in my hand. She stopped, her body taut in a way that told me to let go, which I did, immediately. I stared at her for a beat, trying to pull my thoughts together. Clancy, Gideon, Nathan. What the hell did it mean? Where was she going with it? Most of all, why did I feel as if she were helping me, looking out for me, for Gideon? What I ended up saying startled me. I'm looking to support an organization that does good work for abuse survivors. Her brows rose. Why are you telling me? I don't know where to start. She shot me a look. Try Crossroads, she said dryly. I've heard good things about that one. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor of my bedroom sitting room when Gideon came home. He walked in wearing loose-legged jeans and a V-neck white t-shirt, the keys to my place spinning around his finger. I stared. I couldn't help it. Would he always stop my heart? I hoped so. The room was small and girly, decorated by my mother with antiques, such as the silly escritoire I was supposed to use as a desk. Gideon infused a drugging dose of testosterone into the space, making me feel soft and feminine and eager to be ravished. Hi, Ace. The love and longing he inspired were exposed in those 2 words. The keys were caught in his hand abruptly, and he came to a stop, looking down at me much as he had that first day in the Crossfire lobby. His eyes took on the brooding fierceness I found wildly exciting. For some reason I would probably never understand, he felt the same about me.
Angel mine.
He dropped gracefully into a crouch, his hair sliding briefly along his cheekbones in a loving caress.
What are you working on?
His fingers rifled through the papers scattered on the floor around me. Before my research into his Crossroads Foundation distracted him, I caught his hand and squeezed it. I blurted out what I knew, as abruptly as the info had been sprung on me. It was Clancy, Gideon. Clancy and his brother and the FBI planted Nathan's bracelet on that mobster. He nodded.
I figured.
You did? How? I smacked him on the shoulder. Why didn't you say something? I've been worried sick. Gideon settled on the floor in front of me, crossing his long legs in a pose mirroring mine.
I don't have all the answers yet. Angus and I have been narrowing it down. Whoever was responsible was either watching Nathan or me and following our movements, so we started there.
Or watching both of you.
Precisely. Who would do that? Who had a stake in it? In you?
Jesus. I searched his face. Detective Graves knows. The FBI. Clancy.
Graves?
She brought it up at Parker's studio tonight, tossed it at me in passing just to see how I'd take the news. His gaze narrowed.
Either she's fucking with you or she wants you to stop worrying. My bet is on the latter.
I almost asked why, but then I realized I'd come to the same conclusion. The detective was tough as nails, but she had a heart. I had caught glimpses of it during the few times we'd interacted with one another, and she was good at her job, obviously. "We have to trust her, then?" I asked, crawling over the brochures and paperwork to curl into his lap. He pulled me into him, fitting me into the hard planes of his body as if I were meant to be there always. I felt that way when he held me, safe, treasured, adored. His lips touched my forehead.
"I'm going to talk to Clancy just to be sure, but he's no fool. He wouldn't leave anything to chance."
My hand tightened around a fistful of his t-shirt, hanging on to him with everything I had. "Don't keep things like this from me, Gideon. Stop trying to protect me."
"I can't."
His grip on me tightened, too.
"Maybe I should have said something, but we have only a few hours alone every day, and I want them to be perfect."
"Gideon, you've got to let me in." His chest expanded beneath my cheek, his heart beating strong and sure.
"I'm working on it, Ava."
That was all I could ask for. The next morning, I padded into the kitchen on bare feet to find Gideon pouring coffee. I could say the smell of Java is what added a spring to my step, but it was the sight of my husband, freshly shaved and dressed with his vest hanging open, that did it. I loved seeing him a little undone. He looked me over as I went to him, my heels rapping on the marble, his face impassive and his eyes warm. Did he get the same kick when he caught sight of me ready to tackle my day? I doubted it. I was convinced men just saw hot, or not. Wrapping my fingers around his wrist, I let his hand around me and up the back of my skirt to cup the undercurve of my buttock. A smile teased the corners of his lips.
"Hello to you too, Mrs. Cross."
He snapped the back of my garter against my thigh. I jumped at the sting and gasped as warmth spread outward from the spot.
You like that?"
He smirked. My lower lip stuck out in a pout. It hurt. Gideon shifted to lean back against the counter and pulled me between his spread legs, both of his hands lightly gripping the back of my thighs. He nuzzled his nose against my temple and massaged the place that burned.
"I'm sorry, Angel."
Then he snapped my garter on the other side. I arched in surprise, my body aligning with his. He was hard. Again. A low moan escaped me. "Stop it."
"It's turning you on,"
he murmured in my ear. "It hurts," I complained, even as I rubbed against him. He'd woken me with soft kisses and provocative hands. I had thanked him in the shower with my mouth. Still, he could go again. I could too. We were addicted to each other.
"Want me to kiss it and make it better?"
His fingers slid between my thighs and found me warm and ready. He groaned.
"Christ, what you do to me, Ava. I've got so much to do."
God, he felt good. Smelled even better. My arms wrapped around his neck. "We have to go to work." He yanked me up to my toes, grinding me against his erection.
"We're playing with these garters later."
I kissed him. I put my mouth over his and devoured him, my tongue touching his, stroking it greedily, sucking. Gideon's hand fisted in my ponytail, holding me in place as he took over the kiss, fucking my mouth, drinking me in. In an instant, I was hot, my skin humid with perspiration. His lips were firm yet soft against my own, his grip angling me just the way he wanted, his teeth scraping gently across my lower lip. The taste of him, flavored delectably with a hint of rich black coffee, intoxicated me. Drunk on him, I clutched his hair in my hands, holding on, my toes flexing to push me closer, always closer, but never close enough. "Whoa!" Carrie's voice broke me out of the sensual spell Gideon had cast.
Don't forget, we eat in here.
I started to pull away from my husband, but he held me tight, allowing me only to break the kiss. My gaze met his. His eyes were sharply alert beneath heavy lids, his lips softened and damp.
Good morning, Carrie,
he said, his attention shifting to my best friend as Carrie joined us by the coffee maker.
For you two, maybe.
Carrie opened the cupboard that held the mugs and pulled one out.
Sadly, I'm too tired to get turned on by the show. Not making me feel too optimistic about the rest of the day.
He was dressed in skinny jeans and a navy t-shirt, his hair skillfully arranged in a trendy pompadour. I pitied the single Manhattanites who'd see him out and about that day. He was such a striking man, both physically and in the false confidence he exuded. Do you have a shoot today? I asked.
No, Tat does, and she wants me there. She's got morning sickness and shit, so I'm gonna be around to help her out if she's not feeling well.
I reached out and rubbed his biceps in sympathy. That's awesome, Carrie. You're the best. His lips twisted wryly as he lifted his steaming cup to his mouth.
What else can I do? I can't get sick for her, and she's gotta work as long as she can.
You'll let me know if there's anything I can do? He shrugged.
Sure.
Gideon's hand stroked up and down my back, offering wordless support.
If you've got the time, Carrie, I'd like you to be there for the appointment with the designer who's renovating our place on Fifth Avenue. Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Carrie cocked his hip into the counter.
I haven't totally worked things out with Tat, but I figure we'll be shacking up together at some point. You guys aren't gonna want a screaming baby next door. When you're ready for that, you'll have your own, not put up with mine.
Carrie. My best friend rarely looked beyond the next 15 minutes of his life. To hear him stepping up to the plate so solidly made me love him all the more.
Both sections of the penthouse are fully soundproofed,
Gideon said, his voice holding the firm note of command that reassured everyone who heard it.
We can make anything work, Carrie. You just tell me what concerns you have and we'll address them.
Carrie looked into his mug, his beautiful face suddenly looking worn and tired.
Thanks. I'll talk to Tat about it. It's hard, you know. She doesn't want to think about what's next. And I can't stop thinking about it. There's going to be this person who's totally dependent on us, and we need to be prepared for that. Somehow.
I stepped back, and Gideon let me go. It was hard to watch Carrie struggling. It was scary, too. He didn't handle challenges well, and I was so afraid he'd slip back into familiar, self-destructive coping mechanisms. It was a threat we both faced on a daily basis. I had a group of people who kept me anchored. Carrie had only me. That's what families are for, Carrie. I offered a smile. To drive each other crazy and straight into therapy. He snorted, then hid his face behind his mug. The lack of a glib reply made me even more anxious. A heavy silence descended. Gideon and I both gave him a minute, taking the time to grab our own cups of java and caffeinate ourselves. We didn't speak or even look at each other, not wanting to create a unit that left Carrie out. But I felt how in sync we were. It meant so much to me. I'd never had someone in my life who was a true partner. A lover who was there for more than just a good time. Gideon was a miracle in so many ways. It struck me then that I had to make some adjustments, compromise a little more on the issue of working with Gideon. I had to stop thinking of Team Cross as being his alone. I had to own it too, so I could share in it with him.
I've got time next week,
Carrie said finally, looking at me. Then Gideon. Gideon nodded.
Let's plan on Wednesday, then. Give us some room to recover from the weekend.
Carrie's mouth twitched.
So it's that kind of party.
I smiled back. Is there any other kind? How are you? I asked Megumi when we sat down for lunch on Thursday afternoon. She looked better than she had on Monday, but she was still overdressed for the heat of the summer. Because of that, I'd ordered salads for delivery, and we settled in the break room instead of braving the steamy day outside. She managed a wan smile. Better. Does Lacey know what happened? I wasn't sure how close Megumi was to her roommate, but I hadn't forgotten that Lacey had dated Michael first. Not all of it. Megumi pushed at her salad with a plastic fork. I feel so stupid. We're always quick to blame ourselves. But no means no. It's not your fault. I know that, but still, I knew just how she felt. Have you thought about talking to someone? She glanced at me, tucking her hair behind her ear. Like a counselor or something? Yes. Not really. How do you even start looking for someone like that? We've got mental health benefits. Call the number on the back of your insurance card. They'll give you a list of providers to choose from. And I just pick one? I'll help you. And if I got my act together, I'd find a way to help more women like her and me. Something good had to come of our experiences. I had the motivation and the means. I just had to find the way. Her eyes glistened. You're a good friend, Ava. Thanks for being here. I leaned over and hugged her. He hasn't texted me lately, she said when I pulled back. I keep dreading that he's going to, but every hour that goes by that he doesn't, I feel better. Settling back in my seat, I sent a silent thank you to Clancy. Good. At 5 o'clock, I left work and took the elevator up to Cross Industries, hoping to catch some time with Gideon before our appointment with Dr. Peterson. I'd been thinking about him all day, about the future I wanted us to have together. I wanted him to respect my individuality and my personal boundaries, but I also wanted him to open up some of his own. I wanted more moments like this morning with Carrie, when Gideon and I stood together, facing a situation as one. I couldn't really push for that if I wasn't willing to make the same effort. The red-headed receptionist at Cross Industries buzzed me in. She greeted me with a hard smile that didn't reach her eyes. Can I help you? No, I'm good, thanks, I replied, breezing past her. It would be nice if all of Gideon's employees could be as easy-natured as Scott, but the receptionist had an issue with me, and I'd just come to accept it. I headed back to Gideon's office and found Scott's desk empty. Through the glass, I saw my husband at work, presiding over a meeting with casual authority. He stood in front of his desk, leaning back against it with one ankle crossed over the other. He wore his jacket and faced an audience composed of 2 suit-clad gentlemen and 1 woman wearing a great pair of Louboutins. Scott sat off to the side, taking notes on a tablet. Settling into one of the chairs by Scott's desk, I watched Gideon as raptly as the others in the room with him. It never ceased to amaze me how self-assured he was for a man who was only 28. The men he was meeting with looked to be twice his age, and yet their body language and focused attention told me they respected my husband and what he was saying. Yes, money talked, loudly, and Gideon had tons of it. But he conveyed command and control with subtle actions. I recognized that, after living with Nathan's father, my mom's first husband, who'd wielded power like a blunt instrument. Gideon knew how to own a room without thumping his chest. I doubted the setting made any difference. He would be a formidable presence in anyone's office. His head turned, and his gaze met mine. There was no surprise in those brilliantly blue eyes of his. He'd known I was there. Had sensed me just as I often sensed his approach without looking. We were connected, somehow, on a level I couldn't explain. There were times when he wasn't with me, and I just wished he was. but I still felt him nearby. I smiled, then dug in my bag for my phone. I didn't want Gideon to feel like I was just sitting around waiting. Not that doing so would pressure him at all. There were dozens of email messages from my mother with photo attachments of dresses and flowers and wedding venues, reminding me that I needed to talk with her about Dad paying for the ceremony. I'd been putting off that conversation all week, trying to steel myself for her reaction. There was also another text from Brett, telling me that we needed to talk, urgently. Standing, I looked around for a quiet corner where I could make that call. What I saw was Christopher Vidal Sr. rounding the corner. Gideon's stepfather was dressed in the khakis and loafers I'd come to expect, with a pale blue dress shirt open at the collar and rolled up at the sleeves. The dark copper waves he'd passed on to Christopher Jr. were neatly cut around his neck and ears, and his slate-green eyes were capped with a frown behind old-school brass-framed glasses.
"Ava."
Chris slowed as he neared me.
"How are you?"
"Good. You?"
He nodded, looking over my shoulder at Gideon's office. "Can't complain. Do you have a minute? I'd like to talk to you about something."
"Sure."
The door opened behind me, and I turned to see Scott stepping out. "Mr. Vidal," he said, coming toward us. "Miss Trammell? Mr. Cross will be another 15 minutes or so. Can I get either of you something to drink while you wait?" Chris shook his head. "Nothing for me, thank you. But if you have a private room we could use, that would be great." "Of course."
Scott looked at me. "I'm good, thanks," I answered.
Leaving his tablet on his desk, Scott led us to a conference room with a sweeping view of the city. A long, polished wood table gleamed beneath the recessed lighting, with a matching cabinet covering one wall and a large monitor lining the other. "If you need anything," he began, "just dial 1 and we'll take care of it. There's coffee in the cabinet there, and water." Chris nodded. "Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it." Scott left. Chris gestured for me to sit, then took the chair to the right of mine, spinning it to face me. "First, let me congratulate you on your engagement." He smiled. "Ireland speaks very highly of you, and I know you've been instrumental in bringing her and Gideon closer together. I can't thank you enough for that."
"I didn't do much, but I appreciate the thought."
He reached for my left hand, which was resting on the table. His thumb rubbed gently over my engagement ring, and his mouth curved ruefully. Was he thinking about the fact that Jeffrey Cross had selected the ring for Elizabeth? "It's a beautiful ring," he said finally. "I'm sure it meant a great deal to Gideon to give it to you." I didn't know what to say to that. It meant a lot to my husband because it was a symbol of the love between his parents. Chris released my hand. "Elizabeth is taking this very hard. I'm sure there are a lot of complicated emotions a mother must feel when her first child decides to get married, especially with a son. My mother used to say that a son is a son until he gets married, then he's a husband, but a daughter is a daughter for life." The conciliatory explanation rubbed me the wrong way. He was trying to be kind, but I was tired of all the excuses, especially when it came to Elizabeth Vidal. The pretending had to end, or Gideon would never stop hurting. I needed the pain to stop. Every time he woke up crying, it shattered me a little more. I could only imagine the damage it was doing to him. Still, I debated letting it go for now. I could argue and push forever, but Gideon needed to be the one to demand the answers and hear them given. Put it away. When the time is right, it'll happen. But I found myself leaning forward instead, unable to hold the silence Gideon had kept for too long. "Let's be honest," I insisted quietly. "Your wife didn't have this reaction when Gideon became engaged to Corinne."
I didn't know that for sure, but having seen Elizabeth with Corinne's parents at the hospital, it seemed likely. His sheepish smile proved me right. I think that was different because Gideon had been with Corinne a while, and we knew her. You and Gideon haven't been together long, so there's still some adjusting to do. I don't want you to take it personally, Ava. The smile chafed, but it was the words that were too much for me. Resentment welled and flowed over the wall I tried to contain it behind. Chris wasn't blameless either. Taking a grieving, troubled boy into his home had to have been hard, especially when he'd been building his own family with Christopher Jr. and Ireland on the way. But he'd accepted the role of stepfather when he married Elizabeth. He shared responsibility for pursuing justice for a wounded and exploited child. Hell, a stranger would have an obligation to report the crime. Leaning forward, I let him see how angry I was. It's very personal, Mr. Vidal. Elizabeth is feeling threatened because I'm not going to put up with this bullshit anymore. You both owe Gideon an apology, and she needs to admit to the abuse. I'm going to keep pressuring her to make things right. You can count on that. His posture stiffened visibly. What are you talking about? I snorted with disgust. Seriously? Elizabeth would never abuse her children, he said tightly when I didn't reply. She's a wonderful, devoted mother. I blinked, then stared at him. Was he as delusional as Elizabeth? How could they both act like they didn't know? I think you'd better explain yourself, Ava. Fast. I sagged back into the chair, stunned. If he was acting, he deserved a goddamned Academy Award. He surged forward without getting up, bristling and aggressive. Start talking. Now. My voice came quiet, small. He was raped by the therapist he was seeing. Chris froze. For a long minute, he didn't even breathe. He told Elizabeth, but she didn't believe him. She knows he was telling the truth, but she's denied it for whatever screwed-up reason she's come up with. He straightened, shaking his head vehemently. No. The one-word rebuff pushed me to my feet. Are you going to deny it too? Who would lie about something like that? Do you have any idea how hard it was for him to admit to what was happening? How confused he must have been that a man he trusted would do those things to him? Chris looked up at me. Elizabeth would never ignore something like that. There's a misunderstanding. You're confused. I took in his dilated pupils and white-rimmed lips, but refused to feel bad for him. She went through the motions, that's all. When push came to shove, she chose to side with everyone but her own child. You don't know what you're saying. I grabbed the handle of my bag and slung it over my shoulder. I bent into him, meeting him at eye level. Gideon was raped. One of these days, you and your wife are going to look him in the eye like I'm looking at you, and you're going to admit it. And you're going to apologize for all the years he's lived with that alone. Ava. Gideon's voice cracked through the air, making me jump. Straightening in a rush, I stumbled as I faced him. He stood in the open doorway, his hand gripping the handle with such force it should have broken off. His face was hard, his body stiff, his gaze searing me with a different kind of heat. Fury. I'd never seen him so angry. Chris pushed heavily to his feet. Gideon. What's going on? What is she saying? Gideon's arm shot out and grabbed me. He yanked me into the hallway with such force I yelped in alarm. I felt the bite of his fingers even after he released me. With his hand at the small of my back, he propelled me forward. His stride so long and quick I had to scramble to keep pace. "Gideon, wait," I said breathlessly, my heart pounding.
Not a fucking word,"
he snapped, pushing me roughly through the etched glass security doors into the elevator vestibule. I heard Chris calling Gideon's name. I caught sight of him rushing toward us, just before the elevator doors shut him out.
9. As I led Ava out of the crossfire, Angus took one look at my face and his smile disappeared. He opened the rear door to the Bentley and stepped aside, watching me urge my wife into the back seat. Our gazes met over her head as she slid into the back. I read the message in his faded blue eyes. Be gentle with her. He didn't know how hard it was for me to show as much restraint as I was managing. I could feel the vein pulsating in my temple, echoing the driving pulse beat that had my cock throbbing. I'd nearly stopped the elevator halfway down to fuck Ava against the wall like an animal. The only things that deterred me were the security cameras and watchful guard eyes monitoring the feed. I wanted to leash her, sink my teeth into her shoulder as I nailed her, dominate her. She was a tigress, clawing and hissing at everyone she felt had done me wrong, and I needed to pin her down, make her submit. God damn it, I bit out, rounding the back of the car to get in on the other side. Ava was a wild card. I couldn't control her. I folded into the seat and slammed the door shut, staring out the window because I was afraid of what I'd do if I looked at her. She was the air I breathed, and at the moment, I couldn't catch my breath. She set her hand on my thigh. Gideon? Grabbing that slender hand wearing my ring, I shoved it between my legs and thrust my aching dick into her palm. Open your mouth again, and that's what I'm putting in it. She gasped. Angus slid behind the wheel and started the car. I felt Ava's gaze on the side of my face. Her hand pulled away, and I nearly groaned at the loss of her touch. Then she shifted, curling into my side. Her other hand slid back between my legs, cupping my cock possessively. Her lips pressed a kiss against my jaw. My arm went around her back. I took a deep breath, inhaling her scent. The Bentley pulled away from the curb, and we melded into midtown traffic. It wasn't until we pulled over in front of the office building where Dr. Peterson kept his office that I remembered our appointment. I'd been counting the minutes until we got home, and I could take Ava the way I needed to. Fast, hard, furious. She started sitting up when Angus got out of the car. I tightened my arm around her. Not today, I said tightly. Okay, she whispered, kissing my jaw again. Angus opened the door. She pulled away, then got out of the car anyway. She spun through the revolving doors and left me staring after her. Jesus. Ducking down, Angus peered in at me. Couples therapy means the both of you. I glared at him. Stop enjoying this. The smile in his eyes curved his lips into a broad grin. She loves you, lad, whether you like it or not. Of course I like it, I muttered, glancing over my shoulder to check the traffic before opening my door and stepping out. I rounded the trunk. That doesn't mean she's not a loose cannon. Angus shut the door. A rare summer breeze ruffled the graying red hair that peeked out from beneath his chauffeur's hat. Sometimes you'll lead, sometimes you'll follow. Expect you'll grumble about the following part for a while yet. I growled, exasperated. She talked to Chris. His brows rose with surprise even as he nodded. I saw him go in. Why won't she leave it the hell alone? I stepped onto the sidewalk, tugging my vest into place and wishing I could straighten my thoughts as easily. She can't change the past. It's not the past she's thinking of. He set his hand briefly on my shoulder. It's the future. I found Ava pacing in Dr. Peterson's office, her hands waving as she spoke. The good doctor sat in his customary chair, his attention on his tablet as he took notes. The whole situation makes me so mad, she seethed. Then she caught sight of me standing in the doorway and paused mid-stride. Gideon. A brilliant smile lit up her beautiful face. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do to put that happy look on her. The fact that she smiled like that just because she saw me. Ava. Doctor. I took a seat on the sofa. How much had she told him? Dr. Peterson followed me with his gaze. Hello, Gideon. I'm glad you could join us after all. I patted the cushion next to me and waited for Ava to sit. We're making plans to move back into the penthouse on 5th with Carrie, I said smoothly, once she'd settled beside me, deflecting the conversation into territory I was more comfortable addressing. I expect it will be a rocky transition for all of us. Ava gaped. Dr. Peterson set his stylus down. Ava was just telling me about a visit with your stepfather. I would like to hear more about that before we move on. I linked my fingers with Ava's. It's not open for discussion. She stared at me. I turned my head to meet her gaze, and my breath left me in a pained rush. The new look on her face made me ache for a different reason altogether. The session had barely started, and already it couldn't end soon enough for me. I told Angus to take us home, to the penthouse. It was obvious Ava was lost in her own thoughts by the surprise she displayed when the valet opened the door for her. We were in the subterranean garage beneath the building. She glanced at me. I'll explain, I told her, as I took her elbow and led her to the elevator. We rode up in silence. When the car doors opened into our private foyer, I felt her tense beneath my hand. We hadn't been to the penthouse together in nearly a month. The last time we'd been in the foyer had been the night she confronted me about Nathan's death. I'd been afraid then, too, terrified I had done something she couldn't forgive me for. We'd had many explosive moments here. The penthouse hadn't seen as much joy and love between us as the secret apartment on the Upper West Side. But we would change that. One day, we would look back and this place would remind us of all the steps in our journey together, good and bad. I refused to envision anything else. I opened the door, gesturing her in before me. She dropped her purse into an armchair and kicked off her shoes. I shrugged out of my jacket, hung it on the back of one of the bar stools in the kitchen, and then pulled a Shiraz off the wine rack. You're disappointed in me, I called out, uncorking the wine. Ava padded to the open archway and leaned against the tumbled stone. No, not in you. Retrieving a decanter and 2 glasses, I considered my reply. It was difficult bargaining with my wife. In every other deal, I went in with the knowledge that I could take it or leave it. There was no agreement anywhere I couldn't walk away from, except those that endangered my hold on Ava. As I poured the wine from its bottle into the decanter, she joined me at the island. Her hand came to rest on my shoulder. We haven't been together long, Gideon, and you've come so far already. I'm not going to push you to go farther so soon. These things take time. I let the decanted wine sit and turned to face her, pulling her close. She'd felt so far away the last hour or so, and the distance had been killing me. "Kiss me," I murmured. Tilting her head back, Ava lifted her mouth to me. I pressed my lips to hers, but otherwise did nothing else, wanting her to be the one to reach out, needing her to be. The stroke of her tongue over the seam of my lips made me groan. The feel of her fingers sliding into the hair at my nape soothed me. There was an apology in the softness of her lips gliding across mine, and love in her quiet moan of surrender. I caught her up, lifting her feet from the floor, so relieved she still wanted me that I felt dizzy with it. "Ava, I'm sorry." "Shh, baby, it's okay." She pulled back and touched my face, cupping it in both hands. "You don't have to apologize to me." The back of my throat burned. I lifted her onto the counter, stepping between her spread legs. Her skirt rose up, bearing the ends of her garters. I wanted her, in every way. My forehead touched hers. "You were upset that I didn't want to talk about Chris." "I wasn't expecting you to avoid it so completely, that's all." She kissed my brow, her fingers brushing the hair from my face. "I should have considered the possibility, considering how angry you were when we left the Crossfire." "Not with you." "At Chris?" "At the situation," I exhaled roughly. "You're expecting people to change, and that doesn't happen. In the meantime, you're stirring up trouble at a time when we've got enough on our plates. I just want to have some peace with you, Ava. Days when we're alone and happy and free of any bullshit. And nights where you go to sleep in another bed? In another room?" My eyes squeezed shut. "Is that what this is all about?" "Not completely, but some of it, yeah. Gideon, I want to be with you, waking and sleeping." "I understand, but that peace you're looking for? You're pretending you have it during the day and suffering without it at night. It's tearing you up from the inside, and it's shredding me watching it happen to you. I don't want you to live like this forever. I don't want us to live forever like this." I looked at her, my soul bared to those amazing steel-colored eyes that didn't let me hide anything. There was so much love in the look she gave me. Love and worry, disappointment and hope. The pendant lamps over the island backlit her blonde hair, reminding me of how precious she was. A gift I'd never expected. "Ava, I am talking to Dr. Peterson about the nightmares." "But not about what's causing them." "You're assuming Hugh is the problem," I said evenly, feeling the burn of hatred and humiliation in my gut. "We've been talking about my father instead." She pulled back. "Ace, I don't know exactly what's in your dreams, but I've seen you wake up in 2 different ways, ready to beat up someone or crying like your heart is breaking. When you come out swinging, the things you say make me damn near certain you're fighting off Hugh." I sucked in a quick, deep breath. It infuriated me that my former therapist and molester could reach out from the grave and touch Ava through me. "Listen," she wrapped her legs around my hips. "I said I wasn't going to push you, and I meant it. If we were 2 years into our relationship, I'd put up a fuss, maybe. But it's only been a few months, Gideon. The fact that you're seeing someone and talking about your dad is enough for now." "Is it?" "Yes. But there are things we can never discuss that are haunting you, too. Dr. Peterson is already working with a handicap because of that. The more you keep from him, the less he can help." "Nathan." She didn't have to say the name. "I'm making an effort, Ava. I know. Her hands smoothed over my shoulders, then reached for the buttons of my vest. Just tell me that you're not hoping to avoid talking about it forever. Tell me you're just working up to it. My heart rate sped up. I reached for her wrists, holding them firmly, anchoring myself to her. I felt cornered, trapped between her needs and my own, which seemed terribly divergent at that moment. Her lips parted at the pressure of my grip, her breasts lifting with a quickened breath. A restraining touch, a heated look, the tone of my voice. Ava reacted to my unspoken demands as if she'd been trained to. I'm doing my best, I told her. That's not an answer. It's all I've got right now, Ava. She swallowed, her thoughts scattering as her body stirred. You're playing with me, she said quietly. You're manipulating me. I'm not. I'm giving you the truth, even though it's not what you want to hear. You told me you wouldn't push. Did you mean it? Wetting her lower lip with a brush of her tongue, she stared up at me, then nodded. Yes. Good. Let's have some wine and dinner. Afterward, if you'd really like to play, let me know. Play? How? I have some silk cord I bought for you. Her eyes widened. Silk cord? Crimson, of course. I released her and stepped back, giving her some space to think while I reached for the decanter to pour her a glass. I'd like to tie you down when you're ready for that. If not tonight, then someday. I won't push you, either. We were both steering each other in directions that were uncomfortable. She chose to believe an educated observer was part of the answer we were looking for. I believed we could find a lot of the answers on our own, just the two of us connecting in the most intimate ways possible. Sexual healing. What could be more perfect for two people who had the history Ava and I shared? Ava accepted the wine I handed her. When did you buy that? A week ago, maybe 2. I had no expectation of using it soon, but you made me want to today. I took a sip, letting the Shiraz roll around my tongue. That said, I'm perfectly happy with just fucking you hard. The wine sloshed a little in her glass as she lifted it to her mouth. She gulped it down, leaving a few drops in the bottom. Because you're mad at me for talking to Chris. I told you I wasn't. You were furious when we left. Furiously turned on. I smiled wryly. I can't explain why, because I don't understand it myself. Try. I reached up and brushed the pad of my thumb over her lips. I see you angry, passionate, ready to fight, and I want all that violence trapped beneath me. You make me want to hold you down, clawing and screaming, your cunt milking my cock as I pound it into you. Mine. All mine. Gideon. She set her glass aside and grabbed me, claiming my mouth with a wild hunger I hoped would never abate. How come you never told Chris about what happened with Hugh? That unwelcome question came out of the fucking blue. I paused mid-chew, suddenly finding the bite of pizza in my mouth unappetizing. Dropping what was left of my slice onto the plate in front of me, I grabbed a napkin and wiped my mouth. Why are we discussing this again? Ava frowned at me from where she sat beside me on the floor in between the coffee table and the couch in the living room. We didn't talk about it. Didn't we? In any case, it doesn't matter. My mother told him. Her frown deepened. She reached for the TV remote and lowered the volume, muting the voices of the NYPD detectives on the screen. I don't think so. I pushed to my feet and grabbed my plate. She did, Ava. Do you know that for sure? She followed me into the kitchen. Yes. How? They discussed it at the dinner table one night, something I don't want to do. He acted like he didn't know. She braced her hands against the counter as I dropped my leftovers into the trash. He seemed genuinely confused and horrified. Then he's as conveniently obtuse as my mother. You shouldn't be surprised. What if he didn't know? So what? I set the plate in the sink, the lingering smell of food making my stomach roil. What the fuck does it matter now? It's done, Ava. Done and over with. Let it go. Why are you so mad? Because I was settled in for the night with my wife. Dinner, wine, a little TV, a couple hours making love after a long, rough day. I left the kitchen. Forget it. I'll see you in the morning. Gideon, wait. She grabbed my arm. Don't go to bed pissed. Please. I'm sorry. I paused and removed her hand from my arm. So am I. Start out slow, he whispers, his lips near my ear. I can feel him becoming excited. He reaches around my hip to where I'm stroking my penis. His hand covers mine. His breath is quick and shallow. His erection brushes against my buttocks. My stomach feels sick. I'm sweating. I can't stay hard, even as my oiled fist slides up and down, guided by his. You're thinking too much, he tells me. Concentrate on how good it feels. Look at that woman in front of you. She wants you to fuck her. Imagine how it'd feel to push your cock into her. Soft, hot, wet, and tight. His grip closes harder over mine. So tight. I look at the centerfold spread over the top of my toilet's water tank. She's got dark hair and blue eyes, and her legs are long. They always look like that, the women in the pictures Hugh brings. He pants in my ear, and the sickness is back. Wrong. There's something wrong with me. This feels wrong. His eagerness makes me feel dirty. Bad. I'm a bad boy. Even Mom says so. She yells it at me when she's crying, when she's angry with me about Dad. A low moan cuts through the sound of his heavy breaths. It's me making that noise. It feels good, even though I don't want it to. It's hard to breathe, to think, to fight. That's it, he coaxes. His other hand pushes between my buttocks. I try to pull away, but he's got me trapped. He's bigger than me, stronger. No matter how I struggle, I can't push him off. Don't, I tell him, squirming. You like it, he grunts. His hand pumps me harder. You shoot off like a geyser every time. It's okay. It's supposed to feel good. You'll be better once you've come. You won't fight with your mother so much. No, don't. Oh, God. He pushes two slick fingers inside me. I cry out, writhing away, but he won't quit. He's rubbing and thrusting into me, hitting the spot that makes me want to come more than anything. The pleasure grows despite the tears burning my eyes. My head falls forward. My chin touches my chest. It's coming. I can't stop it. Abruptly, I look down from a higher vantage. My hand is suddenly bigger, my forearm thicker and coursing with veins. Dark hair dusts my arms and chest, My abdomen ripples with muscle as I fight the orgasm I don't want. I am not a child anymore. He can't hurt me anymore. There's a knife atop the centerfold, gleaming in the light from the vanity beside me. I grab it and jerk free of the fingers fucking me. I turn and the blade sinks into his chest. "Don't touch me!" I roar, grabbing his shoulder and yanking him into the knife, all the way to the hilt. Hugh's eyes widen with horror. His mouth falls open in a silent scream. His face morphs into Nathan's. My childhood bathroom shimmers and transforms. We're in an eerily familiar hotel room. My heart pounds harder. I can't be here. They can't find me here. Can't find any trace of me. I have to leave. I stumble back. The knife withdraws in a smooth, blood-soaked glide. Nathan's eyes turn milky with death. They're gray. Gray eyes. Beautiful, beloved dove-gray irises. Ava's eyes. Clouding over. Ava is bleeding in front of me. Dying in front of me. I've killed her. My God. Angel. Can't move. Can't reach her. She crumples and pools onto the floor, those stormy eyes dull and sightless. I jerked awake with a gasp, sitting up in a rush that sent an air-conditioned breeze across my sweat-soaked skin. I couldn't breathe through the panic and fear choking me. Shoving off the sheet tangled around my legs, I stumbled out of bed, blind with terror. My stomach heaved in protest and I lurched into the bathroom, barely reaching the toilet, before I vomited. I showered, washing away the sticky sweat covering me. The grief and despair weren't so easy to get away from. As I scrubbed a dry towel over my skin, they weighed heavily, suffocating me. The memory of Ava's pale face etched with betrayal and death haunted me. I couldn't get it out of my head. I stripped the bed with rough, jerky movements, then yanked a clean, fitted sheet over the mattress. "Gideon." I straightened and turned at the sound of Ava's voice. She stood in the doorway to my bedroom, her hands twisting in the hem of the t-shirt she wore. Regret hit me hard. She'd gone to sleep alone in the room I'd had redesigned to look like her bedroom on the Upper West Side. "Hey," she said softly, tentatively, shifting on her feet in a way that told me how uncomfortable she felt. How wary. "Are you okay?" The light from the bathroom lit her face, revealing dark circles and reddened eyes. She'd fallen asleep crying. I'd done this to her. I had made her feel unwelcome, unwanted, her thoughts and feelings less of a concern to me than my own. I'd let my past drive a wedge between us. No, that wasn't true. I had let my fear push her away. "No, Angel, I'm not." She took a single step closer, then stopped herself. Opening my arms, I said hoarsely, "I'm sorry, Ava." She came to me in a rush, her body lush and warm. I held her too tightly, but she didn't complain. Pressing my cheek to the top of her head, I breathed in her scent. I could face anything. I would face anything, as long as she stayed with me. "I'm afraid." My voice was scarcely a whisper, but she heard it. Her fingers dug into the muscles of my back as she pulled me closer. "Don't be. I'm here." "I'll try harder," I promised. "Don't give up on me." "Gideon," she sighed, her breath soft against my chest. "I love you so much. I just want you to be happy. I'm sorry for pushing you after I said I wouldn't." "It's my fault. I fucked up. I'm sorry, Ava. So sorry. Shh. You don't have to apologize. I picked her up and carried her to the bed, laying her down carefully. I crawled into her arms, wrapping myself around her and resting my face against her belly. She ran her fingers through my hair, massaging my scalp, then my nape, then my back, accepting me, despite all my flaws. The cotton of her t-shirt grew wet with my tears, and I curled in tighter, ashamed. I love you, she murmured. I'll never stop. Gideon. I stirred at the sound of Ava's voice, then at the feel of her hand sliding down my chest. Opening my tired, burning eyes, I saw her leaning over me, the room softly lit by the coming dawn, her hair aglow in the meager light. Angel? She shifted, sliding a leg over me. Rising, she straddled me. Let's make today our best ever. I swallowed hard. I'm on board with that plan. Her smile rocked my world. She reached for something she'd left on her pillow, and a moment later, haunting strains of music piped softly out of the speakers in the ceiling. It took me a moment to recognize it. Ave Maria. She touched my face, her fingertips gliding over my brow. Okay? I wanted to answer her, but my throat was too tight. I could only nod. How could I tell her it felt like a dream, a breathtaking heaven I didn't deserve? She reached behind her to push the sheet below my hips and out of the way. Her arms crossed her torso to pull her shirt up and over her head. She threw it aside. Awed, I struggled for my voice. God, you're beautiful, I said hoarsely. My hands lifted, gliding over the plush curves and valleys of her voluptuous body. I sat up and dug my heels into the bed, pushing us backward until I was leaning against the headboard. My hands went into her hair and down her throat. I could touch her for days and not get my fill. I love you, she said, tilting her head to take my mouth in a hot, demanding kiss. I let her have me, opening to her. Ava licked deep, stroking me with her tongue, her lips soft and wet against mine. Tell me what you need, I murmured, lost to the gently muted music, lost to her. You. Just you. Take me then, I told her. I'm yours. I hate to be the one to break it to you, Cross, Arash said, his fingers drumming on the armrest of the chair in front of my desk. But you've lost your killer instinct. Ava's tamed you. I glanced up from my monitor. After spending 2 hours of my morning making love with my wife, I could concede that I wasn't feeling particularly aggressive. Slaked and relaxed was more apt. Still, just because I don't think Landcor's Phase 1 gaming system is a threat to the Gen 10 doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. You're aware, he corrected, which isn't the same as paying attention, and I guarantee Ryan Landon has noticed. You used to do something every week or two to poke at him, which, for better or worse, gave him something to do. Wasn't it just last week that we closed the posit deal? That's reactive, Cross. You need to make a move he didn't prompt. My office phone started ringing on the line synced to my smartphone. Ireland's name popped up on the screen, and I reached for the receiver. I have to take this. Of course you do, he muttered. I narrowed my eyes at him as I answered. Ireland, how are you? It wasn't like my sister to call. We usually texted back and forth, a form of communication we were both comfortable with. No awkward silences, no need to fake cheeriness or ease. "Hey, sorry to call you in the middle of the day." Her voice was off. I frowned, concerned. "What's wrong?" Ireland paused. "Maybe now's not a good time." I cursed inwardly. Ava had similar reactions when I was too brusque. The women in my life needed to cut me some slack. I had a big learning curve when it came to social interactions. "You sound upset." "So do you," she shot back. "You can call Ava and complain about it to her. She'll sympathize. Now tell me what's wrong." She sighed. "Mom and Dad were fighting all night. I don't know what about, but Dad was yelling. He never yells, you know that. He's the most laid-back guy ever. Nothing gets to him. And Mom hates fighting. She's a conflict avoider." Her astuteness both startled and impressed me. "I'm sorry you had to hear that." "Dad took off early this morning and Mom's been crying ever since. Do you know what's going on? Is it about Ava and you getting married?" A strange but recognizable quiet settled over me. I didn't know what to say to her, and I refused to jump to conclusions. "That probably has something to do with it." The only thing I knew for certain was that I didn't want Ireland listening to her parents fighting. I remembered what it had felt like when my parents fought in the days after my dad's financial fraud had been exposed. I could still feel echoes of the panic and fear. "Is there a friend you can stay with over the weekend?" "You?" The suggestion was unnerving. "You want to stay with me?" "Why not? I've never seen your place." I stared at Arash, who was watching me. He leaned forward, setting his elbows on his knees. I didn't know how to refuse, but I couldn't agree. The only person who'd ever spent the night with me was Ava, and obviously that hadn't turned out well. "Never mind," she said. "Forget it." "No, wait. Damn it. Ava and I have plans with friends tonight, that's all. I'll need some time to change them." "Oh, gotcha." Her voice softened. "I don't want to fuck up your plans. I've got some friends I can call. Don't worry about it." "I'm worried about you. Ava and I can make some adjustments. It's not a problem." "I'm not a kid, Gideon," she said, clearly exasperated. "I don't want to hang around your place knowing you and Ava were supposed to be out having fun. That would totally suck, so no thanks. I'd rather chill with my own friends." Relief relaxed my spine. "How about dinner on Saturday instead?" "Yeah, I'm down. Can I stay the night then?" I had no idea how I was going to manage it. I had to trust that Ava would know what to do. "That can be arranged. Will you be okay until then?" "Geez, listen to you," she laughed. "You sound like a big brother. I'll be fine. It was just weird, hearing them going at it. It freaked me out. Most people are probably used to their parents fighting, but I'm not." "They'll be fine. All couples fight eventually." I said the words, but I was both uneasy and curious. Ava couldn't have been right about Chris not knowing. I found that impossible to believe. I'd just finished rolling up the sleeves of my black dress shirt when Ava stepped into the reflection of the mirror. I froze, my gaze raking over her. She had chosen short shorts, a sheer sleeveless blouse, and high-heeled sandals. She'd pulled her hair up in its usual ponytail, but she had done something to it to make it look wild and bedhead messy. Her eye makeup was dark, her lips pale. Big gold hoops hung from her ears, and bangles decorated her wrists. I'd woken up to an angel. I would be going to bed with a different woman entirely. I whistled in appreciation, turning my back to the mirror to take in the real deal. You look like a bad, bad girl. She wiggled her ass and gave a cocky toss of her head. I am. Come here. She eyed me. I don't think so. You've got the fuck me look, and we have to go. We can be a little late. What would it take to talk you into wearing those shorts just for me? I wanted others to want her and know she was mine. I also wanted to keep her all to myself. Her eyes took on a calculating gleam. We could renegotiate the hand job. Remembering the deal we'd struck, a quickie for a clothed hand job, I realized the shorts were going to make the former a bit more difficult than it could be. As for the latter, I could work something out. Tilting my head in agreement, I told her, Put on a skirt, Angel, and let's get this party started. Was this your idea? Arash asked when we met him outside the ground floor entrance to the Starlight Lounge. Through the lobby glass, I watched a bouncer oversee the number of patrons entering the elevator that would take them to the rooftop. 2 more bouncers stood guard at the exterior door, holding back the surging crowd hoping to get in based on their looks, their clothes, and/or their charm. It's as much of a surprise to me as it is to you. I meant to tell you. Ava was literally hopping with excitement. Sean has heard good things about this place, and I thought it'd be fun. Great reviews online, Shauna said, and some of my regulars were raving about it. Manuel checked out the eager crowd behind the ropes, while Megumi Kaba stood cautiously between Carrie and Ava. Mark Garrity, Stephen Ellison, and Arnaldo all stood back, keeping the way clear for those whose names were on the VIP list. Carrie slung his arm around Megumi. Stick with me, kid. He gave her a wide smile. We'll show him how it's done. Ava grabbed my arm. Your surprise is here. I followed her gaze, spotting a couple approaching us. My brows rose when I recognized Magdalena Perez. Her hand was linked with that of the man next to her, and her dark eyes were brighter than I'd seen in a long time. Maggie, I greeted her, clasping her extended hand and leaning down to kiss her cheek. I'm glad you came. Gladder still that Ava had asked her. The 2 women had gotten off to a rocky start, which was entirely Maggie's fault. The rift between them had strained my relationship with Maggie in the weeks since, and I'd been prepared to accept that as an indefinite state of affairs. It was nice, however, that I didn't have to. Maggie grinned. Gideon, Ava, this is my boyfriend, Gage Flynn. I took the man's hand after he shook Ava's, noting the strength of his grip and the steady way he met my perusal. He gave me a once-over, too, but mine would be more thorough. Before the week was out, I would know everything worth knowing about the man. Maggie had been through enough with Christopher. I didn't want to see her hurt again. And here's Will and Natalie, Ava said, as the last of our group arrived. Will Granger had a retro beatnik look that worked for him. His arm was snug around the small, blue-haired woman next to him, who dressed in the same 50s style and sported twin sleeves of tattoos. While Ava made the introductions, I nodded at the bouncer to signal the arrival of the final members of our party. He held the line and cleared the doorway for us. My wife shot me a suspicious glance. Don't tell me you own this place. Okay, I won't. You mean you do? My hand slid down her back and rested lightly on the curve of her hip. She ditched the shorts in favor of a fitted skirt with a split up the back. I almost wished she hadn't changed. The shorts had shown off her legs. The skirt showed off her amazing ass. You need to decide if you want me to answer the question or not, I said, as we made our way into the club. The music was loud, the amateur singer on the stage louder. Strategic lighting illuminated walkways and tables, while still allowing the Manhattan nightscape to dazzle patrons. Air conditioning pumped out of the walls and floors, cooling the open air to a comfortable temperature. "Is there anything you don't own in New York?" Arash laughed. "He doesn't own the Dargos Regal on 36th anymore." Ava stopped walking, causing Arash to bump into her from behind and send her stumbling. I shot him a glare. Grabbing my arm, Ava yelled over the volume of the crowded club. "You got rid of the hotel?" I looked down at her. The wonder and hope on her face more than made up for the financial hit I'd taken. I nodded. She threw herself at me, her arms twining around my neck. She peppered my jaw with quick, fierce kisses, and I smiled, my gaze meeting Arash's. "And suddenly," he said, "it all makes sense."
10. God, those two are so sweet, Shauna said, watching Will and Natalie sing I Got You, Babe on the stage.
"They're giving me diabetes."
Manuel stood with his drink.
"Excuse me, everyone. I see something interesting."
Gideon's voice near my ear was laced with amusement.
"Say goodbye, Angel. We won't be seeing him again."
I followed his line of sight and saw a pretty brunette giving Manuel a blatant once-over.
"Bye, Manuel!"
I yelled after him, waving. Then I leaned into Gideon, who was semi-sprawled on the expensive leather upholstery. "How come all the guys you work with are hot?"
"Are they?"
he drawled, nuzzling my neck and along the curve of my ear.
"Maybe they won't be working with me much longer."
Oh, God. I looked up at the starry sky. Whatever, caveman. His arm tightened around my hips, tugging me closer so that I was pressed fully against him from knee to shoulder. Joy spread through me. After all the crap we'd been through the day before, it was so awesome just to enjoy each other. Megumi leaned over the low coffee table that filled the center of the rectangular seating area we occupied. Bordered by two sectionals, the VIP section held our entire party comfortably. "When are you getting up there to make fools of yourselves?" she asked. Never. It had taken a few drinks and Carrie's undivided attention to make Megumi comfortable enough to enjoy herself. My best friend had kicked things off with a rousing rendition of Only the Good Die Young, and then he'd dragged Megumi up there to sing I've Had the Time of My Life. She'd come back to the table glowing. I owed Carrie big time for taking care of her. Even better, he seemed to have no intention of ditching us to cruise the place for conquests like Manuel had. I was really proud of him.
"Come on, Ava," Stephen coaxed. "You picked this place. You have to sing."
"Your sister picked this place," I shot back, looking to her. Shauna just shrugged innocently.
"She's sung twice,"
he countered. I deflected. "Mark hasn't sung anything." My boss shook his head.
"I'm doing you all a favor, trust me."
"You're telling me. Squealing tires sound more lyrical than I do." Arnaldo pushed the tablet with the song choices my way. It was the first time all night he'd made an overture toward me, aside from saying hello at the entrance. He'd spent most of the evening focused on Magdalena and Gage, which I tried not to take as a personal snub. "No fair," I complained. "You're all ganging up on me." "Gideon hasn't sung yet either." I glanced at my husband. He shrugged.
"I'll go up if you will."
Astonishment widened my eyes. I'd never heard Gideon sing, had never even imagined it. Singers exposed and expressed emotion with their voices. Gideon's still waters ran very deep.
"Hell, you gotta do it now,"
Carrie said, reaching over to tap the menu open at a random page. My stomach twisted a little. I looked helplessly at the songs in front of me. One jumped out, and I stared at it. Taking a deep breath, I stood. "Okay, just remember, you all asked for this. I don't want to hear any shit about how bad I suck." Gideon, who'd risen to his feet when I had, pulled me close and murmured in my ear,
"I think you suck excellently, Angel."
I elbowed him in the ribs. His low laughter followed me as I made my way to the stage. I loved hearing that sound. Loved spending time with him when we forgot our troubles and had fun with people who loved us. We were married, but we still had so much dating to catch up on, so many nights with friends yet to experience. Tonight was just the first of many, I hoped. I regretted threatening the fragile peace with my song choice, but not enough to change my mind. I high-fived Will as he and Natalie passed me on the way back to our group. I could have input my song choice into the tablet at the table, the same way we placed our food and drink orders, but I didn't want Gideon seeing the title. Plus, I'd noticed that every other party in the place had to wait for their turn in the queue, but our selections were fast-tracked. I was hoping that adding my name to the list in person would buy me some time to build up the courage I needed. I should have known better. When I gave the hostess my selection, she typed it into the system and said, "Okay, stay right here. You're next." "You're kidding." I glanced back at our table. Gideon winked at me. Oh, he was going to pay for that later. The chick on the stage singing Diamonds wrapped it up, and the place exploded into applause. She'd been decent, but really the live band made up for a lot of faults. They were really good. I had my fingers crossed that they'd be good enough for me, too. I was shaking when I climbed the short steps to the stage. When the loud whistles and cheers erupted from our table, I couldn't help but laugh despite my nervousness. I gripped the mic in its stand, and the beat kicked in immediately. The familiar song, one I loved, gave me the boost I needed to start. Looking at Gideon, I warbled my way through the opening lyrics, telling him he was amazing. Even over the music, I could hear the laughter at my horrible voice. My own table erupted with it, but I had expected that. I'd chosen Brave. I had to be, to sing it. That or Crazy. I stayed focused on my husband, who wasn't laughing or smiling. He just stared intently at my face, as I told him, via Sarah Bareilles' lyrics, that I wanted to see him speak up and be brave. The catchy composition, plus the skill of the band backing me, began to win over the crowd, who started singing along, more or less. My heart strengthened my voice, giving power to the message meant only for Gideon. He needed to stop holding his silence. He needed to tell his family the truth. Not for me or for them, but for him. When the song ended, my friends surged to their feet in applause, and I grinned, energized. I gave a lavish bow and laughed when the strangers at the tables in front of the stage joined in the unearned praise. I knew my strengths. My singing voice certainly wasn't one of them. "That was fucking awesome!" Shauna shouted when I got back to the table, grabbing me in a fierce hug. "You owned that, girl!" "Remind me to pay you later," I said dryly, feeling my face heat as the rest of our party kicked in with praise. "You guys are full of it." "Ah, baby girl," Carrie drawled, his green eyes bright with laughter. "You can't be good at everything. It's a relief to know you're flawed like the rest of us." I stuck my tongue out at him and picked up the fresh vodka cranberry sitting in front of my spot. "Your turn, lover boy," Arash goaded, grinning at Gideon. My husband nodded, then looked at me. His face held no hint to his thoughts, and I began to worry. There was no softness on his lips or in his eyes, nothing to give me a clue. And then some idiot started singing Golden. Gideon stiffened, his jaw visibly tightening. Reaching for his hand, I gave it a squeeze and felt a bit of relief when he squeezed back. He kissed my cheek and headed to the stage, cutting through the crowd with easy command. I watched him go, seeing other women's heads turn to follow him. I was biased, of course, but knew for a certainty that he was the most striking man in the room. Seriously, it should be criminal for a man to be that sexy. I looked at Arash and Arnaldo. Have either of you heard him sing? Arnaldo shook his head. Arash laughed.
Hell no. With any luck, he'll sound like you. Like Harry says, he can't be good at everything, or we'd all have to hate him.
The guy on stage wrapped it up. A moment later, Gideon walked on. For some reason, my heart started pounding as badly as it had when I was up there. My palms grew clammy, and I wiped them on my skirt. I was afraid of what it would be like to watch Gideon up there. Much as I hated to think it, Brett was a hard act to follow, and hearing Golden, even sung by someone who shouldn't ever have access to a microphone, brought those two worlds too close together. Gideon grabbed the mic and pulled it off the stand, as if he'd done the move 1,000 times before. The women in the audience went crazy, yelling about how hot he was and making suggestive remarks I chose to ignore. The man was delicious physically, but his commanding, confident presence was the real kicker. He looked like a man who knew how to fuck a woman senseless, and God, did he ever.
"This one," he said, "is for my wife."
With a pointed glance, Gideon signaled the band to start. An instantly recognizable bass beat ratcheted up my pulse. "Lifehouse!" Shauna crowed, clapping her hands. "I love them!" "He's calling you his wife already!" Megumi yelled, leaning toward me. "How freaking lucky are you?" I didn't glance at her. I couldn't. My attention was riveted on Gideon as he looked directly at me and sang, telling me in a lusciously raspy voice that he was desperate for change and starving for truth. He was answering my song. My eyes burned, even as my heart began to beat with a different rhythm. Had I thought he'd be unemotional? My God, he was killing me, bearing his soul in the rough timbre of his voice.
"Holy fuck," Carrie said, his eyes on the stage. "The man can sing."
I was hanging by a moment, too, hanging on to every word, hearing his message about chasing after me and falling more in love. I shifted in my seat, turned on beyond bearing. Gideon dominated the attention of everyone in the bar. Of all the voices we'd heard that night, his was truly professional grade. He stood in the single spotlight, feet set a foot apart, dressed elegantly while singing a rock song, and he made it work so well I couldn't imagine it sung any other way. There was no comparison to Brett, not in Gideon's delivery or my reaction to it. I was on my feet before I knew it, making my way through the crowd to get to him. Gideon finished the song and the bar went ballistic, cutting off my route to him. I became lost in the crush, too short to see beyond the shoulders around me. He found me, pushing his way through to catch me up in his arms. His mouth claimed mine, kissing me roughly, inciting a new round of catcalls and jeers. In the periphery, I heard the band begin a new song. I practically climbed up Gideon, panting in his ear. "Now," I didn't have to explain. Setting me down, he grabbed my hand and led me across the bar and back through the kitchen to the service elevator. I plastered myself against him before the doors closed behind us, but he was pulling out his phone and lifting it to his ear, tilting his head back as my mouth slid feverishly over his throat.
"Bring the limo around,"
he ordered gruffly. And then the phone was back in his pocket, and he was kissing me back with all the passion he'd once kept locked inside. Ravenous, I devoured him, catching his lower lip between my teeth and tasting it with swift lashes of my tongue. He groaned when I pushed him against the elevator's padded wall, my hands running down his chest to cup the heft of his erection in my palms.
"Ava, Christ."
We stopped descending, and he exploded into movement, grabbing me by the elbow and pushing me ahead of him out the doors with brisk, impatient strides. We exited from a service hallway into the lobby, once again maneuvering through a crowd until we stepped out into the summer night heat. The limo idled in the street. Angus jumped out, quickly pulling the rear door open. I scrambled in with Gideon crowding in behind me.
Don't go far,
he told Angus. We settled onto the bench seat with a foot of distance between us, both of us looking anywhere but at each other, as the privacy partition slowly rose and the limo began to move. The moment the divider locked into place, I fell back against the seat and yanked my skirt up, brazenly tearing off my own clothes in my eagerness to be fucked. As Gideon dropped to his knees on the floorboard, his hands went to his waistband, opening his slacks. I shimmied out of my underwear, kicking them off along with my sandals.
Angel.
His growl had me moaning with anticipation. I'm wet, I chanted, not wanting him to play with me or wait. Still, he tested me, cupping my sex in his hand. His fingers parted me, stroking over my clit, pushing inside me.
Jesus, Ava, you're soaked.
Let me ride you, I begged, pushing away from the seat back. I wanted to set the pace, the depth, the rhythm. Gideon pushed his pants and boxer briefs down to his knees, then sat on the bench, yanking his shirt tails out of the way. His cock rose up thick and long between his thighs, as savagely beautiful as the rest of him. I slid down to kneel between his legs, stroking his penis with my hands. He was hot and silky soft. My mouth was on him before I formulated the thought. His breath hissed out between his teeth, one hand grasping my ponytail as his head fell back. His eyes squeezed shut.
Yes.
I swirled my tongue around the broad head, tasting him, feeling the thick veins throbbing against my palms. Tightening my lips, I pulled off, then sucked him back in. He groaned and arched upward, pushing into my mouth.
Take it deep.
I squirmed as I obeyed him, ragingly turned on by his pleasure. Gideon's eyes opened, his chin lowering so he could take in the sight of me.
Come here.
The low command sent a shiver of desire through me. I crawled up his magnificent body, straddling his hips and draping my arms over his shoulders. You are so fucking hot.
Me? You're burning up, Angel.
I moved my hips to position him. Wait till you feel me from the inside. He reached around me and gripped his cock, holding himself steady as I began to sink down. My legs shook as the thick crest of his penis pushed inside me, stretching me. Gideon? The feeling of being taken, possessed, was one I never got over. Gripping my hips, he supported me. I took him deeper, my eyes on his as they grew heavy. A rumbling sound filled the space between us, and I grew slicker, hotter. It didn't matter how many times I had him, I always wanted more. More of the way he responded to me, as if nothing had ever felt the same, as if I gave him something he could get nowhere else. I clung to the back of the seat and rolled my hips, taking a little more. I could feel him pressing against the deepest part of me, but I couldn't fit all of him. I wanted to. I wanted everything he had.
Our first time,
he said hoarsely, watching me.
You rode me right here, drove me out of my mind. You blew the top of my fucking head off.
It was so good, I breathed, dangerously close to coming. He was so thick, so hard. Oh, God, it's better now. His fingers dug into my hips.
I want you more now.
Gasping, I pressed my temple to his. Help me.
Hold on.
Yanking my hips down, he thrust upward, shoving into me.
Take it, Ava. Take it all.
I cried out and ground into him, moving on instinct, taking the last of him. Yes, I gasped, slamming my hips into his, pumping my sex up and down the rigid length of his erection. Gideon's face was harsh with lust, brutally etched with his need.
I'm going to come so hard for you,
he promised darkly.
You'll feel me in you all night.
The sound of his voice, the way he'd looked on stage, I'd never been so excited. He wasn't the only one who'd be coming hard. His head fell back against the seat, his chest heaving, harsh sounds of pleasure scraping from his throat. His hands released me, clenching into fists against the seat. He let me fuck him the way I needed to, let me use him. Arching back, I climaxed with a cry, my entire body shaking, my sex grasping, rippling along his cock. My rhythm faltered, my vision blackened. An endless moan poured out of me, the relief dizzying. The world shifted and I was on my back, Gideon rising over me, his arm hooking beneath my left leg to lift it to his shoulder. He dug his feet into the floorboard, thrusting again and again, sinking deep, so deep. I writhed, the feel of him so good it hurt. He kept me pinned, opened and defenseless, using me as I'd used him, his control shattered by the need to orgasm. The power of his body as he pounded into me, the force with which he drove his cock into my tender sex, had me quivering on the verge again. "I love you," I moaned, my hands stroking down his flexing thighs. He growled my name and started coming, his teeth clenching, his hips pressed tight to my own, screwing deep. It set me off, the feel of him coming inside me.
So good,
he groaned, rocking into the spasms of my sex. We strained together, grasping at each other. He buried his face in my throat.
Love you.
Tears stung my eyes. He said the words so rarely. "Tell me again," I begged, holding on to him. His mouth found mine.
I love you.
More, I demanded, licking my lips. Gideon glanced over his shoulder at me. Bacon sizzled in the pan in front of him and my mouth watered for another slice.
And here I'd thought 2 packs of bacon would last us all weekend.
Grease is a must after a night of drinking, I told him, wiping some off my plate with my fingertip and lifting it to my mouth. When you're not hungover, that is. "Which I am," Carrie muttered, walking into the kitchen in just his jeans, which he hadn't bothered buttoning all the way. "Got any beer?" Gideon pointed at the fridge with his tongs.
Bottom drawer.
I shook my head at my best friend. "Hair of the dog this morning?" "Hell yeah. My head feels like it's splitting in 2. Carrie pulled a beer out and joined me at the island. He popped the cap off and tipped the bottle back, gulping down half the contents at once. "How did you sleep?" I asked, mentally crossing my fingers. He'd stayed the night in the attached single-bedroom apartment, and I hoped he loved it. It had all the beautiful pre-war details of Gideon's penthouse and was furnished similarly. I knew Carrie's style was more contemporary, but he couldn't fault the view of Central Park. All the rest could be changed, if he just said the word. He lowered the bottle from his mouth. "Like the dead?" "Do you like the apartment?" "Of course. Who wouldn't?" "Do you want to live there?" I persisted. Carrie gave me a lopsided smile. "Yeah, baby girl, it's a dream. Thank you for the pity fuck, Gideon." My husband turned away from the stove with a plate of bacon in his hand.
There's neither pity nor fucking included in the offer,
he said dryly.
Otherwise, you're welcome.
I clapped my hands. Yay! I'm stoked. Gideon snagged a piece of bacon and stuck it in his mouth. Leaning forward, I parted my lips. He bent toward me, letting me bite off the end. "Come on," Carrie groaned. "I'm fighting nausea as it is." I shoved him gently. "Shut up." He grinned and finished his beer. "Gotta give you guys a hard time. Who else is gonna stop you two from singing I Got You, Babe in a few years?" Thinking of Will and Natalie made me smile. I'd discovered even more to like about Will, and found that I got along well with his girl, too. Aren't they adorable? They've been together since high school. Exactly my point, he drawled.
Spend enough years with someone and either you start bickering or you fall down the lovey-dovey hole, never to be seen again.
Mark and Stephen have been together for years too, I argued. They don't fight or moon at each other. He shot me a look.
They're gay, Ava. No estrogen in the mix to cause drama.
Oh my God, you sexist pig! You did not just say that. Carrie glanced at Gideon.
You know I'm right. And with that,
Gideon declared, grabbing 3 strips of bacon,
I'm out.
Hey! I complained after him, as he exited to the living room. My best friend laughed.
Don't worry, he hitched himself to your brand of female.
I glared at him as I munched another piece of bacon. I'm giving you a pass because I owe you for last night.
It was fun. Megumi's good people.
His humor fled, his face darkening.
I'm sorry she's going through what she is.
Yeah, me too.
You make any decisions about how you're going to help others like her?
I set my elbows on the island. I'm going to talk to Gideon about working with his Crossroads Foundation.
Hell, why didn't you think of that before?
Because I'm stubborn, I guess. I glanced over my shoulder at the living room, then lowered my voice. One of the things Gideon likes about me is that I don't always do everything he wants just because he wants it. He's not like Stanton.
And you don't want to be like your mom. Does this mean you're keeping your maiden name?
No way. It means a lot to Gideon for me to become Ava Cross. Besides, it sounds kick-ass.
It does.
He tapped the end of my nose with his finger.
I'm here for you when you need me.
Sliding off the stool, I hugged him. Same goes.
I'm taking you up on that, obviously.
His chest heaved with a deep sigh.
Big changes happening, baby girl. You ever get scared?
I looked up at him, feeling the affinity that had gotten us both through some hard times. More than I let myself think about.
I have to run to the office,
Gideon interjected, stepping back into the kitchen wearing a Yankees ball cap. He'd kept the same gray t-shirt on, but had swapped out his pajama bottoms for sweats. A ring of keys twirled around his finger.
I won't be long.
Is everything all right? I asked, backing away from Carrie. My husband was wearing his game face, the one that told me his mind was already on whatever he was going to deal with.
Everything's fine.
He came to me and gave me a quick kiss.
I'll be back in a couple of hours. Ireland won't be here till 6.
He left. I stared after him. What was important enough to drag him away from me on a weekend? Gideon was possessive about a lot of things when it came to me, but our time together topped the list. And the key-twirling thing was kind of weird. Gideon wasn't a man given to wasted movement. The only times I'd seen him fidget were when he was completely relaxed, or the opposite, ready to throw down. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something from me, as usual.
I'm gonna take a shower,
Carrie said, grabbing a bottled water out of the fridge.
You want to watch a movie when I get out?
Sure, I said absently. Sounds like a plan. I waited until he'd gone back into the attached apartment, then went to find my phone.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.